Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7, as we are live here from the UMG studio in the greater St. Louis area. Myself, Lando Sanders, as per usual, joined alongside by some new faces here on the couch. We've got Clay along with Dan, some new kind of entrants, some very well-known Fortnite faces, and some guys who know a lot about this game. I'm going to be kind of in the midst of learning a lot of information about today. But guys, before we kind of get into things, maybe a little bit of an introduction for the folks at home who aren't super familiar with you. Let's start off with you, Clay.
Yeah, like you said, my name's Clay Sailing. I've been playing Fortnite for so long, 2 years since it came out. One Shot Girl got me into it. Recently started getting involved with casting competitively with the World Cup qualifiers and stuff, and just been loving it ever since.
Absolutely, Dan.
That's awesome. So yeah, I've gotten to do a little bit of esports work with some other organizations, doing podcasting and some journalism and things like that, and got into casting with them. From there, I've watched and played Fortnite since around Season 3. Really always been into it. Followed the Friday Fortnite scene.
There you go.
Followed the World Cup and all of those things. So like my technical knowledge is there, even where my gameplay might not be necessarily. So really definitely excited to be here and watch some wonderful players.
That's everything that we talk about with Taylor is pretty much every week. It's like, okay, Taylor likes to talk about all the time. Reflections, for those who don't know. I call him Taylor. Always is like, oh yeah, I really know the game, but we come down to it, we get to the gameplay. It's like, okay, do you really know the game all that well? Maybe you can talk about it, but how do you play it? That's the big thing. But like we talked about, guys, as every week, let's go and talk about our event format coming into today's tournament, into today's broadcast. It will be a double elimination bracket. We'll be having 2v2 in normal squad lobbies. Teams will earn 1 point per elimination. The team with the most points after 2 games will win the series and advance in the bracket. If both teams are tied after 2 games, overtime will be played until a winner is decided. Now, for those who maybe are new, maybe, except we talk about every single week. The rules never change up. Everything is always the same. However, if you happen to forget something, if you're curious maybe how overtime rules happen to work in case we get a little bit close, you can feel free to use the exclamation point rules in chat for the full list. But guys, let's go and pull up our participants list for this week. Like we said, a number of different stacked lineups, a number of different stacked teams. As we look through our first page, any teams in particular stick off the page to you?
Yeah, right away, typical gamer face Thieves. Fortnite Friday Legends, absolutely dominating the Fortnite Friday scene. Whether it was the first iteration versus this iteration, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do here.
100%, right? Like Ninja, Bugha, NateHill, FunkBomb. I mean, there's so many players to look out for, and so many names to kind of reference. Obviously, taking a look at the next one here, Dan. In your eyes, any teams, any players in particular here?
Oh, Team 7 and Team 10. I'm going to keep a big lookout for both of them. Nick28T and FaZe Replays, both monster players. Nick's always out here on the YouTube grind, such a friendly face, but such a serious competitor. Arkhram and Courage, they're going to be a wonderful duo. Courage is always out here ready to pub stomp.
Right.
Arkham's really getting it in the World Cup.
Oh, 100%, right. Arkhram at the World Cup was absurd. A lot of people kind of had some questions about him. Like, could he really kind of perform on the main stage? And he clearly did. He absolutely did. He walked away with some cash, and obviously his teammate Ceice did as well, right? Hunter T, we're kind of representing them, did a fantastic job when it came down to the event, and I'm excited to see what they can do. A few other players, maybe some other teams to look out for. I'm sure the chat's always aware of it. FaZe Kay, and Jarvis, the brother duo. I know that they've tried to play in a few previous Friday Fortnite tournaments. I'm not sure if they've officially played a game. I think they might have either exited a little bit early, maybe didn't show up in time, whatever it may be. But I'm excited to see those guys kind of up in the conversation. But look at this, guys. Team 23, a new face. We've got xQc and Moxie playing together.
I'm so excited for it. As a big Overwatch fan myself, seeing xQc cross over into another game that I love, I'm looking forward to him bringing that mechanical skill.
100%, right? Mongraal, Dubs, MrSavage Benjyfishy. I mean, so many different teams to kind of look out for, and obviously as well, Nickmercs and Cypher, the original Friday Fortnite champions, back. I think it was like May 11th, 2018. It's been a while since then. Fortnite has evolved. It even added a $100 million competitive scene, so things have definitely been kind of in the works, that's for sure. Excited to see those boys kind of play alongside each other, along with many others. But another team that's also kind of interesting here, Clay, it's got to be Team 31, right? Bucky's own from Team Envy, now up with EwOk, who just joined FaZe Clan.
Yeah, you mentioned it. They're going to be going off against Ninja and Bugha, so definitely going to have an uphill battle there.
Yeah.
Both of them very phenomenal players, but I think they can do it.
I think so, too. I think there's a lot of potential as we go and look through our first and early round games. It's going to be fun to watch all of these teams kind of compete, how they go up against each other. But, guys, as we kind of look throughout our first round, are there any teams, I know we kind of obviously covered a few of them, but any matchups, I guess you could say more specifically, that kind of stick off the page to us? Ones that maybe could resonate in terms of a really close game, just interesting faces, anything along those lines for you guys?
Yeah, like I mentioned it earlier, FaZe Thieves and
Typical Gamer, yeah.
Typical Gamer, yes. The bracket for them is going to be an uphill battle.
Oh, for sure.
Especially even if they get through that first round, they're going to have to start facing some heavyweights. So many awesome players here. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, absolutely right. Facing off against a duo like Clix and Innocents, I know a lot of people, even a few people in production, were like, "Hey, this might be our sleeper team." But Dan, before we head into our first matchup, any teams and maybe any players take off the page to you?
Just to hear real quick from me, CourageJD Arkhram going up against MrSavage and Benjyfishy at this round 1. That's going to be a big duo eliminated one way or another.
100%. I mean, that's going to be a really fun match to watch. But I think we may or may not actually have a game ready to go. Now, this is one that we were highlighting, one that we were super, super excited about. We've got Ninja recently announced, right, joining a new kind of platform, if you will, his first ever live stream coming in from, what is it, Lollapalooza, whatever it may be. I mean, like, literally, it's incredible the fact that he's kind of switched over the #1 Twitch streamer now over on Mixer and playing alongside Bugha, who literally just won the Fortnite World Cup Solos competition. He won $3 million. He's been on Jimmy Fallon. The man has done it all, and now he's playing with one of the biggest content creators in the entire world. However, facing off against Bucke and EwOk, which I'm super excited about that team as well. I think we honestly may have a super, super close matchup on our hands.
Yeah, I agree. Already seeing them, EwOk and Bucke getting eliminations here at Loot Lake. Definitely more of an aggressive drop. You saw Ninja and Bugha drop poverty houses outside retail, or Mega Mall, and Salty. And so definitely that first elim is going to build that confidence as we go into the later portions of the game. You want to be ahead by as many points as possible. You hear Bucke calling out and saying, hey, there's more people coming. He needs to just make people aware. Use those in-game pings as well, because that is going to help EwOk find where those players are.
Right, absolutely. And one of the things I really like about this, early Loot Lake drop for Bucke and EwOk is that they have that rift available there in the middle. That's going to give them, with so much less mobility in Season 10 now, that's going to be their biggest opportunity to really get around this map fast once they clean up these first early game kills.
100%. You talk about utilizing that ping system, right? The communication has to be key for these two in terms of how things are working. And we also have to talk about, a number of different kind of shining moments for a number of different players in this lobby. We talked about EwOk, right, just joining FaZe Clan. She's the first female member, I believe, of FaZe Clan as well, which is incredible. I know she ended up winning $20,000 for her charity during the Fortnite World Cup Pro-Am, and it's awesome to see how she's kind of, implementing her styles when it comes in a Friday Fortnite. I hope to see her more when it comes down to the scene, that's for sure. And like I said, playing alongside Bucke, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, landing Loot Lake, which my big conversation coming into this week is, what are the landing locations going to look like? I mean, and we haven't even covered this. I mean, the mobility has changed up. Obviously, we're in Season 10, for God's sake. Everything is totally different. We've got mechs in the game, so everything is different, including the landing locations, which we always talk about in Friday Fortnite is the most crucial. Loot Lake, though, I'm curious to see how this one works out. And based on the fact that they are spawning enemies this early on, I think is what's needed when you're facing off against a very dominant team like Ninja and Bugha most likely will be.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You definitely want to be more aggressive, but with those brutes in the game, you've got to temper it, right? It's about measuring aggression. If you come across that brute, how are you going to defend yourself? You see, we're pulling up the screen here, Ninja and Bugha in Salty Springs being aggressive, just like Bucke and EwOk. They won eliminations. Bugha is getting lit up there through the builds, though. He's kind of caught between a gas station and those edits, but he's going to be able to easily pick up this. Yeah, that guy stood no chance there against Ninja and Bugha. He was just trying to play on Friday night with his friends, but he hopped into the wrong lobby.
Absolutely. Not going to be too good for some of these folks running into these players here in the pub lobbies. Now, I'm noticing here, though, that Bugha and Ninja, Bugha just drops it right there. I guess I give him the old caster curse. But they were both holding on to the miniguns. I was curious if that might play into their plan to fight the brutes. That minigun is going to tear through that 1,000 HP
That's a good
real
point.
quick.
Right. And that was kind of the main conversation we were having. I mean, honestly, in the pre-show, we were kind of discussing, like, how do you take down those things, for God's sake? And there were so many people who were like, we have no idea what we're going to do. Like, we have no idea if these things kind of come against us, how we're going to deal with it. And that may be a continuous trend, right? Maybe ways to implement it. I know we were talking about, like, Nick A30. He was trying to use some traps, like anything you can to take down those mechs. And for me as well, something interesting that we were also having a conversation about is the nice shot from range comes through from Bugha. Our team's going to go for those mechs. Is that going to be the overwhelming strategy? And based on the fact that both players have yet to go for one, it's kind of interesting fact that, no, they're saying, hey, we can kind of run with that. We don't necessarily need the mech in order to start off well early.
Yeah, and I don't think you said either team's not going for him. We haven't really seen him come into play here, so maybe this lobby just chose to fight him or self-destruct him early. You don't really know. As these players are getting revived, you see Bugha just going for that wall replace. He should be able to edit. Yeah, that player just got hit by the wrong end of the shotgun there. As this player's just trying to get out the storm flip being thrown, that's going to cause a little bit of an issue, but Bugha should just be able to pick up these eliminations here. Yeah, there you go. The whole squad eliminated there to Bugha and Ninja. That's definitely racking up the kills. You see Bugha already sitting on 5. He's just waiting for that storm flip to get the loot and to keep moving on.
Yeah, really, really intelligent plays there. You know, he manages to make it off to the edge of that storm flip, and you saw him just, you know, Bugha is using every part of his kit. He used the heavy assault rifle. He used the shotgun there. They opened that engagement with the knock from the snipe. I know we saw it that Ninja stream there on a little bit on the back end. You know, they coordinated that. Ninja and Bugha both took the shot at the same time, and that's how they got it.
And you also noticed too, I know we're kind of going through a few different game plans. I think Hastro, was it Hastro that just subscribed to Bucke, I think, which is the owner of Team Envy. So maybe representing them well, watching over, and obviously trying to be aware of the streams, trying to support his pro player, right? And obviously doing a great job at it. Like we said, Envy, also one of the major brands that have obviously invested when it comes down to this game as well. And I noticed too, I know we were talking about Bugha and his highlight play with Ninja kind of toward the outside. And one thing that I find really interesting is, I don't know what it is, man. Bugha just always has a smile on his face. However, look at this. He actually does get taken down. Now, this is going to be an interesting situation for Ninja off the start. Now, his stream is a little bit delayed, so we'll have to kind of keep that in mind. So Bugha will be taken down. But let's see how Ninja decides to go ahead and deal with somewhat of the adversity that he has just in front of him. Takes one down pretty easily and decides to let that minigun do all the damage. But you notice, players knocked. There are only more going to be near. Takes the shockwave up and gets that bird's eye point of view. Quickly going for a few builds, but does take some damage loss, does take some HP, if you will. So all things considered, a very crucial situation of which he needs to stay alive, because we discussed, you go down early in this game, you are in a very awkward situation. This is almost a must if you're Ninja.
Yeah, and you see him, he quickly started building towards that reboot. He would box up, move back over, box up, move back over, and now he's got the card, and he does have the shockwave grenade. He could make a movement play. He looks like he's going to break that launch pad there. He is taking some damage there, but that Sparkle Specialist just got absolutely destroyed. So he will be able to pick up Bugha if he wants to. He has got the launch pad. You saw him pick it up. He did finish off some more eliminations. So I don't know how they're standing in terms of total, but you see him going into Mega Mall to pick up his teammate like that. They're going to be able to get that loot because of the slipstream as we're moving over here to Bucke, getting another elimination.
Yeah, Bucke over here popping off. Low HP, manages to clutch it out though. Those chug splashes really nice. I know it's one of the big things for this update is that you're probably going to see these players stacking a lot of those chug splashes whenever they can, because you can throw them down so fast.
One hit.
It's going to be the key. Bucke EwOk doing some damage just toward the outside of Salty Springs and making it look easy, right? They've not really seen all that much adversity for the most part in terms of their counterparts, Ninja and Bugha. Going for the revives. It looks as if they are off to the races. Not too many slipstreams left, at least for the time, so trying to utilize those, make their way across the map. But for the most part, it's pretty much easy pickings right now in Salty Springs, and maybe another player just around the corner. Bucke gives the call out saying, hey, low hit. How does he try to engage upon it? Player looks to try and hold off for as long as they can, but to no avail. This should be pretty much over. Instant elimination. That's going to be Bucke now at 6 in total, as they're having an easy time and a dominant time right here at Salty.
Yeah, like you said, that player was just trapped between them. You saw EwOk go around the backside to pinch them off and get this elimination, just like Bugha and Ninja did right there, right? It's so hard to build 180 degrees in Fortnite. I usually call it the washing machine when I see it happen. You see players spinning left and right, trying to build those walls, but you see Bugha sitting on 0 ping, should be able to take every wall that he wants to, and like you said, he's on 5 eliminations. I believe Ninja is now maybe on 6. So a lot of elims here for the entire squad.
Yeah, definitely coming out big already. There's only 22 people left alive, but I mean, that's still going to make a full 18 eliminations that are up for grabs between these two squads. I mean, what kind of kill amounts do you guys think it's going to take, especially in these early rounds, to make sure you progress? You know, you don't want to end up in this loser's bracket too early. That's going to make for a real long day for you.
I mean, I think, to be honest, at least when it comes into prior competitions, the number that I would feel comfortable with, and I say comfortable lightly, all things considered, would be kind of like in double digits. I think being up by 10, you're feeling good coming into game 2. By no means is it over, but that is a number that usually resonates pretty well. It allows you to not really play as aggressively. But obviously, in your opinion, Clay, like what would a number that you'd feel comfortable with if you were playing in Friday Fortnite in this situation versus one of these kind of two counterparts? Are you feeling confident about 10 plus, or do you need to see a little bit more than that?
You know, I mean, it is, especially with the mech being introduced to the brew, I honestly don't know. 10 seems like it used to be comfortable, but now anything's possible. 100%. You know, 15 would be comfortable. Of course, if they get eliminated early, one team, that'd be even better for me, but I think 10, 15 is solid, but you never know.
That's for sure, and we also see the mech just off to the side. Unfortunately, it's exploded before we can even really catch a dominant visual of it. Ninja decides going to utilize the shockwave grenade. He wants to begin these engagements first, and for good reason. Like we talked, a little bit of a stream delay, so I'll have to kind of keep that in mind. Regardless, though, Ninja doing some damage from the outskirts, and he wants to try to make sure he can finalize these. Like we said, shockwave grenade gets put into use, and he is on the flank, so he's going to have pretty much first visual as everybody's in the mix. And it looks like the people at Lollapalooza are enjoying every single bit of it. Like, he's drawing a crowd for his first broadcast on Mixer. This is great to see, but someone comes from the back and takes him down pretty easily. Bugha's got to be aware of this while also trying to find it. He will do exactly that. Bugha finds one, EwOk finds the other 3, but the main concern has been granted. Bugha will get up his teammate.
Yeah, and just like that, you see Bucke immediate launch pad out, right? He is done with that fight. He's moved on. EwOk following suit. They are just trying to find as many people as possible. Dan mentioned it earlier, not a lot of players left. There's actually only 8 left in the entire lobby. So 8 more eliminations. They're all very close together in terms of kills. So we'll have to see how their strategy plays out. The zone, still super big. I think we're in 3rd or 4th zone. Yeah, you see it there. 8 people left in this lobby. It's going to come down to the second game more than likely. Like, for sure, you're not going to have one dominant team in this first match.
Yeah, I'm excited for that, though. That's going to let these players, you know, they're each going to be able to still play the game they set out to. Not quite catching it there. Oh, man, the snipes coming out big, especially like you're talking about, Clay, with this bigger zone. These snipe plays and also like these up-close plays are both what's going to make the difference. You know, Ninja's got that minigun. EwOk's got her drum gun there.
Yeah.
They're both rocking the snipers to go with it, though. So they're ready to knock down builds, but they're also not afraid to take these engagements from really long range and maybe steal a few kills from their opponents.
I think Bugha, just pumped up in the feed, so he took down one, meaning there are only just a few more players left alive, and Bugha may be on the hunt of trying to take down another one. So yes, we'll manage to accomplish it, and I know for a moment we got to see just a minor advantage for Bugha and Ninja, but at this moment you want to just try to take as many advantages as you can get, any opportunities that you can grant yourself. That's when you need to try and seize them. But a good situation right now for these two, and what a duo kind of combination this is, right? To have both of these players playing alongside each other. Like you said, we talk about Bugha, considered to be the greatest player in Fortnite right now after his solo win at the World Cup. $3 million richer, and as he's playing with the All-Star, he's playing with Ninja. What a combo this must be, and what a kind of interesting situation, an interesting dynamic it must be when you're loading into the lobby and you're like, hey, I got Ninja on the other side, or hey, I got Bugha on the other side. Like, what a duo this is, and I think if given the right circumstances, if they can kind of work together well, I think they can go very far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely confidence, right? You have the confidence. You saw Bugha did go down earlier, but I mean, he's sitting there confident that Ninja's going to
smiling the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, he's smiling. He's saying, like, you know what? I'm going to get picked up. As we see EwOk finally, our first mech route being shown, EwOk hopping in. We hope to see her pick up the last couple eliminations. I think they are closer to Bugha and Ninja, as I think there's only one player left. And, yeah, it looks like Bugha and Ninja are going to secure that, and the game finishes up. Bugha sitting on 10 eliminations. You hear Ninja getting hyped in the background. The edits being flexed, and rightfully so.
Yeah, definitely keeping his builds nice and warm. You saw him whip out a couple there when he had to save Ninja there on when he got that knockdown towards the end. You know, and we were talking about like that dynamic of knowing that you have such a strong player on the other side. Ninja, you know, his time with Drake, his time with Marshmallow, he's confident carrying someone else in a squad game if he needs to. But knowing that if he gets extra aggressive and somebody manages to take him down, Bugha's just going to be right there to clean up, no problem.
Right. And obviously we see here at the end of the game, talk about Ninja and Bugha, they will have a 20-11 advantage coming into this next game. And that was the conversation we were having kind of toward the end of that game was, okay, what are we feeling confident with? Would 10 be okay? Would 15 be okay? Obviously with mechs kind of on the map, that comfort level may be changing up a little bit. And with the lack of mobility, that could also kind of change things up. I'll be honest, I really don't know what to expect in our first series just because we haven't got to see a whole lot. I think Ninja, as he was loading up the stream today, obviously at Lollapalooza, right now for his first stream on Mixer, he was like, so this is my first game in Season 10. So that's kind of how everything started off. So I think they're also kind of curious too, but I really don't know what to say in terms of is this kind of lead sitting intact. I will say, I mean, being down 9 eliminations, both teams not going for the mech. You escape with 11 if you're Bucke and EwOk. Do we want to see them try to make an attempt toward that? Obviously, if you keep the same things up from last game, you're just going to be down at 9 eliminations again. Do we think we see something kind of changed up, or are they going to pretty much ride with what worked last time?
Yeah, that's definitely interesting because we didn't see the mech. We didn't see them also get attacked by the mech at all.
That's true, yeah.
Right? We saw it there towards the end. We saw EwOk also hop in one as well, but
yeah.
we didn't see them encounter it. We didn't see how they're going to play against it. I assume other players are also trying to encounter and trying to play against it. Again, the minigun, Dan pointed out, a very good counter to the mech.
Yeah, it's just going to shred it.
Yeah, potentially. So, but I think you got to drop somewhere near a mech, possibly. Maybe get one. Maybe have one player.
And maybe
go
even
for
the bait too. That's the thing. Like you can obviously bait it out. I know that was one thing that a lot of players were kind of talking about. Even our discussions were maybe you just land near a mech because it's going to draw a crowd, right, Dan? Right. Surely.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of people battling over it, and you're going to have a lot of people kind of working, cooperatively in order for it. Right. Especially, I've seen some things in some of these streams, and these people testing it out ahead of time.
Yeah.
That you don't always end up with your duo in the mech with you.
Yeah.
So that could be a really interesting scenario here.
It's pretty awkward, I'd imagine, too.
Right? But I could totally see Bucke or EwOk, just send one of them in. You get there just a little bit later. Yep. You hop in the gunner portion of the mech, and then maybe clean up a couple of quick kills, self-destruct it, hop out, have your teammate come in and get the other person when they get out. It could make for an interesting play up front if they really want to go risky for, get those big kills early.
Yeah, 100%, right? It's going to be an interesting kind of conversation that we're going to have throughout the entirety of the day as a matter of, it's not just a matter of the mechs being involved, but Season 10, the amount of mobility that's kind of taken out of the game, how aggressive, how passive do you really want to try and play, but clearly Ninja's feeling hype. We heard him after game number 1. He was letting Bugha know he was getting excited about what they just did, and can they keep it up? A full 100-person lobby ready to go. It's established, and based off of the drop, our main conversation is where are Bucke and EwOk going to do? They're down by 9 coming into this game, and it looks as if Bucke has his eyes, has the line sight seeming to be toward Loot Lake, which is what kind of was the call last time. We'll see if they can maybe be a little bit more fruitful from it this time around and maybe have a little bit more of better luck. And maybe, like we discussed, if they can have that mech around, that can also do some damage. But Bucke off the rip already finding a nice kind of combo there, as that is 2 shots and lands both of them. My goodness.
Yeah, just incredible aim there with that infantry rifle. That's one of those guns that's going to reward players like Bucke that have this incredible aim that you don't really get to see often in Fortnite, right? You've got Bloom, but you pick up a sniper, you pick up that infantry rifle, you're going to see Bucke hit those shots. And you talked about they came back to Loot Lake, but they saw a lot more people landing here this time, maybe 2 teams total. And we're just going to expect them to slay out and pick up, I think, 6, maybe 7 eliminations here so far. I think they can do it.
I'm a little surprised to see that Bucke hasn't thrown on this bush just yet. I guess he's trying to pick up whatever kills he can off the start before everybody else gets looted up. But, gonna lose all of that shield. Maybe he wishes he had that bush on now. Would have saved him that 55 shield.
He's got those shots ready to go. Player just manages to escape out of dodge for the time. I know he's got EwOk not too far away in case he needs some reinforcements, but in the midst of an interesting situation, decides to go and place the bush down. It's not just about being sneaky at this moment. It's just about trying to find as many elims as you can, as maybe even pinging a few players that could be just behind them and ready for the engagements. Bucke, a slim amount of resources, but the fire to get the job done. And there we go. The combat from range gets the work done that's necessary. Thankfully, has a little bit of that zero gravity zone to equate for a few of the, maybe a little bit of the fall damage that could have occurred as well. So good stuff off the rip. And you also notice the mech not too far away here in Loot Lake. So as we discussed, would it be a good idea? Could it really amount to a whole lot? It looks like they got a few things going on here at Loot.
Yeah, you talked about it. The mech's so close. You see Ninja and Bugha picking up eliminations. We're going over the factories finally brought back. You think everyone is going to drop there, right? And you think the majority of the players started Season 4 maybe after the Meteor hit. They didn't get to experience this. It's not the best place for loot. It honestly isn't when you've got 30, 40 people dropping there. Ninja getting shot up by everybody. You see the Chug Splash is going off, but Hot Sauce not able to stay alive there. Again, not the best loot. Ninja is sitting on top of some good loot here. He should be able to easily pick up these elims as these players are running and hiding and trying just to find any bit of reprieve.
And Ninja really couldn't ask for a better loadout in that situation. You saw him. He had the combat shotgun and a pump as well, so he's ready to do, he can take the one shot with the pump if he can manage to land. Words are hard. Manage to land most of the pellets there or the combat. While he's fighting squads, he's going to have to fight 3-4 opponents at a time.
I always like that conversation of like, oh my gosh, Dusty Depot's brought back in the game. Factories are here, and everyone's like, oh yeah, that's not really as great maybe as we had originally hoped it would be. But you notice, there it is, Bucke top right of the screen. Mech in use, and we'll see how this one can be utilized as time goes on because they are desperately trying to make up the elimination disadvantage that they currently face. Some builds already, but Bugha, far too crafty, has the line side, has the idea ready to go, holding on to that high ground, tossing out a few of the stink bombs just to make the enemy feel uncomfortable. And boy, are they when they've got stinks in their face and a guy like Bugha just in front of them. Maybe a little bit of spotty callouts. Ninja trying to give the right word. One player down. And also Bugha has got to be careful. He's brought down to 14 HP. And just as he tries to wrap himself back around, he gets dropped. As we'll see what Ninja can do off the moment of, like we talked about in the first game, he managed to go clutch, picked up Bugha. Can he do it again?
Yeah, that definitely was a little bit of a misplay. Ninja didn't get that call out in time, right? You saw it there. The guy came out of the house. We'll have to see if Ninja just manages. He's going to try to secure these eliminations, right? They're ahead. You want to secure those points. Now, here's what we saw. He's going to try to smartly build back into the house, try to just find some reprieve, try to get the shots. He's playing peekaboo with this player in the window. The shots going down. He's losing a lot of shield. He needs to find a way to that reboot card and quick, but he's getting stunk, and you don't want to be farted on here in these situations. Steel going down, but elimination after elimination coming through, but there's no Sypher. We're not in arena mode. This player trying to go aggressive, but not going to be able to do so. Ninja very low, 1 HP. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. This player trying to phase through the ramp. Ninja has got to get out of there quickly because he is not long for this world.
What a clutch right there. We saw Ninja walk into that fight. Looked like he had about 9 builds. And now, look at him. He's sitting there. Decent wood, decent brick. Like you said, though, Clay, 1 HP. He is definitely not comfortable and no healing. No shields, no HP. I'm not sure if there might be a campfire nearby or anything, or if he can clean something out of that loot. Looks like the campfire already got taken away from him. Somebody beat him to the punch. And he's got a long way to go for his nearest reboot van as well.
Surely no way he can get out of this. Like, literally 1 bullet. Someone even just sees him and might do enough damage. My goodness, Ninja. A lot of work to be done, but he's still doing damage from afar, and he's also trying to be aware of his flank. My goodness, Ninja, a lot of work to do. Thankfully, he's got Bucke nearby, but I have to say he does have Bucke with him, which could take a little bit of the pressure off, but I'd imagine he's going to be there to try to grab all of those items because they know how weak he is, and based off the top left of our screen, we can see that Ninja is getting back more in the HP game. So thankfully for him and Bugha, they will live on, but you notice in the midst of Ninja trying to escape from that fight, he cannot go for that card. They both hop inside of the mech just to make sure that they're going to be clear on that end. So getting out of dodge, maybe trying to escape, a good call for them, and what an opportunity it is no longer to have the Fortnite World Cup solo champion in the lobby anymore.
Yeah, and this is actually, it's both bad and great for Ninja, right? Because all that loot that was there, now he can be a little bit of a loot goblin, maybe gain that shield, maybe regain some more HP. He's going to have to put, like, the team on his back if he wants to continue going. Again, they were up 9 eliminations going into this match. You see up, math is hard, but someone can do it for me in the chat, 12 eliminations. So now all onus and all pressure is on Bucke and EwOk as they're flying around in the mech. Like, can they find the people?
Yeah, they're going to have to wipe out about half of the remaining folks in this lobby just to catch up. Definitely a tall order, but if anything's going to do it, the Brute might be able, but not if Ninja finds him first. We know from past experience, if you've hopped in his stream or if you followed him on Friday Fortnite before, that he is comfortable solo squatting, especially when you put a minigun in his hands, as he's just going to tear apart your builds and send you right back onto the lobby. And he finds some shields out of it.
I think that was from Northwest.
Yeah, he barely blocked that snipe there. I don't know if you saw it there, but literally last second block saves his life and the game.
Definitely would have put an awkward situation there. Still gonna, force Bucke and EwOk to come back, but if Ninja's putting pressure on throughout the rest of this game, he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with. Oh, he can't quite pick that one up. The quickscope not quite gonna connect on this player hiding behind the shack.
Oh man.
Oof, that's a scary thing to try to engage Ninja in a sniper battle.
That's for sure. Getting up close now. He's ready for these fights. Player just trying to stay alive right now in the 1v, rather in the 1x1. As Ninja looks to engage, like I said, he's got a crowd behind him. A crowd of very happy people who could be somewhat disappointed if he were to drop. You hear the shot. The trap actually does get engaged, and he quickly tries to grab as many of these minis as he can. And now he gets a moment to breathe, a moment to relax around the cozy campfire, but still a lot of work to be done. Like we discussed, Bucke and EwOk, they're not out of this one just yet. Their job is to engage. They have the weapons. They have the weapon of mass destruction to get it done, as we see them in the bottom right of our screen actually battling another mech. It's like Transformers going on. Maybe even Titanfall, a number of different references that you can make, but Ninja, this is a crucial frag for him to find, and he looks to be in a good position to most likely do it. Where's the edit? Looks as if he's making sure that he fine-tunes it the right way, but player comes on the flank. Can he escape? And he does! Just with 23 HP, Ninja has been so clutch up to this point. Double campfire. My word, Tyler Blevins does it again.
Yeah, I mean, and he's no stranger to it, especially in Friday Fortnite. He had that LMG clutch, I believe, when King Richard went down, went on, 25 elimination spree. So the man knows how to do it, especially Dan mentioned comfortable solo squatting. You got to think that Bucke and EwOk are feeling the pressure. They're thinking, we got to get as many eliminations as we can. EwOk just going in for the double edits. It's going to go down, unfortunately, but Bucke nearby not going to be able to save her. So now we're in a 1v1 versus Bucke and Ninja. They've got more eliminations on Ninja's side. Bucke going for the Instagram clip, just trying to get those shots on there, is going to get the player down. But at this point, I think it's too late to even try to go for the reboot.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, at this point in the game, you're thinking about, okay, hey, like, can I get my teammate up? We'll be in a good situation to do it. And the amount of time, right, that kind of goes away, the time that ticks away in order to get this accomplished. I think at this moment, you're thinking, okay, reboot van probably out of it. If I happen to be in a situation, I can go for it. But generally, this is a race, right? This is a situation where you're putting it in an uncomfortable spot, and you have to kind of do the impossible.
Yeah, and right now, you see Bucke going back for the mech. He's going to use it mostly for mobility, though. He didn't seem like he was comfortable shifting from that driver's seat to the gunner position in order to engage that fight. I think maybe if he had done that, he could have cleaned up his elimination a little faster and got back to help EwOk, if not to save her from getting down, at least to destroy some of their opponent's builds, something like that. But now you see him, he's just using it here to get around a little faster. Might even pick up a fresh mech, it looks like. A fresh mech and a supply drop just a little bit to his north. What a gift this could be with only 16 eliminations left in the lobby. Unless they can grab that reboot card, Bucke might be in a bit of trouble here.
And I think that mech, is it in use? It looks as if it's moving. So yeah, this could be a good opportunity, but one that could allow for him to use his best item, if you will, which is going to be the Brute at this moment. Is there a third one that just gets involved in the mix? So we've got three mechs all around this position, and here we go. He's may have to try and retreat back to his own, and that's the thing, right? The one positive is that he's in a mech, but at the same time, the enemy could have two players in those positions. And here we go. Decides to go and hopbound out, and he does take down one. So good fight off the break. Immediately receiving a few rockets, and oh my gosh! That is the power of Brute, folks, is that will take down Bucke and should progress Ninja and Bugha to the next round, as they've got to be feeling good. We'll see Ninja's live reactions because it's a little bit delayed. We'll see his reaction to this. Once he realizes the game is done, he knows they've got to be feeling good at this moment. That's a 30-17 victory, and that's a pretty good one, I'll be honest, in these early stages versus a very talented team like Bucke and EwOk are.
Yeah, I didn't think the mechs were going to be that big of an issue in the second game. I knew it was going to come down to whether or not Bugha and Ninja were going to stay alive. And Ninja, we saw a 1 HP clutch come through from him.
Yeah.
The man is just unbeatable at this point.
Well, and frankly, I think if you could ask Ninja right now, he was probably pretty excited that he got down to 1 HP.
Probably
He's
was.
a performer. He's here in front of Lollapalooza crowd. He's got people screaming from behind him. He was ready to put on a show. You're going to see him again right here in this house. He drops the shotgun. He picks up the mats. He collects the kills. He's getting, the materials. He's getting fresh ammo every time he confirms these kills. And he's making sure that if he does go down, he's still secured that point for his team.
Exactly. And that was the big thing at different moments. Even if in game 1 he doesn't go for the revive on Bugha, it's a totally different game. I mean, we could argue if both of those clutches don't happen the way that they did, it's a much different game. It maybe goes the opposite direction, and we're looking at Bugha and Ninja to already be in the losers bracket. But Clay, like I said, clutches from time to time, they can equal you out to a fantastic situation, which is what we saw just right here. But at the end, man, I felt so bad for Bucky. He did everything he could in that spot, right? Takes down one player who was already destroyed in one of the brutes. He quickly tries to hop back in his zone, and he just feels the wrath of the amount of rockets that were coming toward his direction. So an unfortunate spot for him to get taken down, but one of the many teams that are already down in the losers bracket as of this moment. As we're looking here on toward winners round 2, what we actually see, Highsky and Slappie being taken down in the first round, so they'll be in losers bracket. We also see DuckyTheGamer and Maddynf also in losers bracket. We've got LG Problem and Alex along with Cizzorz and Bizzle, and then toward the bottom side as well, we've got the FIFA boys, Nick28T NepentheZ, along with Royalistic and Thorbin. And it looks toward the bottom as well. One thing that we were kind of questioning, even one that you were bringing up, Dan, could CourageJD Arkhram take down the Titans, if you will, and MrSavage Benjyfishy? Unfortunately, it seems as if not. So we've got a pretty interesting kind of setup here for winners round 2. I got my eye on that Nickmercs Sypher versus Mongraal and Dubs game. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, I agree. One of the players that surprised me that didn't get through was Bizzle and Cizzorz.
Yeah.
Right, Bizzle's amazing, phenomenal competitive player. Cizzorz as well, had his run in competitive, is known for those death runs, but they're both still phenomenal Fortnite players, and they get first rounded. Now they're in the losers bracket. They're going to have to make an incredible run to get out of there.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Cizzorz and Bizzle go pretty far in this losers bracket, though.
Yeah.
I got to hop in his stream the other day for Cizzorz, and I was rewatching, and he said he's been a little rusty, but he was definitely excited that the depot was back, relearning some of his old rotations and getting a feel for this map, as it has regressed to some of that former glory that he knows so well. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see him heat up as he gets a little more comfortable back in the BR, not in the creative mode that he's most famous for.
Exactly. Like I said, a lot of damage to be done when it comes down to that losers bracket, even more teams to come. But let's go and take a look at another matchup that we've got going on right now in terms of the winners round 1 side of things. We've actually got TSM Myth and Zexrow currently facing off against Kaz Tenser and Kaz. I believe this is going to be game number 2. In terms of this game, like I said, we'll try to add up those things as time goes on. We apologize for not knowing those scores, but we'll try to get them as soon as we have the opportunity to do so. Based off the lobby, we can see that Zexrow currently down and out. However, that's not stopping Myth from trying to take down a few brutes along the way.
Yeah, he hit that snipe on him, did a nice 157 to the head, and you saw Kaz and Tenser immediately start to shockwave over. Myth just trying to play the long-range battle. Maybe he can bait a shot onto one of his opponents, right? Maybe he can bait Kaz or Tenser to take a shot and just get eliminated, but that mech going to cause a lot. He's hitting shots left and right. Myth is playing very well. You didn't even see Zexrow's reboot card, though, nearby. So maybe they split, maybe they didn't, but Myth, now in a situation by himself, he's got that mech nearby. He needs to get out as soon as possible. Make sure that his opponents die first because they've got no shield. And it doesn't look like they may have something to heal themselves with, but they are looking very, very worse for wear.
Yeah, Myth probably in a spot that he can just go for war of attrition there. We'll see Tenser here trying to grab that big pot, helping him out. He's only got 26 HP. Definitely in a tight situation. I'm not sure if there's enemies around. And just as I say that, here comes a nice volley from the mech. Those 10 missiles will really wreck your day. And right there, FaZe Kaz gonna drop. We'll see if Tenser can get something done here while the mech is just stopping all these builds. And he got an elimination out of that, though. That confirmed a kill for him.
Oh, but he's taking so much damage as he's trying to get down the mountain. And unfortunately, as he tries to hop on the bounce pad, his builds get destroyed and the mech will take down another opponent. Now, we'll watch Myth's perspective, because I know we're still in the midst of trying to add up these scores. I know we referenced earlier, since Zexrow was down, did that mean that since they were splitting, was that them being down coming into this second game, or is it just a matter of, you know, like I said, us joining in a little bit late? Maybe Myth just couldn't go for the reboot because of how many players were just in front of him. So we'll wait to kind of see how all that goes. Based off Myth's reaction, he's not calming down. He's not pretty calm, cool, and collected. He's moving forward as if they are down right now. So we'll go and treat it as if it is pretty much neck and neck at this moment. Nice pyramid comes through and pretty much singles out one opponent who had a good idea in mind, but really couldn't get much more done than that. Myth dropping one, and a lot more work still to do toward the top of that mountain. And with that zone just on the back, I'll have to be careful.
Yeah, and just beautiful. That player did not play ground enough to go up against TSM's Myth. But I mentioned it. You saw Myth immediately disengage as soon as he saw that mech come towards him. So it separated Kaz and Tenser from him. Now it's on him, right? The pressure is on. There's 13 other people in the lobby. You see this mech in the zone. I don't think they're trying to learn the controls or something.
They're so comical.
Yeah, I mean, this player just going to campfire out in the open. This should be an easy elim for Myth. If he hits the snipe, not going to be able to. 1 HP. Needs to be careful. I don't think that player really knows how to use the mech.
Oh my God.
But you may not know how to use it, but as long as you can left click, you get some damage over. Myth just trying to secure these eliminations. I don't know if he's up, down, left, or right of these players' score, but he needs to find some more eliminations.
You know, I think Myth was just taking a moment to test there. He was trying to see if he could shoot the rockets and if that would, you know, make them blow up or save himself.
Oh, man.
These things are crazy, though. There's so much mobility. There's so much damage. And, I mean, like you said, Clay, you don't even necessarily have to know how to drive it. As long as you can hold left for long enough to charge up 10 rockets, you're going to take down structures and you're going to eliminate players.
I admire Myth, though. I mean, he stared the eyes down of those rockets. He was like, I'm ready to engage upon this. And I think he may be watching that stream a little bit later, watching a few unfortunate situations for a few of our other opponents, but maybe trying to think about what just occurred for him as well. But that mech still existing. Maybe a few more on top of that. It just misses that one player, unfortunately. And I think based off what we're being told, it is in fact that Myth has won this game. So that is somewhat of a positive. Like I said, we're trying to figure out the scores coming into this game. How are things kind of lining out? So that is going to be a positive. Regardless if that mech would have taken him down, he still would have been good. So maybe that allows for him to do more testing, and maybe to allow for himself to stare at those rockets. It's like, hey, if I were to drop, no big deal. Just get this game done a little bit earlier. But that's a huge win for them versus a talented group versus Kaz and Co, Tenser and whatnot from FaZe. That's a good team, but Myth and Zexrow, I think, together could actually be a really, really talented duo together. I know we were kind of mentioning in the pre-show, discussing, kind of young talent or more of the World Cup qualifiers along with kind of like these veterans who kind of have that voice. I think those two kind of fill both of those roles.
Yeah, I agree. I think it comes down to, like, if Zexrow is comfortable letting Myth lead, right? Like, because Myth is older than Zexrow, to my knowledge. Like, is that dynamic going to come into effect of someone being older than you, telling you what you're doing? But first game, it worked, so.
Yeah, it definitely does. We'll have to see if that can be a continuous trend or not, but it's obviously going to be a lot of fun. Like we said, a few teams are already dropping toward the losers bracket. Feel free to let us know your guys' reactions right now, either in the Twitch chat or by also using the hashtag, Friday Fortnite on Twitter. But we're going to go to a quick little commercial break. When we return, it's time for Winners Round 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7, as we are live here from the UMG studio. Our round 1 games are through, and it's now time to hop in toward our next round. As we've got a few games ready to go, some interesting ones lined up. One that we're going to be talking about next, guys, is going to be what? We've got Aydan and Sway versus Benjyfishy and MrSavage. Now, our main conversation throughout most of the day has been like, oh man, some of these major matchups. This is without question a major matchup. I mean, looking at both of these teams, it would not surprise anybody if these guys were, or either of these duos were in winners semis, winners finals, maybe even in grand finals.
Yeah, to go up against each other this early on, it's It's rough. It's gonna someone's favorite competitor is gonna get knocked out. On one side, you've got two controller gods in Sway and Aydan, and on the other, you've got Benjyfishy, you've got Savage, the European duo. It's gonna come down to server performance as well, right? Who is getting first host? If you get first host, you better absolutely slay out, because once it switches over, that 100 ping, it's not going to be fun to play on.
Oh, most definitely. If you've got these guys, Mr. Fishy or Mr. Savage and Benjyfishy, getting a little mixed up in my head. If you got these guys go and have a good first match, and they get second host, they're just going to dominate because not only are they now going to have ping advantage, but if they already can get up on kills, anything like that. And I know in Season 10, there's been a lot of server issues that people aren't quite comfortable. There's some hitching going on. You might see that there's some edits that just don't go through, things like that. And a lot of that is coming from just sort of the graphical performance. So if you combine that with having to play on an EU ping for North America players, it's just going to be a rough time.
Right, for sure, right? I mean, the ping, I know it's not a conversation we normally have, I mean, in terms of like the kind of the pre-show, but that actually is going to play a huge factor with both of these teams, how talented they are. That's obviously going to play, you know, kind of a major kind of key role in terms of which team is going to kind of succeed off the start. And my big thing, too, when it comes down to this particular matchup is we were kind of discussing in the pre-show, or rather just kind of having a few conversations in terms of how teams are going to be kind of looking. And one thing that I think is going to be great, and I think you were actually mentioning it, Clay, was a matter of Aydan, you know, his kind of normal duo happens to be Sean, fantastic builder. And not that I'm trying to say this is an upgrade, but Sway, what has he been known for? I mean, the major thing that people have talked about is, oh, he's only creative player, he can only do this. And then he, you know, in week 2 comes out with 28 eliminations in one game to show that he's not just all talk, he actually is the real deal. So he and Aydan together, I think, could be one of those duos who not only just kind of, you know, fit both of those roles, but much like we were discussing earlier, having the guy who has a lot of raw skill along with kind of an IGL, that's going to be a scary combo. And if you're on the side of energy here, it's not going to be an easy one.
No, I definitely agree. Like you said, usually Sean is the one that builds for Aydan in those late game situations.
Right.
But Aydan, not a what's it called? Not a what's the word I'm looking for?
A bad builder, or
no, not used to being a pub stomper.
There
right?
you go. Yeah.
Aydan, he's played in these games before. And back when all the skirmishes were happening, right? You did have high level players, but Aydan made them look like they were just bots. To be fair,
really did,
Aydan just put on a show. And I'm looking for him to do it again. I mean, that he's an entertainer. Sway, like you said, massively amazing creative player.
Sure. Yeah.
The build just, they call him Faceway 90s for a reason, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing it, but someone's favorite's going to get knocked out here.
For sure. And obviously on the other side, Dan, the big conversation is obviously we can't harp necessarily on the NRG guys. They are Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 1 champions. They are going to be a very difficult team to face off against, because while we're giving some credit to Aydan and Sway at this moment, they've got a very talented team on the other side, guys who are at the World Cup, and they're also a duo that has worked with each other previously, right? I mean, MrSavage Benjyfishy, they go hand in hand. Aydan and Sway, this is their first time playing in Friday Fortnite together, so while we are giving them some credit, the other thing that you could be looking at is not just ping, but also chemistry, because MrSavage Benji, they probably got their landing spots already kind of on deck. They pretty much already had that communication that you'd like to argue maybe the other side may not have as much.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, MrSavage and Benjyfishy, they had a pretty solid performance at the World Cup. I know that they were definitely considered as one of the top contenders, possibly.
Right.
You know, they come in 14th overall together, and then they place, you know, 29th and 25th respectively in the solo World Cup.
Right.
So they've got a lot of really high-level competitive experience under their belt in just the last week. You know, coming off that, they're probably excited about Season 10, bringing back maybe some of their old favorite spots, something like that, but also just a chance to come back to, you know, public games.
Right.
They get to just stomp on some people. Hopefully.
Exactly. I mean, you can kind of take a little bit of that maybe aggression, all that hard work that you've been kind of generating toward, what was it? Oh, yeah, $30 million tournament. There's a lot of pressure that I'm sure comes into that one, so that absolutely could be kind of weighing on them a little bit. I know when it comes into placements, they haven't looked great as of recently. They've actually kind of progressively gotten worse since week number 1, which was their victory. They placed top 12, top 32 was actually their performance in week number 4. So I think over time, this could be their opportunity, their chance to say, you know what, we've kind of had our negative performances, but this is the time to turn things around. This is our opportunity to kind of get rid of all that stuff. The Fortnite World Cup is over. We can kind of not stress as much, and we can kind of focus on our game plan. So I'm excited to see how this one really goes. I think this is going to be a phenomenal matchup. But it looks as if off the break, Aydan and Sway making their way over toward Mega Mall, which isn't a bad call by any means. This is actually kind of one of the more higher level places of interest for those who maybe are new to Friday Fortnite. And I think on the other side, was that a tilted drop actually from Energy?
I believe it was. They looked at first like they might have been going to Shifty, but looks like they decided to go to Neo Tilted.
Yeah, I definitely think they're dropping here for the slipstreams, right? I don't think there are going to be a lot of eliminations here. Not a lot of players like these spots on the map. I've talked to a lot of players in just public matches, random duos, whatever it be, but it's not the same. It doesn't have the same nostalgia feel. The loot is just different, and it's bigger. And they are going to find some eliminations here. That player, I don't know if he could tell left from right there, but he did get eliminated. But again, like I don't think that it's going to work. But as you pointed out right there, Savage already down, Benji very low. Something's going to have to happen here on Benji's side to get this player up.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big reasons why folks haven't been so keen on Neo Tilted, is because it makes for these kinds of awkward fights where, you know, you have to deal with the escalators, the building isn't always comfortable. I think that might be playing into this a little bit for Benjyfishy and MrSavage here. You know, he's low HP. He does have 100 shield, though, so hopefully Benjyfishy can make it to his teammate in time. But he's got somebody in his box, and there's a drum gun on the other side. He does have the drum shotgun to combat it. Not quite going to make it, though.
Yeah, and I think that's a mech coming through. You see Benji immediately run away, disengage as quick as possible. You saw the mech fly through on your screen. He's finding everybody, finding him, and he's going to go down.
Wow.
Looks like someone took the L on him, and the karma got back to them. But Savage and Fishy down the first round. Now it's up to Sway and Aydan to get as many eliminations as they can, because this is essentially a free match for them.
Yeah, right. I mean, whenever we've kind of seen the situation in previously, we always discuss it is kind of a matter of extra credit, right? You have pretty much the entirety of the map to roam free. You have the entirety of the rest of this game to pretty much just find every elimination as possible. But what an opportunity this is for Sway and Aydan, right? You can kind of take this one a little bit slower. Obviously, you know, now with the lack of mobility kind of being involved, you kind of have to play a little bit slower, no matter if you wanted to previously or not. But since they kind of had those slipstreams, they kind of play their game and somewhat relax, right? That is kind of a nice little factor when it comes down to this game. It's not a worrisome of like, oh, where's the enemy? Where are they going to be at? But they also need to make sure that they are staying alive, because in turn, if they were to drop, that entire advantage pretty much goes out of the window. But doing well off the rip, like I said, a place like Mega Mall, not a bad spot by any means. It is kind of more of a sign of aggressiveness, but at least for the boys on Energy, it did not seem to pan out the way that they would have intended. Maybe trying to counter Mega Mall and say, you know what, we're going to go to a tier up in terms of aggressiveness. We'll actually make our way to Neo Tilted. It did not work out for them, but we'll see if it can maybe change up a little bit, as we hear traps maybe being engaged upon is a little bit too close for comfort as Aydan. I think those might be a few rockets, maybe some splodes being fired in off the rip, and you just see an enemy being tagged up and knocked. That's a huge play coming in from Sway. Knowledge gained, and it's only going to continue. Look at this.
Yeah, I think he found 3 players that just sat in that. I think Aydan called out. There's 3 of them, and he threw those stink grenades, and they didn't even move. I hate to say it, but that was probably the easiest elimination Sway has ever gotten, as he finds another one there. I think the last player there alive, maybe a couple more, but those eliminations, you don't find them often, but you love to see them happen for the team you're rooting for.
Well, and I mean, that's what we were talking about. These guys, they get to take a little pressure off their shoulders. MrSavage and Benjyfishy already down. So this just means that, you know, they can relax, have a nice, calm game, you know, drop a casual 15, 20 bomb, you know, like as you do.
Like, as they do.
Right, evidently. Not as I do, but, you know, we're seeing it happen here, and they're making it look easy. Using those stink grenades really effectively, you know, that's one of the biggest things with these build fights and with these squad battles as a duo, is that you need these items that help take space away from your opponent. You know, you're only 2 people fighting 2, 3, 4, so it's worth doing anything to take space.
Stiff right now, Sway trying to spawn a few players in the parking lot of Mega Mall. Seems to be having some success, but in the midst of this game going on, we obviously want to try to check out a few others as well, just based on the fact that this is kind of a dominant performance. We want to take a look at a few other games that we've got going on right now in Winners Round 2. So much so that we've got Kamo and Issa facing off against FaZe, FunkBomb, and NateHill. Now, this is going to be a super interesting match to watch as well, and clearly it's a fun one. Issa stomping on everybody in sight, and that is kind of more of the positives. I think we've seen more of the negatives come through from the mech off the brick, and the fact that we're kind of seeing it in their hands. I think it kind of relieves a little bit of stress once you've kind of got it in your grasps.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they can just walk around the map with such confidence. They don't have to get out of this. They're just going to call it, hey, we're going to go this way. Let's look for any more players. That's 2 or 3 easy eliminations there for them. Looks like those players might have just gotten the reboot. So just waiting. They literally stomped on top of them and just used the rocket. They're going to get caught in the slipstream, but I think they're sitting well. You see a couple elimination going over the FaZe duo, but this Ghost duo in a mech, I would be running scared.
Oh, most definitely. And not only that, but, like, they're going to have the opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Wow. All right. Both duos rocking mechs right now. And they're just going to be so good to farm materials with. You know, you see the FaZe folks are down on shields a little bit. Funk and NateHill both sitting at 50 shields. But they're going to be able to farm plenty of mats and plenty of kills right here. Oh, they get the yoinked. Looked like maybe. Oh, no. Funk does get that knock as the Ghost mech. And they're just going for mech fights. Now, I'd be scared enough to run into a full squad of professional players, but 2 mechs piloted by professionals? No, thank you. No, thank you.
Oh, my gosh. This is absurd, man. I mean, it absolutely is. I mean, you look and we see, like, okay, Ghost, Kamo, and Issa, they've got one, and then we just round the corner. Oh, look at that. You know, FunkBomb and NateHill. Oh, they're together. Oh, they're taking down everybody in sight. No one can literally escape to shelter because they've already stomped on everything and that seems to be nearby. This is just crazy to witness right now. The ultimate rotation, the ultimate, whatever you want to call it, tool, the harvesting tool, it automatically will give you those as well. And I got to say, I'm really excited to see NateHill and FunkBomb play alongside each other, but versus a squad like Kamo and Issa, it's not going to be easy because we discussed, right, in kind of the prior weeks, NateHill last week, or rather in week 6, played with HD, ends up getting that runner-up position. And then kind of the week prior to that, he actually played with FunkBomb, right? It's kind of the typical duo, and they were so dominant toward, or rather with each other, that they probably had the most dominant performance in history, and we're actually seeing some mechs fight break through. Issa has to be careful of his position, and kind of the overall story arc has been for FaZe. They have easy game number 1s because their opponents get a little bit too aggressive. It looks as if right now Issa desperately trying to escape as a mech has taken down another one of our competitors. Kamo down for the count. He's yet to be fully eliminated. Regardless, though, that's not going to stop Issa from trying to do some damage from afar here.
Yeah, it looked like Issa and Kamo both hopped out to try to boogie bomb the other mech, and then another one came in and caused havoc, able to get out and just destroy these players. He should either be able to get Kamo up or at least get the reboot card. He's a phenomenal player. He's showing you right here. He does pick up another elimination. He's got a lot of players down, if not very, very weak. He could just clean up, get in there with those. Oh, my God, gets another elimination. Everybody over there is just fighting, and they have no shields, and Issa is just cleaning them up. He's like the janitor coming up, mopping through, and now he's got 84 seconds to get that reboot card. He's sitting very well, very comfortable. His teammate might be down, but he sees another squad come in. I think they might have seen him. And you see him as, yeah, they're 90ing up. They do see him. But that player, oh, my God, goes down, but his teammate takes out Issa. So now, like you mentioned, the FaZe members have got the advantage in this match.
Most definitely. They're going to have free reign. And we know from some of the past Friday Fortnites that FaZe, Funk, and NateHill are not going to let Issa and Kamo have any mercy.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, these guys are totally capable. There's 28 folks left in the lobby for them to find kills on. I guess 27 now. That's 27 kills that could very easily end up in their column.
Oh, yeah, right. We've talked about it and be like, oh, you know, Greg, they have 20 elims possible. They legitimately find most of them, which is really scary to think about. And this is kind of the narrative that has been the reason why they were so dominant, kind of in their weak run when they won Friday Fortnite 2019 was a matter of everybody dropped early. Everybody played a little bit too aggressive. They kind of got out of their comfort zone, and that was the big positive for them was, okay, no big deal. I mean, it got to the point where, at least on broadcast, we were discussing, was this in fact the most dominant Friday Fortnite championship of all time, considering that on broadcast, they dropped once. Like, one player was knocked one time, which is crazy to think about. So even before reboots were a thing, that would be an impressive stat line. So for these guys, they've got pretty much the entirety of the end game to find the elims. And as that number in the top right starts to kind of diminish, your opportunity of seeing those players starts to rise, right? Because the storm or the circles start to kind of enclose a little bit. Your opportunity of interest, the kind of play zone starts to shrink. So they're going to have a really great opportunity to really kind of clean these up. But this is a situation where it's not a team that has never been here before. This is their specialty, right? This is where they thrive, and we'll see if they can do it again here.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is like the most lackadaisical match you're going to see here from them. They don't have any pressure. They're already up in the match on eliminations, so the traps coming out. NateHill, very, very, very good with the traps. He's got this player trapped in the box. They do manage to squeak out, but not for much longer. That John Wick caught between a rock and a hard place, and now that hard place was NateHill shotgun there, as he's going to finish that player. His teammate trying desperately to get his teammate up, but no, just again, rock and a hard place, and NateHill knows what to do with it.
Yeah, definitely rocking the combat shotgun there to some high effectiveness. Oh, and you can see there that FunkBomb has got plenty of mobility with those shockwave grenades.
Yeah.
So they're going to be able to get around the map real quick and hopefully find a few more of these kills. You can see Funk's already found 8 for himself.
What an interesting inventory.
Yeah.
Who has 3 big pots, 3 chug splashes, and 6 shockwave grenades?
Yeah, he's definitely being the support player, right?
I mean, yeah.
It happens. In some duos, you're like, hey, I'm not carrying any heals. You're carrying it all. You saw NateHill had a buggy bomb at one point, almost four guns. So NateHill, being the aggressor, Funk definitely the support player right now. But a lot of these competitive players only need 2 guns.
Yeah.
This is a normal loadout for a competitive game,
That's
and they're
true.
rocking it in a public match. This guy didn't even know that the wall was taken, and I'm sorry, but back to the lobby he goes. And this should just be more eliminations here for the FaZe boys.
Yeah, definitely looking like an opportunity there. And, you know, even if they were to take a bit of damage, the campfire was freshly popped. So definitely making use of this up here on Stream Sniper Mountain, or whatever you want to call it necessarily. Looking to take this high ground back, though, as FunkBomb gonna use one of his shockwave nades and grabs it easily. He's way up there in the sky now and just gonna get to drop on his opponent, using that AR to spam it out. Like we talked about, he only has the combat shotgun and the AR, so it's gonna be a little more difficult for him to take some of these walls and things, but no problem, as he's just gonna knock out the ramp, take away the high ground entirely so no one can go take it off of him. We'll see here if NateHill can manage to help out.
Ooh, gets popped from the side, down to 42 HP. He does have 0 ping, so he's able to get the wall, but that man edited it out really quickly. So whoever this person they're playing against is definitely very skilled. This player just gets caught in the box. NateHill should be able to finish it up, but no! Pump to the face, and Funk goes down as well.
Wow. And you see their reactions kind of very similar to ours. I mean, they were totally caught off guard. I mean, we were even calling out, okay, they're kind of toward, you know, that mountainside. They're going to be pretty well off. This should be pretty much their game, or their kind of fights to take. And no, not at all. That was a very, very solid team. And kind of from beginning to end, it was filled with shenanigans. It was filled with interesting moments, we'll say it lightly, right, when the mech is involved in the overall fight. But Kamo Issa, they go down somewhat early, and like we talked about, you know, FunkBomb and NateHill, they got some work done whenever they had the map pretty much free to themselves, but probably not as much as they would like to have, because we talked about, I mean, if they were to kind of finalize that game, they are without question feeling good. The problem with facing off against a team like Kamo and Issa is that they have no problem ramping up their style. They have no problem playing even more aggressive than how they did in that last game. Neo, Tilted, Megamall, whatever it may be, splitting. They have no issue doing that. So while it is somewhat of a comfortable kind of moving forward if you are NateHill and Funk, I think for the most part they're still going to be somewhat aware of what the enemy likes to do. And if they give a little bit too much freedom to Kamo and Issa, they're going to take it.
Yeah, and I've talked about this a lot when my competitive casts, but
yeah,
measured aggression, right? FunkBomb and NateHill were just too aggressive there and not in the right spot, and they came across a team that they definitely would have wanted to come across late game.
Right.
They definitely would not have wanted to take them on early as they got destroyed almost.
Right.
I mean, NateHill was only at, what, like a 92 effective HP, but it wasn't enough.
Right. It wasn't. That's for sure. And then I don't know what exactly happened to FunkBomb. I think he was on the backside of the storm, so I'm not sure if he was like kind of in the mix of that along with taking some fire. But clearly they were just overwhelmed there, Dan.
Right. And it looked like you could see him spraying out that high ground he had previously controlled, and it looked like fairly uncontested. So I suppose that maybe he lost track of his opponent, couldn't quite find him. He managed to get that cheeky angle from the side and just give him a full blast with a shotgun. You know, I don't know what happened there for FunkBomb, but obviously it wasn't too good. He and Nate were split. So,
and that's not normally something that happens for them. I know we were kind of referencing, and I feel like we've almost been giving the caster curse far too much, at least as of recent. It was like, oh, you know, Kamo Issa, they're a really good team. Instantly take it down. Oh my gosh, you know, FunkBomb and NateHill, last time they played, I think one of them dropped once. Okay, well, they both go down. So there's that. But I think for them, they, like I said, this was a very rare case in a situation where they normally kind of ride out the end of that game. They take it. So I think for both of these parties, they're a little bit kind of jarred after that last one. But hey, being down 15-6, it's not the worst thing in the world for Kamo and Issa. I think they can kind of rest assured that the score could have been much worse if, you know, given the right opportunity. But like I said, for these guys, we know what they're kind of capable of. We know how dominant they can be. My question is what is the landing location going to look like? Are they going to try to prefer a mech, or were they going to still go over toward a place like Tilted, or maybe a place like Mega Mall? And it looks as if based off of the vantage point right now, they have their eyes on Mega, which we talk about, one of the only locations still with those slipstreams. Those do give a key advantage. And it looks as if on the other side, NateHill and FunkBomb, they're not straying that far away either. They're kind of keeping their wits about themselves, kind of being aware of what the enemy likes to do. But we'll see if Kamo and Issa can start off hot.
Yeah, it looks like NateHill and Funk are actually splitting. So you see one Mega Mall Poverty, one on top of that mountain where they actually got eliminated last game. So if someone gets a wild hair and pushes the wrong team, they could go down. But you got to think they're playing a little bit more passively than they were before. Issa and Kamo definitely have to play aggressive. You see already getting elimination there is Kamo. At the doghouse, they finally got that renovation and got the basement. But I got to think that Mega Mall was the right drop. It was first off the bus. I didn't see how many players landed in. I personally don't like Mega Mall. I think it's a terrible drop. But that slipstream is going to allow for so much more mobility when there is none.
Well, and beyond that, like, for NateHill and FaZe Funk, they're going to be able to maybe steal some kills, stop some rotations into Mega Mall, all those kinds of things. And, you know, they're going to really just get to put some pressure on Issa and Kamo and make sure they don't get too comfortable, they don't get too much loot, all of that. And as I say it, Issa going to pick up 2 kills back-to-back, no problem, using that AR. Going to clean them up with the drum shotgun just so that they can grab all the loot and a couple of new weapons. The loadout looking good here. A drum gun, boogie bomb, got all kinds of stuff. The shockwaves for the extra mobility, no problem there. Is this blue AR doing work for Issa?
Well, I love that call. Right? I think Issa was just next to kind of that wall. He pretty much heard the steps just on the other side, decided to go ahead and utilize the shockwave grenade and just melts another, as that's going to be 5 eliminations off the start in Mega. Like we talked about, this could be a location where you get a little bit too aggressive. You can easily find yourself being taken back to the respawn screen, relying on your squad mate to hopefully get toward a reboot car, but they are not slowing up. Kamo instantly firing away kind of toward that top side point of view. He seems to be in a pretty good spot, however, knows that flanks could be inbound. Maybe trying to utilize those air vents as one player tries to go toward the skies, but maybe even makes a basket on the other end, but still to no avail. Not a whole lot of mats, but still trying to venture out as there goes another. And it looks as if more eliminations inbound. Shockwave grenades continuing to be in usage. Ghost in a pretty good spot. And like I said, these guys, they're feeling good. They're feeling confident. This is their element right here.
Yeah, luckily Issa did get that elim. The boogie bomb's coming out from Kamo. Kamo almost actually went down there. He didn't have a shotgun ammo. His drum shotgun was not reloaded. Luckily that player, like you said, scored the basket, went away from him. If he would have been in his face aggressive, I think he would have gone down. That's so many eliminations there for them. I believe that's 9. So a massive game. Already, I think, may have made up most of the deficit there from the first game. As you see Funk and NateHill at the factories, they did split and finally get back together. The shots coming out from the enemy team, they're hitting. but they're not doing enough damage. As Funk has the high ground. He is getting broken down here, though. Does not have a lot of builds. Only 7 total builds left for him. Now make that 6. He's got to find somebody. He's got to find elimination. He doesn't want to just go down here.
I think more than anything, Funk needs to find another gun is what I was about to say, but then he's taking that suppressed SMG, no problem picking up the elimination on the player trying to contest him for the high ground. He doesn't need mats if he doesn't let him get close enough for the build battle, as he picks up 2 back-to-back. That drum shotgun and that suppressed SMG doing work, even though they're just the gray variety. And he's going to have a nice little pile of loot waiting for him on the other side of this wall. But what I was thinking here at the beginning of this was that NateHill and FunkBomb were going to try to put some pressure on Issa and Kamo and let them take some early engagements in Mega Mall and hopefully go down. You know, do that risk-reward of, you know, oh, do they get the first 3 or 4 kills maybe off people that don't have guns yet, or they've only got 1 or 2. But Kamo and Issa, they slayed out quick, they looted up quick, and now you see them. They're rocking a mech, and they're sitting on quite a few kills coming out of Mega Mall. The score's going to pop up there. NateHill and FunkBomb only up by 6 now.
Yeah, well, and the mech is going to make that lead very, very short, very quickly. As you see already, should pick up that elimination.
Best of luck there.
Yeah, best of luck to you, Hun. And yeah, these eliminations. That guy you saw, no, right out.
He just walked
ran back in. He was not having any of that. Honestly, thought he would have logged out of the match, to be honest. But that's 2 more eliminations. This should be number 3. And they came into this lead by 6. Now only down by 3 if they didn't get any other eliminations on the FaZe side. But that mech is really going to make this easy for them.
And that's going to be the difference maker. And I know we were talking earlier about, hey, what lead would you kind of feel comfortable with? Well, regardless of what, they came in with a 9 elim advantage. It's immediately evaporated, not only just because of their aggressive play in Mega Mall, but with that mech that instantly allowed for them to take down 2, if not 3. Probably more players in Paradise Palms, I'd imagine, are going to be coming here shortly. An easy way to end your vacation short, and FunkBomb is ready for the shot, just happens to disengage and has that trap ready to go, 106 total HP, and just trying to make sure that they are good to go and make sure that they are in a safe place, maybe escaping from a few mechs that could be just around the nearby area. But you hear a few players just starting to stomp around, trying to utilize that communication to their advantage, firing away with the assault rifle and doing some damage with it. Because if you hear NateHill giving the call and saying, hey, they're just down low, a few players just up close as well, and that's a great position for FunkBomb. Just surely one more shot should do it, and there we go, another knock. But this is necessary, right, for FaZe, because we've talked about Ghost. They are seeing constant enemy after constant enemy, easily making up this 9 elimination deficit, maybe even overtaking the lead. They need to be seeing these players right here.
Yeah, and something that NateHill and FunkBomb are so good at is you saw NateHill said, hey, there's a guy on me, and he quickly dropped down, and Funk came up the backside and easily got that elimination, right? That pincer, that up-down level movement is so high level, and you see a lot of these pro players do it. The edit's not going to be able to come out, but look, Issa's on 1 HP, so it's all up to Kamo here. Kamo down to 75. Issa has got to hide. They were showing dominance in that mech suit, but they got out, and things are not going their way right now. They do manage to stay alive, but Issa, 51 effective HP, that's just a pump shotgun to the body, and you're going down.
Yeah, definitely not in a comfortable space here for either player. They're going to pick up this elim and hope that maybe some HP drops out. They find the big shield and a med kit. What a godsend from that player, is they're going to find 2 elims, full shields for both players probably. Yes, looks like it. They're going to be back up to full HP and full shields here in just a matter of seconds.
That's a sweat off the brow situation for them, right? Because that was kind of like, okay, the game's on the line. If you end up dropping, it's pretty much NateHill and FunkBomb. They can kind of rest assured ride out the rest of this game and most likely overtake the lead if they already don't have it at this moment. So a huge situation for Issa and Kamo. However, they survive and they also find the eliminations from it, signifying that, hey, FaZe, maybe it's time to put the foot on the gas pedal. If you haven't already been doing it, maybe ramp it up a little bit, no pun intended. Get everything going, as it looks as if they're looking to try to take down a few builds, take down a few of these resources, to maybe try to catch out some enemy that could be just toward the outskirts of Salty right now. It looks as if someone may be in the bathroom, someone maybe just in that second story, riding out what could be their final life of this game. Well, also keeping in mind, Kamo and Issa not too far away. We're starting to see them kind of pop up on our top right. And they're maybe thinking about the rotations, maybe want to try to get out of dodge, distance themselves from the Ghost Boys. But all things considered, and even with the mech in their grasps, they have played this game number 2 phenomenally, right? They've got, what, 16 eliminations so far throughout this matchup. We were talking about, can they kind of level that aggressiveness? They absolutely have, and they've made it look somewhat easy despite a few kind of awkward moments.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but that mech that they actually ended up getting was the one that went over NateHill and Funk. So they left their original broken mech in Mega Mall, came and got a new fresh one there for them. You see, Kamo did manage to, is hopped out. It looks like they're going to rejoin here together. But that's so huge. 1,000 more HP.
Yeah.
You're fresh, you're ready to go, you're back in battle, and now you're looking for more eliminations.
Absolutely. You guys remember when the Ballers first came out? And everybody was freaking out about how much added HP that was. You know, it's free shields, it's free mobility, all that. Can you only imagine what's going on now with these mechs?
And what a huge advantage it is for, if you're in this kind of lobby at this time and saying, hey, like the mech is over toward our opposition. Now that's going to be pretty much an indicator for who most likely is going to walk away with a lot of these fights. I mean, rockets, everything that you have to your disposal. We'll see if NateHill and FunkBomb can start to weather the storm, because they have to do something. Because Issa and Kamo, they are right behind you. They are hot on your heels and sometimes above you, depending on the double jumps. They're walking through and taking down some pretty easy opponents. I think they got a majority of those fights. Regardless, though, just a quick little Jonesy up close. There's another one for NateHill. They are seizing opportunities when they come, but you notice that Storm, not too far away. It's starting to make its way in, and that's the advantage that Issa and Kamo have, right? That double jump capability, they're instantly across the map.
Yeah, again, the mech is just so crazy. Like, this guy trying to shockwave away, he's just bringing Issa and Kamo more eliminations here, right? The shield is down there on top of Kamo, but it does quickly regenerate. These players should be eliminated here very soon. Luckily, they do know how to build. One of them does go down. This other player is not long for the world. The shots coming through, the stomp left and right, the rockets, yep, there you go. He could build, he could dodge, he could dip, duck, and dive, but, I mean, he couldn't get rid of the mech in his face, right? There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're TSM Myth, as we saw, evidently, trying to 1v1 a mech's just not going to end well for you. But, you know, they do provide so much protection in this late game, and there's just so much damage that they can put out. I think that's going to be a constant storyline that we're tracking throughout the day. Now, one of the things that I got to talk to my fellow casters here with before we went on air was the text that people have figured out with the mechs. And we haven't found anybody using the Brute to its, I don't know if I would say full potential, because I don't know that Epic intended for it. But definitely the full potential that they can be used for here today. There are some glitches that can be used to get some really high mobility out of them. And you did see Kamo and Issa appear to have figured out at least a little bit that when you charge the jump properly and hit your shift forward at just the right time, you get the significant amount more distance. But we'll have to keep an eye out as players fight with these mechs more often and maybe get a handle on them a little bit better.
And another opportunity, too, kind of toward the late game is, I didn't actually think about this, when you are kind of in a tight game toward the end of things, having one player kind of in control of that mech while the other one kind of roams around allows for somewhat of an easier splitting chance, right? It allows for you to kind of be more distant. So while we are seeing, you know, one player kind of taking a lot of the damage, this allows for Kamo to really kind of get involved in the mix. However, he has to be careful, right? Down by 4 right now are the Ghost Boys. This is not going to be easy, but overtaking this mech could be one of the biggest opportunities that they have so far throughout this game. But here come the Rockets. Kamo brought down to a mere 17 health, and just when he gets the opportunity, he manages to take one down, threads the needle, and my goodness, thankfully he's got some shield. Thankfully he's got some toward his usage, as his teammate is also taking down players, but also does get taken down himself. They are not leading in this game, and there still is a mech that exists, but he has to play this one carefully. The enemy is just on his heels. Can he escape? Can he get away in time? Every single resource is starting to dissipate, and so is Issa's chance of possibly walking away with this game. What can FaZe do? How can they capitalize? Kamo still holding on to that high ground. Here come the Rockets as well. This is a very interesting late game situation, one that we have never seen before. Can FaZe keep it up, or can Kamo pull off the impossible?
I don't know. If FunkBomb going to go down, NateHill is going to get elimination. There's Kamo down. I got to think that as soon as NateHill cleans up these eliminations, it is going to go over to the FaZe boys. But that was just absolute chaos there. I don't think Kamo really knew exactly what to do. The mech everywhere. You saw NateHill and Funk were just waiting a little bit to see what would happen. But then they realized, hey, we need these eliminations. We need them. That's all those going over. You can't pick up you can't pick up them. The reboot is there if you want to pick up NateHill or FunkBomb, my bad. But at this point, I got to think they should have the lead advantage over. He is just standing there next to Kamo's body saying, hey, I'm sorry. Good luck in the loser's bracket if that is where they're headed. But you got to think NateHill is just going to play it out like he is not above, right? He's going to play it out and try to slay out the lobby. Confirmed, yes, they did move on. So the FaZe boys clutching up, the Ghost Boys being a little bit too aggressive early in the first game.
And what a final fight there. I know you guys have both already said it, but that was just jaw-dropping.
Masterful, too.
We saw stink grenades coming out. We saw boogie bombs. Everybody was spraying with ARs and shotguns. And, I mean, I got to imagine that's what it's going to be like if, the robots take over one day. It's just all-out chaos, praying that hopefully you can break the thing at some point.
Oh, man, we need some boogie bombs. We need some miniguns, I think, to deal with those once they come into real life, man.
Somebody get on this ASAP.
We need real-life boogie bombs. I'm not sure how that technology would go, but who knows. I'm sure there are some people out there listening. But like we said, man, what a close game this was. I mean, kind of from beginning to end, we were talking about NateHill. FunkBomb, they're feeling pretty good coming into that game, too. However, Kamo Issa, they gave them a run for their money, right? They entered in toward Mega Mall. They looked phenomenal off the start. We saw them kind of rotate more in toward the outskirts of the desert biome, even making their way inside of Paradise Palms and doing damage with the mech. This was their key. This is what brought them oh so close, but also kind of what did them in at the same time was a matter of, hey, the mechs, they're important, but they also draw quite a bit of attention, and even from other mechs, because whenever you have one robot, the other robot, of course, wants to try to take him down. So that just seemed to kind of be the average run-of-the-mill fight, one that was incredibly prominent, but a good effort coming through from the Ghost Boys, but another dominant team knocked in now toward the loser's bracket. And I know a few games that we were trying to keep up with, a few ones that we kind of had on our line sites, were matches like Nickmercs and Sypher versus Mongraal and Dubs. Nickmercs and Sypher actually take that game, which is very, very interesting. Guys, I know what, toward the loser's side of things, or rather kind of toward the bottom side of the winner's bracket here, we also have a few more interesting matchups, right, between Clix and Innocents and Bini Ex.
Yeah, definitely. I was very surprised to see when that bracket hopped up that Mongraal and Dubs do get eliminated down to the loser's bracket. Ninja and Bugha just absolutely dominating up there in the top. But you got to think this match between Innocents, Clix, Aydan, and Sway is going to come down to the wire. Hopefully they don't get eliminated too early. It does come down to what we saw there. 22 elimination from the Ghost Boys before they go down. I mean, that's just phenomenal.
Yeah, for sure. And right, I mean, kind of toward the bottom side, Daniel, as we discussed, our other game kind of interest, right, was Aydan and Sway versus Energy. The fact that they kind of take that game away probably was most likely because of Energy's early drop and that Tilted Towers play in Game 1. Unfortunate to see them kind of already in the losers bracket. When we look at losers round 2, they're not starting off very easily, right? As soon as Energy are in the losers bracket, they've got Bucke and EwOk to face off against.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough road for MrSavage and Benjyfishy here. Trying to keep up with Bucke and EwOk, that's not going to be any easy competition whatsoever.
Yeah.
And, I think that's something that we're going to see. Obviously, the games are only going to get better as we go on and progress through this losers bracket. But, we've already got FaZe, Cizzorz, and Ghost Bizzle are down here as well. CourageJD Arkhram are down here. MrSavage and Benji, there's a lot of teams that are going to be a very difficult time, and Bucke and EwOk not going to have any problem. They're, living in this loser's bracket when necessary.
In this environment, like I said, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. And we already talked about the amount of dominant teams. I mean, a lot of people are always like, oh my gosh, how did this dominant team place, top 24? How did they get eliminated first round? I mean, there are so many very solid teams that just happen to get eliminated in that first round. You face off against each other, and sometimes the placement isn't always accurate to the way that you really did kind of play out that game, or rather to your abilities. So I know we're going to see some heavy hitters already knocked out. But let us know, guys, obviously by getting involved in the chat. Let us know on social media. Use the hashtag Friday Fortnite. What has kind of been your most surprising placement, or kind of your most surprising matchup up to this point? We want to connect with you. We want to kind of keep that conversation going, obviously, when it comes down to various social media platforms. platformers. But like we said, a few interesting games already inbound. We're getting ready to hop into a few more winners bracket games. Before we do that, it's time to throw it to a commercial break. And when we do so, some more awesome Friday Fortnite action to come. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 7. And to say the least, week number 7 has treated us with some interesting moments. The Mech Brute is here, and he is having a lovely time at the moment as he has taken down multiple kind of players, multiple competitors, even on broadcast. He's had a few highlight moments, and at least for me, guys, has got to be my front runner as of this time. But of course, Dan Clay, we've got here join us on the couch for today's broadcast, doing a great job breaking down the information. But one thing we have to kind of keep note, guys, as we kind of progress on through the bracket, our next game that we're going to have on board is going to be Ninja and Bugha versus Nick28T and Replays. I'm excited to watch this one, right? Because we kind of have a battle of religious kind of the kindness, if you will, right? Bugha's such a nice guy, laughs whenever he's dominating people, and obviously Nick28T smiles as well whenever he's ruining people's days. Just an interesting combination, but a very kind of hard round to get through because all things considered, you face off, you win this game, move on to winner semifinals. You've got either NateHill and FunkBomb or Destroy and Assault waiting there.
Yeah, it definitely is going to come down to, I think, who can control the brutes better.
Yeah.
Because especially if you, like you mentioned off camera, if you're down going into the second game, you need to get a brute.
Yeah, 100%.
Because we saw Kamo and Issa absolutely dominate, almost come back and win it just off of their drop plus the brute. So if Bugha and Ninja go down in game 1, they come back, they got to get a mech. Same for Replays and Nick28T. I think we did see Ninja and Bugha in that first game kind of stray away from it. They didn't really, maybe didn't really, or comfortable using it. It is only the second day that it's in. Don't know about Replays and Nick28T, but we'll have to see.
No, I mean, like we talked about earlier, Ninja's at Lollapalooza. He's having a good time and hasn't necessarily gotten to spend as much time with this game.
It's probably his 4th game, to be honest.
I know Nick28T, it was grinding this out.
Yep.
He was finding out mech techs. He was finding all the things that he can do with the brute. And I'm expecting to see him take this into this game.
For sure, right? And that's going to play a factor in terms of who maybe is down or maybe just what you kind of prefer off the break. That could definitely kind of change up the landing strategies a decent amount. But like we said, Ninja, Bugha, a very talented team. Replays and Nick28T, a squad that has quite a bit of kind of communication, some chemistry. They've played in prior weeks. Now, their biggest issue, at least kind of in my history, has kind of been their early game drops, right? Wherever they kind of start to land at, they maybe get a little bit indecisive. They get ruined. I am interested to see if they can kind of survive this early game. And based off the way that Replays honestly kind of has his game plan worked out, it's usually a good indicator for how this team is doing. So I'm looking at that. I'm looking at their early game. If they can kind of improve upon that, it could be Ninja and Bugha who are put in an awkward spot, but they do know the strats, right? They do know kind of how to utilize that brute to their advantage. We'll see if they can make it to that point and how they start to seize those opportunities.
Yeah, I really actually like this split of Fatal Fields here. I drop here often. I love it. Landing at the house and that red barn, you get to control a lot more of the area of Fatal Fields. You can split the back half together. You can also pinch the front half if you want. It looks like there are people in the corn here. They do have to be careful, though. These players seem to know what they're doing with their builds, and that corn, you can peek through it without being seen. So you're going to get caught in an awkward scenario here in the house. You see him scrimming it up a little bit. They don't want to go down too early like you talked about. It is all going to come down to if they can get out of their initial landing position. Nice edit there from Nick28T. He's known for it, right? I mean, he was the first edit man. The shot's coming out. The bush coming off. There's a player in between them, but he's going to get taken down as well. Iconic skin nonetheless. It didn't help him out. Nick28T Replays playing very well.
Most definitely. And you mentioned in there, they're scrimming it up a little bit, and they have the time and the patience to do that, not only just from their professionalism and how comfortable they are at this game, but you can see they're off to the edge in the northwest of Fatal Fields. You can see the edge of this first zone, which means Nick28T and Replays are going to have sort of free reign. They can make a rotation easily into the center of zone. They can cross off into an area that'll cut Ninja and Bugha off from some enemies. You know, they're both close to the edge of the zone, and their rotations are going to be really critical here Lando, do you have any guesses where you think they're going to head after this?
I mean, it kind of depends. I mean, depending on how you look at it, they could venture over toward a place like Mega Mall. They could venture, obviously, over towards Salty Springs, which seems to be what Ninja and Bugha are kind of engaging upon. So I think they may try to ditch out that particular area. But, hey, like I said, they kind of survived the early game, which for me was their biggest kind of falter. Okay, can they survive that first wave? Now that you've done it, look at all the advantages that you could possibly possess. That could also allow for Ninja and Bugha to go down. It could allow for them to make a spotty rotation, be in a place for a little bit too long. And unfortunately, in that situation, they do take down the players if you are a fan of Nick28T and replays. But I think for them, kind of the world is their oyster. The world, the current location is their cornstalk. They can kind of do whatever they want to right now. So I'm interested to see as a lovely hand cannon shot to the chest as Nick28T will find his third. And they are looking scary off the rip. And they are still spotting out enemies, still calling out opponents. And this is what they need to do at this moment, right? Keep it close at least off the initial. And when they start to kind of get toward the end game, the way that they can utilize that brute, I think, could be their massive advantage. So they're kind of doing what they need to off the rip, and it looks as if Bugha and Ninja, they've already started to see a brute, and Bugha just got hit with a sniper rifle from 44 meters away.
Yeah, it looks like he was sniped out of the air. And you mentioned, I think there's actually 2 brutes nearby. Ninja needs, we're going to see here, we're going to see Bugha down just very quickly. But honestly, you're going to see him run away, right? You just quick disengagement. Try to put the other team between the brutes and him. The reboot card, you got 90 seconds. I don't think he's going to be able to because they are in a hot spot. You see Ninja sees those brutes, and he's running away quickly. He doesn't want to be engaged in them. And looks like it was brute v brute, and that brute won. But these are eliminations fading before his eyes, right? He has to run away because he only has a tactical shotgun and that rare AR. But that's not what you want to have here. The shot's coming through. He is going to get it down there, but no, he's going to get sniped from 130 meters away.
You heard him react before it even hit him.
Are you kidding me? All right, well, if you're a Nick28T fan or a Replays fan, you were saying, let's go. Yes, we love it. And the slow gameplay here from them pays off.
Yeah, and they're going to have free reign now. You know, both of them sitting here, 50 shields, matting up a little bit. They're going to max out their brick while they're down in the quarry area. They can rotate up to Salty Springs now and maybe fight some of those damaged mechs. You know, they know Ninja and Bugha just went down up there, so there's definitely kills going to be available if they're using their intel right. And right here, you're going to hear Ninja scream. Yep. Ninja screams right before the bullet hit him. You can tell some of these Fortnite pros, they can hear the bullet kind of on its way to them, and sometimes they'll be able to drop that edit or something in time to save themselves. Not the case there. As you were talking about Clay, Ninja was just getting a little thirsty there for that one kill, left himself open to the side and got taken down for it.
It's so unfortunate, right? Both of them kind of were staring the eyes of the brute down, and they were taken down both by snipers from multiple point of views of which we don't know exactly where they were coming in. So unfortunate spot, but like you talked about, Clay, I mean, that was a matter of them playing passive. They won their initial, and congratulations. This is your prize. This is your opportunity to fight off against the 40 other opponents that exist on the map. This is your chance to distance yourself. This is your opportunity to take down a very dominant team like Ninja and Bugha are, and at least get as much done as you can in that first game. A lot of people kind of coming into this match, maybe not necessarily writing off replays in Nick28T, but maybe, kind of preferring Ninja and Bugha. And obviously that's rightfully so. For, a certain extent, Bugha, a Fortnite world champion. He won solos a majority of that $3 million prize. And obviously Ninja, one of the most talented players in Fortnite today, and obviously has won at Friday Fortnite previously. You got to show them some respect. So the fact that they're looking as good and kind of off the rip, it just kind of is more of a cadence, more of a credit to them. And I'm curious to see if they can kind of hold on to those advantages and kind of pursue it. As they're in the midst of a rotation, they're feeling good, but let's see if they can capitalize, because a lot of teams in this situation oftentimes can get a little bit too slow. They're kind of almost kind of holding on to that advantage and keep thinking about it, when in reality you should just keep playing your game.
Yeah, and you definitely heard Nick28T replays. As soon as they went down, they say, we've got to avoid the players, right? Because they gave it the respect of saying, hey, if Ninja and Bugha went down to these guys, they have got to be really good. So you see him moving away completely from the salty area. Nick28T did get some tags there onto those players, but they're completely rotating away. They're going to save those players for in-game if they get there. They are, I believe, down by 1. That's no big deal. Their competitors are out. They can sit here. They can get 2, 3 more eliminations on rotation. But, and you asked earlier, what is a good lead? We saw that 9 was not a good lead going into it because Issa and Kamo were just able to absolutely dominate. So you're thinking they need to get up by 10, 12, maybe 15. But it all depends on how they're able to handle these situations with so many players still alive in the lobby.
Yeah, the number dropping quickly, though, just in that shift from Nick's perspective over to replays. We lost 6 people in the lobby going now. So they really need to get a hurry up. You know, not too many kills on the board for him. Like you said, Clay, when Ninja dropped, they were up 1 kill. Getting a couple of shield tags, he's just lighting up that player coming in on the glider. Replays really showing what that AR can do. I'm surprised he's not using the shockwave to get in on closer on his opponent while he's low on shields. His opponent isn't going to use the shockwave. It's up the hill. There's a brute. Oh my!
No. He's alive! Yeah, he's alive!
Yeah, Frankenstein's monster pops up over the hill.
Oh my gosh. What an interesting situation the replays and Nick28T have found themselves in. And they might have to just back out. They might have to try and escape. They do have they have the bounce pad, they have the shockwaves, but how do they want to try and engage? And you see Nick28T giving a few calls, ready for maybe an enemy that could be making somewhat of a flank just through the trees, through the forest. And there goes replays, and it was from Brute's missile. It does give the indicator in that kill feed. And you see Nick28T being very careful as he has a Brute right in his face. He's known for the trap plays, but he only has 1. He quickly utilizes it, and it goes bye-bye. What a situation this is for Ninja and Bugha. They have got to be loving this right now, knowing that they went down early and the skills that they could possess late game. Nick28T, he's got the storm flip. He has the big pot, but that's pretty much it. Is there any way he can pretty much finagle himself out of here?
No, he's got no builds, right? He's got 999, but none of those are full. He's doing just perfect.
Oh
he's doing exactly what he needs to. He needs to sit here, be quiet, be as ratty as possible. And no, unfortunately, a player gonna find him. So I think that they might be down 1 kill here. So Ninja and Bugha are sitting being ecstatic. They're thinking, heck yes, let's go. We got a chance. And
that Lollapalooza crowd's going wild right now.
100%. Just a little bit of a misplay.
Yeah, I think so too. And at that moment, Dan, obviously you were calling it. It was like, okay, there we go. The Brute's kind of off in the distance. I think that's going to teach them for the future. If you see someone in a Brute, back up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Utilize that shockwave grenade as, maybe it may seem, I don't want to waste it. I don't want to waste my, whatever it may be, bounce pad, if you will. Be aware of it, right? Just be more aware, get out of dodge, and keep in mind your life, because that one shockwave grenade can allow you to stay alive for so much longer. I think for the future, and I think they're going to kind of learn for, kind of maybe the ends of this tournament, whether they enter in the losers bracket or if they continue in the winners, to be more aware of those Brutes and maybe utilize some of their inventory to try to escape here.
Yeah, I think, and Replay's actually at a launch pad, too.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if I'm Replays in that situation, I'm leaving Nick behind.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, Nick, find your own self. I'm out.
Right.
Because, like, there's money on the line here, right?
100%.
You've got to use everything that you can to get away. And Replays went down with 2 shockwaves, the launch pad. Nick had to use, I think, 1,000 wood to just try to stay alive. And at the end of it, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, the Brutes they have such a sustained pressure, especially if you get a player in the gunner seat that manages to alternate between the missiles and the shotguns, stomping. Like, it's just gonna constantly delete your structures, like Nick found out, and like he well knows when he's the one piloting it. However, I think these players are just going to have to learn that they need to keep a launch pad on them to be able to escape from those situations.
Yeah, you've got to be aware of those things. I mean, I think we all thought coming into today, and kind of in the pre-show we were going over a few notes, it was a matter of, okay, we kind of have an idea how influential the Brutes are. It has affected every single one of our games in some capacity, and not just in the minor of the details. It has affected it in a huge, huge way, so much so that you notice Replays off the break, he already has in mind wanting to go for a few. Unfortunately, there's just so many enemies nearby. He doesn't want to sacrifice his life. So we'll see how those strategies continue to try to be changed up a little bit, how they can
in.
be influential. And Nick28T, he just misses his chance. Oh, can he escape? He's got one trap. He's got nothing else, gentlemen. He's got a few builds, but that's it.
Oh, throw the trap in the cabin and hope somebody walks into it.
Oh my gosh. Thankfully, it's going the other way, but it's already destroyed.
Yeah, it looks like two enemy teams from different perspectives got into it. One of them hit self-destruct. Nick has got to just be ecstatic that he got out alive. He almost got stomped on there. Oh my God.
And he's going to come away with full shields.
Yeah, he's basically full shields. He's got SMGs, which are very powerful in anybody's hand, let alone Nick28T.
Yeah.
Replays alive at the club, just dancing it out while Nick almost, I mean, that was as close as we're going to see an elimination here today.
Oh, and I'm really glad that replays didn't follow in there, Lando. You know, you called that on the beginning, and I was thinking the entire time watching Nick, you know, oh, he's going for this. He's got his sights set. He's got the perfect drop. And I think he got a little hesitant himself. But, you know, you saw that split drop work out in their favor at the end. Ninja and Bugha looking like they're sitting pretty on their initial drops. No engagements just yet. Shielding up, matting up. We'll have to see if they can make a quicker rotation. There's a mech right in between them that looks like it just spawned. So perhaps they can get some fast rotations and some quick, easy kills with it. Replay is finding some engagements on his own at the club, though. That tac shotgun managing to put in work. Through the window, not quite connecting. Looks like he might have tagged him for 6 or 9. Oh, there's 2, though. That player looks like, I don't know, might have got a phone call or something.
Yeah.
Replays, great stuff. Windows to the wall, no big deal. Right just outside of the club, doing all the damage that he can. And Nick28T on the other side of things, doing some damage from long range, and there is a mech, and you immediately see the panic on his face starts to ensue. Maybe I can go toward the corn stalks, maybe try to hide away my sorrows there, because that should be the only opportunity of his escape, unless he has something like a bounce pad, or maybe if he can gain something later on. But you notice, there we go, the mech engaged for Ninja and Bugha, and I was going to point out, if they weren't going to go for the kind of mech off the break, the strategy is loot up, try to find a bounce pad. Loot up, try to find a shockwave grenade, something that can kind of get you some distance. They don't do that, but they managed to find the mech, as you were calling out earlier. It was in front of them at spawn there. They had free opportunity to gain it. Based on the fact that we see Ninja has 0 eliminations, means that he's ready to finally get involved in the conversation. Was it a mech on the low ground that was trapped? Okay, it was Ninja. I was going to say, I thought that was another one, and I was like, there's no way there's going to be another one around here, but this is just a horrible situation for anybody involved, stomping on the ants and making them look silly. And Ninja might actually have to go ahead and get out of the mech just for the moment, but no, he's got full potential. He's got a ready moment coming just inbound. The gingerbread man, it's about to die, and Ninja is letting him know, having some fun, and drops him. Absolute savage.
Yeah, I mean, you just hate to see it, honestly.
God.
He is stuck again, but he's actually going to hop out. Oh, no! Maybe a little bit of a misplay. That player, okay, he self-destructed the mech. Ninja almost got, you got to think he almost got eliminated there. That player just trying to get rid of the mech and the brew. I mean, I don't know if hopping out there was the right decision. They do end up getting the elimination, but that could have been their ticket to victory.
Well, and that's one of the mechanics we haven't seen come into play, is that self-destruct. And I'm pretty sure Ninja was piloting that by himself, right? So that enemy player could have just hopped right in and hit the self-destruct on him.
Which I think was the call. Maybe it was a matter of the enemy just trying to get rid of the mech, not knowing that Ninja just jumped out. So I think it was kind of an awkward situation where they were both trying to kind of counter each other. Ninja immediately hops out, and to that enemy's kind of disarray, could have had an opportunity to really make some damage happen, but quickly transferring back toward the gameplay as we got Nick28T and replays. They've rotated. They've managed to pretty much find each other here in Fatal Fields, and you notice the instant thing they have at the tip of their tongue. I think I saw a mech. I think I have a mech that could be inbound, as that is pretty much what Friday Fortnite is now. It is a matter of the mech game. Where is the enemy at? Who has a mech? Can we find one when the enemies start to engage upon us in this situation? But you notice Nick28T replays, they've got enemies at all different directions here, Clay.
Yeah, Nick getting a little bit flustered. He's got to just focus. There he does. He focuses on the players in front of him. Another player just walks right up to him, takes a nice shot to his face, but Nick also losing some HP. He does only have 2 builds. You hear him say, I got to back up, I got to heal. He needs to either hit some mats, farm, find some of these knocks that he has already down. Replay's going to go down there too. Someone with the rifle, so now it's all up to Nick28T as this bright Dark Bomber is getting all up in his face. Shots missing, connecting left and right. He's trying to get the elimination here. He is this player. I don't know what they were aiming at, but it wasn't Nick. He's going to pick up the elimination. He's going to pick up mats as well. If you're a Nick28T Replays fan, you're saying, hallelujah, praise the Lord. Thank you so much for these players just absolutely not knowing how to play the game.
Yeah, definitely a fortunate find there for Nick as his opponent. Like you said, I mean, he comes walking away with this with 100 HP and 50 shield and 9 minis. He's matted back up. That was not the way I think Nick expected that to go.
That's some Stormtrooper aim. I don't know what that was. But.
And he's going to find one more elimination here. This player is going to give him a little bit of a run for his money with some building. But in the end, Nick is going to connect with that combat shotgun. And another player coming in. Looks like the teammate trying to get the res. He's just going to meet the same fate. At least they'll end up at the lobby together.
Oh my God!
He picks up 4 of them.
Oh my word. Nick goes from 3 to 10 kills in I think like 60 seconds, maybe less.
Yeah, and you can see the excitement on his face. I mean, just dominant, right? He clutched up. He put the team on his back. We talked about Ninja's clutches before, but now it's all Nick28T. And right now, Bugha and Ninja have got to step it up as they're in Mega Mall trying to find more eliminations. It looks like these players kind of know how to build. I said kind of specifically there. Josh, unfortunately, going down. The storm flip being thrown. The easy back away there from them. That should be the elimination credit over there to them. But you got to think, oh, my God, the sniper was connecting, and everybody is just coming out of that house. They're saying, what's up, Bugha?
Oh, Bugha gets the shield break using that infantry rifle, but just couldn't manage to find the HP tags he needed. Able to push in now, though. Said, you want to challenge the Fortnite World Champion? Well, here we go. What's 1v1? Coming in, ready with that pump shotgun. Ninja with him. They're fighting side by side. Bugha will take the teammate's help where he can get it as he cleans up that elimination. Got to be a nice feeling, like we were talking about earlier, to have Ninja by your side. You know, Bugha can take care of himself when he needs to, but it's got to be nice to have that second gun.
Right, and that guy who always kind of feels comfortable, right, for the most part. He feels comfortable in these situations where he's on low HP, when they are down. So, like I said, I think Bugha can kind of rest assured in a lot of these situations where, as you were kind of calling out, well, it could be a little bit scary. It could be an awkward spot. Hey, Ninja has no issues doing that whatsoever. He's got the Lollapalooza crowd just behind him. They're rooting him on every single time that he finds an elim, which I know a lot of people were tweeting out saying it's actually very entertaining to hear after every single time he takes down somebody, the crowd is yelling his name. So it's got to be a continuous trend. We'll see if they can keep it up. But you notice replays, Nick28T, they've been hotter in this game number 2, which allows for them to be up by 3 overall, 18-15, and hopping in that much-needed slipstream. Maybe going over toward factories or trying to move in, and you notice Ninja instantly calling out, there is a robot, there is a mech just in front, and he does have that bounce pad. They've got to be ultra careful in this situation. He's going to try to get out of dodge, and thankfully he will. But it got a little bit too close for comfort. He did lose a little bit of overall resources and shield, but he's at least drawing the enemy toward him.
Yeah, and he's drawing him towards Bugha as well. If he can continue to land in that slipstream and on top of him, he's going to have the advantage. As that mech is going to get stuck in the slipstream, it looks like is on top of the house, actually managed to get out. That mech is so close to being destroyed, you can see it. Ninja does not want to give up these eliminations because, as you saw, they were down by 3, and 10 of those eliminations for replays in Nick28T are on Nick. And so you got to think they're saying, hey, we need these eliminations. We need to find this. Mech aside, this player is just trying to build for his life here. Gonna get taken out there. Taurus, I'm sorry, it looks like you should have been like Sagittarius or something or another there, but gonna go down. As that mech is still alive, I think finally getting destroyed, but Bugha picking up eliminations. This is good for them, but that mech, you saw Ninja quickly disengage, and I think that was the right call.
Yeah, then, you know, I'm really surprised that Ninja gave up that high ground on top of the slipstream, because that was such a perfect angle for him to get to rain damage in on the mech, hopefully break it ahead of time instead of letting it kind of go rampage through Mega Mall for a bit, you know, and they just get away whenever you need to. Either way, worked out for him in the end. He picks up another kill out of it, and they do live to see another player. Let's see what's going on with Nick28T and Replays. In the meantime, looks like Replay is in the middle of a build fight. He's having a little bit of difficulty, but that shockwave grenade is going to give him the high ground, and he's raining shots with that combat shotgun, and he's going to eventually pick up the kill. That's the plus side of the combat shotgun. We've got quite a few in the game right now with the pump, the combat, the tac, the drum. But, you know, with that combat shotgun, you can miss those first 4 or 5 shots and still be okay.
You can, right? It does kind of have that get out of jail purpose, if you will. Not that awkward kind of in-between time where things aren't going your way. And it looks as if Bugha maybe experiencing that exact same situation. Goes for the quick little edits, goes down the elevator and makes slight work and comes in with the assist. Takes a little bit of a pause, but grabs all the spoils. A great situation right now for Bugha and Ninja continuing on as they are dominating toward the outskirts of Mega Mall. Replays decides to engage, getting that high ground advantage with the instant shockwave grenade. Lovely placement coming through from him, as it's only going to be a continuous trend on the outskirts. Takes down another one of the builds, and that's going to be Replays now up to 6 in total. He and Nick28T looking in a fantastic spot. Keep in mind, they were at the lead, and that was a massive fight for them to find, because Ninja and Bugha, they were starting to kind of turn up toward the late game. Nick28T and Replays, they might have just put themselves back in that conversation, maybe back in that lead position, as now we've only got 3 players left.
Yeah, with only 3 players left, it is going to come down to, honestly, you think the last player. They were so close. The lead was 3. So if they've maintained the lead so far, if Bugha and Ninja are able to find these 3, it's going to go to tiebreakers. I mean, he's looking right now. We're going to switch over to Bugha, who looks like he's in a fight, actually, with someone. Oh, it is with the mech. He does hit the snipe, though, so that mech is going to have to play a little bit more defensively, if that's a thing. Bugha is just trying to build edit for his life. I mean, so far, he's getting away from it. He does have this other player just on the other side. Edit's coming through. I cannot keep up with this man's sensitivity. Just below him, he's trying to break in, and he is going to pick that player up very soon here, hopefully. No, getting mega stomped on. Oh, my God. Bugha is on 38 HP. He's trying to get out. Replays getting the knock. This is not what you want to see if you're Bugha and Ninja. The elimination's going over and over. Actually, it looks like 2 players eliminated by destruction from the Brew. So the self-destruction took the eliminations from them.
Yeah, I think Bugha managed to pick up 1 at the end there. But like you said, the self-destruct going to find 2. Oh, and it almost killed Ninja. It was Ninja that got the elimination amongst all of that chaos. Sitting on 14 currently. However, only 1 left in the lobby.
Oh, man. And with that self-destruct, there he is. How is this going to play out? Bugha so low on HP, but who grabbed it?
Bugha finds it.
Bugha finds it. Was it enough?
Cross your fingers, folks at home. This is going to be a close one.
They're calling out that they won.
Let's go, the pop-off.
Oh, man. Ninja's hype, and he's got every reason to feel that way. What a game that this was, right? We talked about how fast game number 1 really kind of went through in terms of what, a 5-4 scoreline. It was 3 elims overall that they end up closing this one out by. A neck-and-neck game from start to finish, and all of it had to do with that bad boy Brute right there. Just from beginning to end, it was in every single conversation, whether positive or negative. It was causing a number of different situations on the Fortnite map. Man, what a crazy game that one was, but one that just narrowly allows for Ninja and Bugha to squeak by.
Yeah, and we hopped on board with them. The eliminations were 3 in favor of Replays and Nick28T, and they come back, get 6 more eliminations than them, and they pick up the win. Those last elims could have come clutch. 2 of them were denied, so the enemy players self-destructed their own robot, and that was not credited over to anybody. So you got to think, if Nick28T picks up those 2, they pick up the final elim, they tie it up. So something that we haven't seen yet, self-destruction of your own Brute to deny eliminations. You got to think these players know at this point in the lobby. If you see Nick28T, if you see any of these names, they're going to know that they're in Friday Fortnite matches, and strategy could come and play an issue there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think another thing that we have to consider here moving forward is that Nick28T and Bugha especially were really heating up at the end of that match.
Yeah.
We saw Nick, he popped off. He got 7, 8 kills back to back to back to back. But at the same time, Bugha there, as you mentioned, I can't keep up with this man's sense. I was thinking that a few minutes ahead of that time, I was like, I can't keep up with it. I don't know how he's dealing with any of the hitching or any lags or anything. So, like, Bugha is having the time of his life out here. You can tell he's still got the World Cup passion and that he's still got all that World Cup skill, but he's definitely ready to come pub stomp, and he's ready to put on a show here tonight.
Oh, for sure. And he was putting on a show toward the end of things. I mean, literally, he was going up against someone while the Brute was constantly firing out shots against them as well. So not an easy situation, but one that does allow for a number of different kind of interesting moments and a lot of very close games kind of toward the end of things. But, guys, feel free to let us know. What is your thoughts on Brute up to this moment? Let us know in chat. Maybe give, an adjective, if you will. Maybe be careful with those things. But, right, just give us your overall thoughts on how the Brute has been impacting things, because it absolutely has. It has played a hand in every single series that we have seen so far. We're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, it is time for some more Winners Round games. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7. As we are live here from the UMG studio, and what a day it has been, to put it lightly. Brute is here. He's here to stay. Who knows for how long, but he is definitely a mainstay when it comes down to the broadcast. That's without question. Guys, we're getting ready to load in toward our next series, and I'm sure that Brute will also have his spotlight, so don't have to worry. He's not going to come and destroy the studio, thankfully. With one stomp, he could get all the resources in the world, but we're going to be having Nickmercs and Sypher face off against Aydan and Sway. This is going to be a fun one.
Oh, most definitely the Nickmercs and Aydan rivalry. We know it from all of those skirmishes. I would love to see it. I want to see it again. Are they going to drop Tilted to get against each other?
Right.
But do they have some sort of other ideas in mind? I can't wait to see it. I want to see how they play. And I think Brute's going to, like you said, cause a lot of havoc here.
Absolutely. And we talked earlier about Nick28T managing to get a trap kill on Brute. I want to see Sypher get some trap kills in this.
There you go, right?
On the mech or not, I don't care. But, SypherPK, always the trap god. I think he'll be a force to be reckoned with here. I know he's frustrated that he couldn't get into the World Cup, so maybe we'll see him have a big showing here tonight for Friday Fortnite.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think at this point, based on the way that Brute has played, you deserve like 5 eliminations for taking it down. I think that's fair, based on the way that it has literally taken down every single player almost up to this point, or has caused somewhat of an impact on every single game that we have seen. But let's go and take a look at our winners bracket while we still await for Nickmercs and Sypher to face off against Aydan and Sway. We've actually got NateHill and FunkBomb currently facing off right now versus Destroy and Assault. Winner of that game will face off against Ninja and Bugha to get in toward that top 4 conversation. But, man, things are starting to heat up. I got to say, overall, I'm not the most surprised that we are where we are, but still, there have been some dominant teams kind of been taken along the way. And also, I didn't actually get to notice this, Aydan did take down Innocents in getting toward this matchup. Now, these guys have played with each other a lot of different times. I think they actually won Friday Fortnite with each other, so the fact that that was kind of maybe somewhat of a rivalry game kind of coming into it, the Sway versus Clix fight as well, I'm sure kind of threw a few things in the mix as well. So they've kind of taken down their rivals, if you will, maybe kind of some prior teammates, and now go up against Nickmercs and Sypher. And as we were kind of calling out the Aydan versus Nickmercs duo, I would love to see something involving Neo Tilted. I'm not sure if we will, but, I can hope. I can pray. I can hope to say that maybe someone will tempt at it. And based off Nickmercs' point of view, it's not looking all that unlikely. But who knows, right? Actually, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what the landing spots are looking like for Aydan and Sway. Looks like they have their mindsets, their ideas set for Mega Mall. But Nickmercs, maybe going toward Loot Lake, maybe toward Neo. I think they're kind of gauging the lobby a little bit, starting to get somewhat of an inclination for where everybody wants to go. But for me, it really just kind of depends on obviously finding that early loot and finding some key items to escape from Brute.
Absolutely. You can see Sypher in there looked like he wanted to take that split drop to Pleasant for a while.
Yeah, it looks like they were looking Pleasant tilted. You heard Nickmercs call out, no one tilted. So that's a major POI that they're not going to get eliminations from. Obviously, players from Shifty and Greasy, if you want to land there, can rotate through. But by far, I give the drop win to Aydan and Suede. They do have Mega Ball. I talked about it not being the best, but they do have the slipstream. If there are players there, they're going to get those eliminations. They do have a lot more mobility options, and they're closer to Salty.
Right.
It's everyone loves Salty. Everybody knows Salty. If you just play the game, you're probably going to drop Salty because it's in the middle of the map. So they're much closer to more eliminations than Nickmercs and Sypher are.
Yeah, I think they definitely kind of win this early game duel. That has kind of been the major discussion when we always talk about Friday Fortnite. It is a matter of where you land, right? Because you're trying to find the average player. You're trying to find as many eliminations as you can. For those who maybe aren't aware, not really sure exactly how the rules work, feel free, right, to use exclamation point rules. But the kind of conversation always remains the same. Find as many players as you can. Find as many enemies as possible and do what the average player would like to do. The guy who's kind of roaming through these lobbies, probably, as you mentioned, like Salty Springs. It's a kind of the middle of the map type point of view. It's going, or rather POI. It's going to be a place normally just off of that bus path. So it looks to be the ideal spot. It's like you said, we got to credit Aydan and Sway off the start for their landing spot, as it looks as if someone may or may have not just utilized one of those shockwave grenades to go and hop inside of the slipstream, but still a few enemies inbound, and there goes Sway. Aydan as well, brought to a very low amount of health. Thankfully, though, he's got that med kit.
Yeah, that turned from terrible to worse very quickly. He does have stink grenades, though, so he will be able to just feed off these players a little bit more, but again, a great early game drop, but so far it's not looking too good. He's going attack against a pump. He's going to get both players very low. Does take 91 damage off that player. He does get it down. The edit's coming through. One down. Can he get the third? Yes, I think he can. Aydan is playing out of his mind here. There's only one more player left. Aydan on 21 HP against all odds manages to stay alive here so far.
I simply don't understand it. I mean, he does, thankfully, he's playing with the tack. It is going to be the blue one at least. He's going to upgrade to a pump shotgun now. Hopefully he can get those one-shots off a little bit cleaner. He's going to find one more elimination there, taking it up to 3 now.
What?
This man is insane in these areas. He had 2 players rush him. He cracks one in the forehead and then boxes out the other one with the ramp, gives him time to reload, open up the edit at his own pace. Aydan is ready to slay out, but this engagement taking so long, I don't think he's going to have time to save face Sway.
Yeah, that's a good point. He definitely needs to prioritize that right now, right? Because this is the first game. We're going into it. You see, he prioritizes it. That player could have got a shot onto him, but he knew he had to get in there. He's going to get out and reposition, maybe go back in if he wants to. I haven't seen many eliminations from the feed as far as Sypher and Nickmercs, but he's saying, I can't go back in. I got to go. There's, speaking of eliminations, Sypher getting some as well. Aydan played phenomenally well in those close quarters scenarios. Nickmercs is another player that has that close quarters aims from his previous experience. Gears of War, all up front, all close quarters. This man knows what to do with the shotgun as well. So eliminations coming through for both of them. I mean, that was a very, 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 very exciting early game. And now we're going to have to see how they transition into mid-game, how they find more rotations.
Thankfully, they've got that zero gravity, but my goodness, Aydan, out of this world type play and instantly utilizes the shockwave grenade. Can't actually just get toward the slipstream and gets taken out right in the middle of his transition point, taken down out of mid-air. That is such a huge momentum loss. We were giving so much credit to Aydan for what he just pulled off in close quarters, but cannot escape from the point. And my word, that is a huge advantage now gifted towards Sypher and Nickmercs. That was hand-written. That was hand-wrapped. And now, boy, do they have the game in their grasps. They've got the zero gravity zone to rotate. They've got pretty much everything in their hands. But my word, that is so unfortunate for them to drop in that scenario after the way that Aydan was playing.
Yeah, Aydan really put on a show there, and he really clutched up for his teammate, only to then, you know, get caught out trying to find the reboot van, trying to reposition like we were saying. And now, you know, I don't know if you guys heard at home, but SypherPK makes the very calm, cool, collected call out there. He goes, yep, Aydan's dead. I don't know how many kills he had, but, like, we can just play our game. It's like he doesn't care. He and Nick are so calm and collected. And like we've talked about, they're longtime teammates for Fortnite Friday. So they are very experienced in this situation. They know what this means. They're going to take every opportunity they can to rack up some kills as Cypher goes in on this player. The soccer skin not sweaty enough, and he's going to go down to the pump shotgun. What a great opening of that fight, cleaning it up quickly and hopefully going to get to go help his teammate. Although it looks like Nickmercs is making quick work of any other opponents that might have been left.
Yeah, and you talking about wanting trap kills. That would have been the perfect scenario there for one, right? He ended up going into that box and being a little bit more aggressive than he needed to be because he had the safety of those traps. And you know Cypher already has his finger on that trap button ready to go. Finds another elimination. So now they just have to measure their aggression, right? They have to say, okay, if we see a whole team of 4, can we take them? If they don't get early tags, the answer is probably no. If they get an early down through a snipe, through an AR beam, through something, then yes, by all means, go ahead, take them. But 2v4ing is not easy, especially with the mech in play. We haven't seen many on the map. We haven't seen any at all so far this map. But they have to be careful because, yes, they are up more than likely in eliminations. But 9 eliminations we've seen is not enough to be up by. Yeah. So they have to measure their aggression here.
Yeah, I see him.
And I'm not sure about Nickmercs' kit. I didn't happen to see it when he flashed up there just real quickly. But Cypher doesn't have much for range. I say as he just lasers a kid with a gray AR. Who is this man? I have never seen a gray AR be that accurate before. I'm going to call Streamer Bloom.
There you go, right? Streamer Bloom, everything in between. As there goes Nickmercs. Perfect point of view, lands right in the mainframe of the opponent. Drops him down with ease. But I got to say, one thing that I find super interesting, and I think more this week than any other week, you can kind of afford, as we actually do see, Brute, of course, making himself known in this game as well. And this game, and kind of this week more than others, you can kind of afford to have a slow first matchup, I think. Because normally I've always been saying, hey, you want to make sure have a super solid first game. That way you can kind of feel confident. You can kind of rush when it comes into game 2 if you want. But at least have that kind of solid foundation. Game 1, you can kind of afford a little bit to be crazy. So while I'll say Sway and Aydan, they go down, by no means a good situation as Nickmercs continues to beam, they still have, you know, that Brute opportunity. They still have the mech that they can get into and quickly evaporate any 9 elim advantage because you know Nickmercs and Cypher, any team that has a 9-10 elimination, they want to avoid the mechs overall. And so that's the one positive that you have coming into a second game and being down is that you know the enemy does not want to be on those things. You know that they want to try to avoid them at all costs, which is an instant get-out-of-jail-free card, an instant opportunity for you to tie the game up. So while I am saying unfortunate for Sway and Aydan, for everybody who goes down early, it's by no means as bad since the Brute is in the game.
Yeah, and the reboot cards, right?
Yeah.
Because that is going to offer you even more safety. You see the builds coming out here. These are the players that actually got the mech destroyed by Nickmercs, who was the first one we've seen actually stay away from the Merc enough to get a lot of damage onto it first, caused that destruct sequence, and now it looks like these players, they may know how to build, but the trap's coming out, and you can't trap the Trap Lord as Nickmercs and Cypher are picking up elimination after elimination. They're measuring this aggression beautifully, and they're just finding everyone they can. They're rotating around the top side of the circle, which is usually where the least amount of people are, right? Everyone wants to drop center. They usually come up from the bottom, from Salty Springs, Mega Mall. You've got Dusty Depot there now. So they are playing very well. They're rotating. They're clearing out sides of the map so they don't have anybody surprise them with a Brute, with a launch pad or whatever. You see the mobility here for Nickmercs in case he does get caught off guard. 8 eliminations here for him on himself. Again, another loadout like we would see in a competitive environment. 2 guns, and then you've got utility items. You got the chug splashes, the mini shields, and that shockwave grenade. So they're playing very well, and they're going to continue to play here so far.
Yeah, definitely. And that loadout, like you said, you know, with the combat shotgun, it makes you a little more versatile in that, you know, you can fire that thing so fast. As we see right there, Cypher whipping out the pump shotgun, showing that it's still got a place in your inventory. You can't quite find the player to complete the kill. He's giving him the runaround through a couple of edits, and that's going to knock Cypher all the way down to 55 health. Good thing he does have the Chug Jug. Hopefully he's got the time to get it off as Nickmercs going to try to draw some fire, take some attention away so his teammate can get back up to full health and shield. Nick is now in the storm, though. Gonna want to take a move on. They don't have too far to go, hopefully. They do have the Loot Lake Rift if they need to get some fast rotation, but this enemy player lost somewhere behind them. They're just going to go ahead and take the launch pad out, hopefully all the way into the Rift. Looks like Cypher might have been on a good angle to make it. Nick leaving him a ramp just in case he's not going to get there with that upper momentum he had off the launch pad. Let's listen on their comms for just a moment.
I'm getting shot at, yeah.
From the hills.
Yeah, they're taking fire from the hills, hoping not to get any shield tags on them before they can manage to touch the ground. Only 15 players left alive, 13 kills available for them to get.
Yeah, and they're just continuing to be aggressive here. This player coming out of the zone, they're storm fighting. There's the trap. You see it from Cypher. It is going to get the elimination there. He put 2. The Trap Lord still reigning supreme here in this match. 6 eliminations here for him. I believe Nickmercs had 8 or 9. So they're sitting on a lot of eliminations here in this first match. They are just, and you see the smile on Cypher's face, right? He knows that he's got all this game, 12 elims over their opponents, and there's still 12 more to go, so they could put up a 21-point lead here if they get everyone. More than likely not going to happen, but, I mean, Cypher is just smiling. He's loving it. He is so happy in the winner's semifinal that he's up 12 eliminations. As you see that brute come down, maybe they go for it, maybe they don't. You see Nickmercs baiting those shots, right? That's a strategy we've seen a lot of players do before. And 2018's Friday Fortnite, you just start shooting, players are going to come to you. They hear those shots, they see the mech as well. So we'll have to see how it pans out. But they're honestly poised to get more eliminations. They more than likely are going to win the game. And I wouldn't want to be Aydan and Sway right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I know I was kind of alluding to earlier, it may be a positive to you know, maybe start off a little bit more aggressive in game 1. However, being down by this many eliminations is not always the key, as you've got to imagine Aydan and Sway thinking, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to go back to the blueprint and get, rather kind of circle, if you will, that mech and realize that that is kind of our focus. And like we said, speaking of mechs, we saw that one pretty much come down like a shooting star. And Cypher Nickmercs maybe at least eluding it for now, already starting to feel a few of the rockets that could be coming just behind him. And Nickmercs trying to utilize that shockwave grenade just to get toward a different vantage point. Kind of utilizes that trigger discipline, and then will begin to engage. As you feel the rockets, you're starting to see them be implemented. A player toward that high ground point of view is going to make things a little bit awkward there for Nickmercs, but a nice shot. Takes down one, loses all of his shield, but he still is remaining composed. He's got a few chug splashes. He's got a few minis, and learning from the Trap God, places one down either on accident or on purpose. Regardless, it makes him feel a little bit more comfortable. And now he's got some time. Right here we go. Cypher is just watching over top, and that mech, that brute, is starting to make its presence felt. Players are starting to hear those stomps across the map. They're beginning to echo. And one player decides to go and utilize that bounce pad, maybe a near-in-air rocket. That would be interesting to see that kill possibly start to make itself known. But they get back up to 200, and we'll see them start to be on the prowl. But their main goal, get that brute off of the map.
Yeah, and you heard Cypher was kind of hesitant there to go down towards Nickmercs because it was in the zone. The mech was nearby. He is going to pick up this elimination there. But the call, oh my God, almost hit us so. But the mech, hello there, brute. He makes quite an entrance there as I don't know exactly where that came from. But Cypher going to go down. Again, it is not that big of a deal. This is only the first game. They already have a massive lead. Nickmercs says, I'm out. Sorry, PK. I'll see you next game. I'm leaving you alone. There is only 5 people left, so he wants to try to pick them up as many as he can. I think we saw that mech on top of the what's it called? That hill, Stunt Mountain, I guess it's called technically. But Nickmercs just running away. And I think the mech is following him. I would not want to be him right now. This just does not look fun.
He's just getting run down, and taking the high ground might not be the best call here, as this is going to get chopped out from under him. He's still got a little bit of shields remaining, but trying to stay out of that stomping range. The walls are going up, but it's not nearly enough as Nickmercs throwing his hands up in frustration a little bit. I feel you, Nick. There's not too much you can do to fight these brutes when they get up in your face.
He said, my name is Nickmercs, not Nickmercs. I am not at all interested in any of those fights. A valiant effort. I mean, to be totally honest, that's a very valiant effort that he found himself in. But as we discussed, right, in terms of this situation for Nickmercs and Sypher, they could feel somewhat comfortable. Hey, we drop, big deal. We're up by 16 coming into this next game. Now, the question that we can start to force is Aydan, Sway. What's their call? We saw some good moments where Aydan was trying to go clutch. Unfortunately, Sway got brought down pretty early on in this game. He was making some highlight moments, but the only highlight moments that he found were the only eliminations that they got. So, like, those 3 were incredible, but they were very difficult to accomplish. So, my big thing for Aydan and Sway, I think it has to be get toward a brute. If not, allow for one player to go for one. The other player can maybe kind of sit off in the distance, try to help provide some support fire. But I think that's what you have to do in this situation. Being down by 16, the negative, I think, for them is if you don't go for a brute, you're worried that someone will take you down with one.
Oh, 100%. And we saw Innocents and Kamo, or Issa and Kamo, my bad,
yeah,
do it well. They landed Mega Mall at a big POI right off the bat. I think they came out with like 9 or 7 eliminations.
Right.
And then they went and got a mech. So the Brute is going to play a lot whether they drop because Aydan and Sway like Mega Mall. So they could go back if it's first drop. But it's going to come down to, do you go for the Brute to get those eliminations?
I think you absolutely do. And if I was Aydan or Sway in this situation, I'm going to be looking for the Brute that is the most centrally located, the most heavily populated area that it's going to land near. Hope that you have a rush fight to it, and just kind of roll the dice. You're down 16 elims, but if you can pick up 5, 6, 7, 8 or more off that early game Brute play, and there's a horde of people there,
yeah,
could be a serious game changer.
Yeah, for sure, right? And we obviously discuss, from time to time, it's a matter of being in an awkward spot means that you have to make, somewhat uncomfortable plays. It may not be the most comfortable situation to land on a spot of which everyone else wants to go toward, but you have to do it. That's what is necessary in order to make what seems to be somewhat of an insurmountable lead come back in your favor. But it looks as if off the rip for Aydan and Sway, I'm not seeing any mechs nearby, at least from my perspective. I'm not sure if you guys have seen any as well.
It landed right on Dusty Depot.
Okay.
Looks like they're going to go on past it, foregoing that opportunity.
Yeah, it looks so salty. Okay, so I mean, salty, not a bad drop, but like we discussed, this will be kind of the testing route because we're all obviously learning. I mean, obviously us as casters, even the players are starting to kind of get used to it. I mean, for God's sake, Ninja was discussing and saying, hey, this is my first game of Season 10. Everyone's learning. We'll see for them if it was worth dodging the Brute off the start.
Yeah, luckily they dodged it for a drop in Salty.
Right.
That is going to be one of the most populated areas because you've got depot and factories nearby. Everyone wants it. You see Sway picking up an elimination there. He doesn't have any shields. He does have one in his inventory, so he should be fine.
So weird.
But
what is this guy doing?
You got to think that Aydan and Sway are in a good spot because they don't have that Brute. It is going to be a lot harder. 16 eliminations is it's what, 4 squads. And that is going to start to dwindle quickly as everyone is going to die very, very soon. You see Aydan going up towards high ground here. He does see players fighting in the blue house. I hate this house. It's terrible to fight in. There's so many players that can surprise you. I think Aydan honestly doesn't like it either because he just backs on out. He is going to, oh my God, almost hits the snipe. You would have thought he was on phase there with that one. But the shot's coming out. That player does have a shotgun. He quickly boxes up, which is smart. It's going to put him in a very, very good position. Sway going to come through from behind. They should be able to sandwich him, and yet they do just that.
Yeah, some good teamwork coming in there to support Aydan from Sway. He needed it a little bit. With just the SMG, the pistol, the sniper rifle, wasn't the most confident taking an up-close box fight. But now he's going to be at least a little bit stronger kitted out with all the gray weapons. Finds another player here in the White House, helping Sway break through that wall real quick. Not able to get inside to give him any actual support, though. Just holding off the next player. 2 shots right to the dome, no problem. And that's going to be a little loot upgrade for him as well. Sway taking a moment to pop a mini before they head off to their next engagement.
Yeah, and I really like that. Sorry. From Aydan, did you see he waited? He said, hey, I got your back, because they knew there was one more player in there. And so Sway didn't get popped from behind, And I mean, we talked about them not having maybe the best chemistry coming into it, but right there, that's a really good play there from Aydan, showing that they know how to communicate, even if it's a different person. Sway sees a mecha, and he's like, you know what, I'm good, I'm out. I'm just going to go for more elims.
And that's one thing that I like about this team, too, is that communication is key. And you notice toward the end of that fight, Sway instantly said, okay, time to go, right? We realize the situation that we're in. We realize how many elims we're down right now. We have to rotate. And it looks as if, based off the top left, Aydan not in the greatest situation. He's got a lot of work to do, and he may or may not be facing off against the entire world, maybe even
a brute.
Yeah, I was going to say a brute. That one stop may have just done him in.
It appears that brute missiles took him down yet again. Man. Having a rough time with him here. We'll have to see if Sway can make his way over, collect that reboot card. He's going to have around 80 seconds to do it. Not a whole lot of materials, but he does have around 200 wood, 300 total-ish. Should be able to put up a bit of a fight.
Oh my gosh.
Fortunate for him, it looks like
jump.
Absolutely. It's kind of terrifying to see these things leapfrogging all over the map like that. If he can just manage to stay out of its line of sight, he might be able to sneak over to his teammate. Oh, but here comes Brute. He is going to pick up the rest of this elimination, hopefully.
Yeah, hiding behind that shack is not going to give you much cover, as here comes Brute. He needs to keep moving away from it and keeping him just distracted. Getting lost in these builds is going to be very crucial for him. He is losing HP left and right. No more shields. You got to think that he's not long for the world. Sway has got to find some sort of reprieve. You don't want to see it happen. The build's getting broken. Sway is losing HP. He's just trying to farm up. He's just trying to get away. You don't want to go out this way after you had such an amazing performance by Aydan in that first couple minutes of the first game. Sway is on your shoulders. You got to clutch up. Aydan saying, hey, maybe you can just get lost and chill and try to get elims, but not going to be able to pick up the reboot card is going to be so hard to catch up to PK and Nickmercs.
And this is the thing that we were discussing, was a matter of, hey, if you're facing off, if you're trying to play aggressive off the break, if you don't go for the brute, you struggle with the issues of dealing with it. And that's the case there, right? They instantly deal with a brute. Aydan gets taken down, and then this is taking away from their opportunity where they need to play aggressive, Dan.
Yeah, most definitely. And one thing I saw there, that Sway ran out of materials, and that's when he decided to flee. And I think that some of these players, they're so mechanically skilled and they're so comfortable in these, big, elaborate build fights. As you can see, Nickmercs in the middle of one right now, sitting here comfortably. Cypher trying to help him out. But I think Sway would have been better to just run away. I think he would have done better to save some of those materials and just dip out a little bit faster. I think these players need to realize that spending 400 wood or whatever to try to survive the brute attack isn't going to work. You just have to be faster than it.
I think they're underestimating the resources that it takes to take this thing down, because the resource amount is infinite, right? And that thing is only just going to keep running through them, as there goes and an instant disconnect. No interest in that fight whatsoever, as that may be somewhat of a good indicator for how this one is going right now. Nickmercs and Cypher, they're feeling good, right? Seeing those two players drop off has got to be a sign of what is to come. But hey, this duo, right, Nickmercs and Cypher, they've looked like a very solid team for the longest amount of time. I know that they haven't really had the greatest in terms of placements whenever they've played alongside each other, but it's just a matter of when, and I think that could be their opportunity. And I actually did circle on my notes. Now, Taylor, every single week, talks about how he has his sleeper teams. This was a team that I said, with the new kind of mech being added, with Brute being in play, I think this may be a team that really benefits from it, and we'll see if more teams start to do so as he transfer into the next game.
Yeah, and here we see Ninja already down, so it's all up to Bugha. I mean, this is where Bugha thrives. Box fighting is this man's specialty. He put so much time into creative to get good at this and building just high ground retakes. He does, I don't actually know, I think it looks like northwest of him is Ninja's reboot card. He could go for it if he wants to. He does want to secure these elims, It is an elim counted game. He is looking for the shot. He is going to hit that snipe there. Bugha needs to be careful, though. He's got players all around him. That player is very weak, though, so that is going to cause him to be aggressive. That player managing to just slide away. Bugha trying. He's not going for the reboot card, and you got to think this is a conscious choice at this point, because Ninja could say, hey, get my card, get my card, get my card, get my card. But if this is only the first game, we don't know. But, I don't think not going for the reboot card is the right play. I honestly think he should have gone for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I can tell here, though, that Bugha is not quite comfortable with his loadout, specifically some of his ammo count. He, at one point, only had about 10 shotgun shells that are available, and very concerned about it. I think that might have been part of why he wasn't pushing as hard to try to save Ninja.
I think, too, I mean, you obviously heard the call out. I want to say it was Bugha who apologized, said, hey, man, sorry about that. I know just like, hey, man, it's fine, it happens. But I think that he may have gotten kind of tunnel vision almost at that point, right? This is a guy who normally plays solos and obviously is the best solo player in the world and is kind of considered to be one of the greatest Fortnite players in the world, if not the best. And that kind of allows you to get that tunnel vision because you're not really worried about having a teammate. I think that maybe that was a factor in it. Like we said, with the amount of resources that he had, or maybe the weapons of choice, it didn't really kind of help his situation. But I think maybe at least some percentage of the reason why he doesn't go for the reboot card was maybe just tunnel vision, not being aware of that timer, of which he's not used to having that one kind of be a factor.
Yeah, definitely. It is new. I mean, it's been in the game for a couple seasons now, but if you are a predominantly dominant solo player and that is your go-to game and you practice that 10 hours out of the 12 hours that you practice, right? Like sometimes things get lost. You don't get the reboot card. But, I mean, in all honesty, I'm not worried here for Bugha and Ninja, right? Bugha, like you said, the Fortnite world champion. In solos, a phenomenal player. This is a public match. He definitely does not have to put even, I would say, like maybe 80% of the effort in as he would in a competitive game. He's just going to dominate, but it is worrisome, but not as worrisome.
Yeah, you can see him right there. He just cracks this player with that pump shotgun. No problem as Bugha gets another elimination, racking up 4 so far. And now he's got Ninja over his shoulder to help give him some strategy, help give him, a little bit of guidance, be another set of eyes, which is going to take just a little bit of pressure off Bugha to have to make all these tactical decisions and maybe line up some of these shots. Not quite finding him as this player coming in and going to grab the high ground early on him, though. Throwing a couple of stinks, but Landon, it doesn't look like he's in a good spot here.
Yeah, right on that low ground position. Like we said, he does have a few stink bombs, not the greatest resource amount either, so you hear a few of those shots coming just off of the distance, and that's so key, right? Ninja giving the call out saying, hey, I think they're fighting each other. That can allow for Bugha to get that unique perspective, and normally backseat drivers are a bad thing. When you've got a guy like Ninja who has a ton of experience in multiple FPSs, multiple BRs, this is the voice that you want, that coach-like atmosphere of which he can kind of take you throughout this game, help you, support you. And we'll see if Bugha can start to capitalize on it. It's like we talked about, a number of different crucial fights going out toward Mega Mall. We're not 100% sure on the score as of this moment, but still, this is a very intense situation for Bugha, of which he needs to come out of it and be aware of the FaZe boys, because they are so dominant toward positions exactly like these toward the late game. And here comes the Storm Clay, and here comes the frag. Takes down one, but that's only a knock.
Yeah, only a knock, so that means there's other people nearby, right? But you saw the FaZe boys picking up eliminations on the return in. Bugha saying, hey, my game just froze. I'm not going to be able to get that elimination, but it's fine. That player is going to have to go through him. He can eat up some ice cream here to take some storm damage off of him. That infantry rifle going to cause some havoc here for this player. This player's storm fighting has got to know who he's up against at this point. The shot's coming out. He does connect with that pump. That player just honestly did not build quick enough, maybe on 2 lower synths or something. He got a little bit flustered, and now Bugha sitting on 6 elims is doing very well for being a solo in a squads world, rather, as we hop over here to Nate and Funk. They're very low. They do have an elimination, so this is good for Bugha. He's saying, hey, I don't have to play as aggressively now. They do find some shields here. They do have a lot of eliminations, so it is going to come down to the back and forth. If I'm him, I mirror them. I follow them exactly. I try to get as many elims from them as possible, because if he's able to seal 2 or 3 in the end, that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I think Bugha is in a much more comfortable spot here, especially like you said, when we find NateHill and FunkBomb here in this low HP situation. Oh no, Bugha goes down. So not quite the position he might have liked, but still, he's gonna leave the game with quite a few eliminations. So it's only game 1. So NateHill and FaZe Funk are hoping that they can get a nice lead here, but Bugha and Ninja still put up a decent showing. They've left this game with a good handful of kills. Nate, at least, doesn't have too many to his name right now. FaZe Funk is known to put out plenty of frags. You know, he might have 10 or 15 on his own side, but right now it's not looking like the FaZe boys are running away with this game just yet, as NateHill gets taken down with a sniper off the top of those builds way in the back, 151 meters. This player picks him up, and now FaZe Funk gonna have to get the revive off and hope they're not getting pushed.
That is the Twitch clip that I'm sure we're going to see on Reddit in the future, especially if that guy knows who he just at least took down for the time. A very solid effort, as we've been seeing snipers all throughout the day, all on this Friday, just having wonderful, wonderful showings as resources continuing to be recycled, if you will. FunkBomb trying to take all of the high ground that he can, just trying to utilize all of that metal that he has right now, but starting to get a little bit low when it comes down to the resource game. We'll see if that can be improved upon, as there goes the Boogie Bomb. FunkBomb says, you know what, hey, dance for me a little bit. I enjoy that. That's always pretty nice, right? Just having a little bit of a dance club just below is going to allow for NateHill to try to reference back and take that player down. Good teamwork, good communication and effort, as they are still holding on to their advantages. But that sniper rifle, you never know when it can come inbound, and you never know when Brute will also begin to get that spotlight on him, as here comes the Storm, and they do not have enough HP to continue with this fight. It's a matter of get this one done as soon as you can, and a nice first one coming in from FunkBomb. There is a second NateHill. Slight work of this team that existed in the zone, but we'll see if they can start to make their way through. Some bandages also. That campfire could be clutch. And it will. Big plays and a huge game sense awareness from the FaZe boys in the clutch, as they will survive the Storm. I will say that with somewhat of an asterisk, because unless they've got some tools, maybe even, a bounce pad, they're going to be in an awkward spot.
Yeah, I honestly, they do find a launch pad, so they're going to be good, but this zone, as soon as it closes, it's going to start taking for 2 damage. Funk does not have anything to heal himself with, so they need to get out of here in a hurry. Like you said, with an asterisk, this is, you got to think that I think FunkBomb is going to go down. I don't know if it's enough. He is going to be able to catch this slipstream here in Tilted, but those elims, while they do have the lead with the enemies down, I don't know if sacrificing your life is going to be enough. It looks like they will make it out with 42 HP here. FunkBomb has got to be on 20 HP, about 75 effective. That is just a couple AR shots, maybe one to the head, one to the body. But they are stuck between 2 different teams. They're splitting up a little bit. They've got to find someone that is not paying attention, or maybe just auto-running in the zone, or third-party something, because this is not looking good for them.
And right here, the FaZe boys are having the issue that we talked about just kind of in our preparation and talking about the changes that Season 10 has had. No ballers, no shadow bombs, no glider redeploy, no quad crasher. They just don't have the mobility right now. Now, that saved them when Nate got taken down by that sniper rifle. It took a good chunk of time for that player to manage to come push up on him. But was it, like you said, was it worth it for Funk to take all of that storm damage at the end of it, things?
And if they wouldn't have had that bounce pad, I mean, they were pretty much done for, right? I mean, they have the campfire, nice. Maybe NateHill pulls off something miraculous, but they would have had to have found more items as time went on. So, like we said, I mean, that was a perfect way to kind of explain it. Season 10 in its infancy has shown it to be a very awkward kind of game style for players late game. If they're not prepared, if they don't really have the greatest inventory, it's not going to become any easier. And right now, they're kind of sticking out like sore thumbs right in this snow. They've got some dark outfits on, and those players are going to instantly be aware of their positions. Keep in mind as well, there always are these mechs, these brutes that are spawning toward the end game. They've not got the greatest kits. They're obviously not sitting well when it comes down to HP. We'll see what they can do with a limited perspective. As you see, FunkBomb pretty much just being utilized as a walkie-talkie, just given all the comms that he can, but to no avail. He realizes he can't really engage at this time unless he finds an easy sniper shot. He's not going to engage. He's just using this solely for comms.
Yeah, and because he's got, I think, 18 builds total in his inventory, so he can't do much. This is all on NateHill to find eliminations, so try to get to him. He is going to go down very low. Did not realize there was another player near. The quick chug splashes, though, are going to get him back up to fighting HP. He does take that player down. He's got FunkBomb on top for support. He's trying just to find these eliminations because they weren't up by much, right? They were up by a couple kills, but these are massive. He could go for the edit. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. He needs to get this elimination here. This will give him a lot. He does take a big chunk of damage there. No builds remaining. He needs to finish this player off as soon as possible. Funk finally able there to join him. But the zone closing in, they've got players all around them. You got to think that this fight, while necessary to take, oh no, he's going to get stuck in the zone. Luckily, he's on a campfire. It'll save his HP for the time being, but he literally can't move. He's got to stay in the zone. There's nothing he can do. FunkBomb just is sitting here on the campfire. That's it for him. So now it's up to NateHill to try to secure as many eliminations as possible.
There's a guy behind me in Storm.
Yeah, Funk just got stuck there on the campfire. The Storm taking for too much damage, not able to escape. And now Nate, he's really low on mats. Only got about 15 builds available to him. Make that 9 as he's just shredding through his available resources. And now, just in order to get in out of the Storm, he's going to end up with no builds.
Oh, man. This is a very awkward spot for him as he's getting tagged from multiple perspectives, and you just notice it, right? Don't know what I could do. There was nothing he really could do, but still a valiant effort toward the end of that game as they did pretty much all that they could with the kit that was in their hands. But, man, what an interesting game that we got to watch kind of from start to finish. It was really kind of a 1v2 throughout a lot of this game, but it will be a 14-7 advantage for the boys on FaZe moving in. I will say nice, but it's not a point where they're going to feel the most comfortable in. So we'll see if that can continue to kind of be in their grasps moving forward. But I got to give some props, right? I know we're kind of in the Storm talk as we look through the replays. You got to give some credit for FaZe for as long as they managed to stay alive for. And honestly, for FunkBomb, he kind of realized what was going to occur. He was still trying to do all he could while he realized what was only going to be imminent. It was like, hey, I'm going to drop, but at least it let me be, you know, somewhat usable. Let me at least try to get all of my usage out of me before I end up getting taken down.
Oh, 100%. That's just his level of experience, right? He's been playing this game forever. He's a phenomenal player, performed at mini skirmishes, TwitchCon, etc., the World Cup. I mean, that's just his knowledge coming into play. Not a lot of players would have known that. They would have run off the campfire, gotten down. But it coming into play, the previous engagement taking too long in zone, like you mentioned. So, but if you're a Ninja and a Bugha fan, you're saying, hey, 7 elims, that's easy. Yeah. That's so easy for them to get. So we'll have to see going into game number 2 what happens. But you got to think they're not feeling very comfortable with the 7-point lead.
Yeah. I mean, literally at the Fortnite World Cup, the brightest stage that Fortnite has ever seen, Bugha was finding 7 elims and solos, which is incredible to think about. So I think in this situation, Dan, obviously we talked about with earlier, Ninja, he's comfortable, right? Being down, being kind of counted out, being in the situation. Like I said, he's got the crowd behind him at Lollapalooza right now. He's feeling good, right? He's got the news stream with Mixer. He's feeling confident right now. He and Bugha are in a good situation for the most part. But I think as we were kind of, piggybacking off of what Clay said there, despite being rather coming into this game with a disadvantage, all things considered just based off of their morale, just their overall happiness level at this moment, along with the mechs being introduced, this is absolutely doable for them.
Oh, most definitely. Ninja and Bugha are not stressing at all. I think the only thing that could be an issue for them is if Ninja decides to throw the team on his back a little too much, and he might get a little too over-aggressive, and like we talked about before, Bugha can tunnel vision as well. Yeah. So if these players don't actually work together as a duo, they might have some difficulties. We'll have to see what happens as they come into match number 2. Like we said, Bugha and Ninja down by 7 kills. We'll see if NateHill and FunkBomb can hold on.
Yeah, that's going to be the key factor right now. So we're going to take a look at our landing spots. That's what the question everyone likes to ask is, where are we dropping? And it looks as if right now for NateHill and FunkBomb, they're keeping with what has been somewhat consistent for them. More of these outskirts type plays. It looks as if NateHill pretty much planting himself not too far away from the opposition. NateHill kind of toward top of Weird Mountain, Streamer Mountain, whatever you really want to call it. It has a multitude of different names, but it is one of the highest points in the Fortnite map. And for Ninja and Bugha, they're pretty much just playing pretty much the same placement as FunkBomb. Maybe even going for a few of his own chests here, Clay.
Yeah, we talked about this the first game with NateHill and Funk. They like that split between retail poverty and this big mountain here by Salty. And we saw Ninja and Bugha do this as well. They split Salty and retail poverty. So it comes down to who can loot quicker, who can get the most amount of loot out of the POI. And whether unnamed or not, this is not going to give you a lot of loot. It will give you enough to get fighting. NateHill has got all the SMGs in the world. FunkBomb does have a sniper, and he's looking to take a snipe here. Will he hit it? You got to think he might. Oh, just missed barely. If you're NateHill, you're FunkBomb, you're like, that's an early elimination there for us. That's great. We saw flying in. Everybody in this lobby landed at these factories or the depot. They're missing it. They're reminiscing about their good old times with their buds or whatever. They want to land here. They want to land salty. So both teams in a very good spot to pick up some early eliminations.
Yeah, definitely trying to pick up on that, as the factories are relatively hard to loot and they don't have a whole lot to offer always. So FunkBomb in a good opportunity here to pick up a snipe if he can manage to hit one or push up on one of these characters that do not have a shotgun like he does. Gonna upgrade his AR and snatches that combat. I wasn't sure if that was Ninja or Bugha. He snatched it away from her Nate.
I want to say it was either Ninja or Bugha, just based off of the quick little melee that most likely was inbound. Regardless, though, he takes it out from the grasps of someone else. But it kind of comes down to these little situations where it's about what you find. And that was a nice little bit of loot that Ninja finds in that situation. Obviously trying to get a shotgun on board, but he's got pretty much everything else, right? Drum gun, he's got a great assault rifle kit. He's got pretty much long range and short range somewhat covered. And speaking of long range, that legendary heavy assault rifle in the hands of FunkBomb and nearly taking down one, just giving some brief haircuts for the time as the factories reintroduce. Some shops are open, and I would definitely attend FunkBomb's barber shop if that were to be a thing. My goodness, Ninja as well, also with an opportunity, decides to cone the enemy. He and Bugha up close, making it look slight as there is another. And despite, like we talked about, factories, it kind of is that nostalgia factor. At least off the rip, it looked like there was hardly anybody here. You start to uncover a few different locations. You move around a few spots. You start to build. And there are a lot of people coming out of the woodwork here, Clay.
Yeah, and something that we saw, Funk and NateHill split there. NateHill actually used every single possible mobility item he had in his inventory to get this brute. And so they know if they can get this brute and continue their lead and their dominance into this game, it's gonna be game over, right? I mean, this brute is gonna allow you so much more mobility than 2 shockwave grenades or a launch pad would. It's gonna. Speaking of shockwave grenades, there you go as well. So they're set up pretty well. You see Ninja and Bugha getting eliminations, but they're sitting very well. I think, like you said. He says, I don't see anybody, nobody going to be there.
Yeah.
Does find someone looting the terrible car haystack of items, but it's only one elimination, and that guy literally didn't build. So the easiest elimination there, Ninja just had to hit his shots, and you got to think Ninja is going to hit him at this point. So they got to start splitting away from their opponents, which is exactly what they're doing. Funk and Nate going south towards Mega Mall, away from them towards Fatal, and they're going up towards Lazy, towards Loot Lake. You got to think this is where your strategy that you practice comes in. Do you keep the split up? Do you try to find the limities? Maybe caught in a little bit of the slipstream, but they do find some teams here in Mega Mall, and honestly, I would just hate to be in this match.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't stay to guard off some of the kills from Ninja and Bugha. No kills coming in so far for FunkBomb, as they're trying to use this mech to its most potential. They do manage to just delete all the 1x1s that this player is trying to throw up in vain. Here comes the stomp from off the top rope. Still having trouble picking up any knocks or eliminations. I'm not sure. I believe, yes, that is Funk at the controls, who does finally get a kill with the shotgun, as NateHill being his gunner there. They do decide to hop out, deciding that their skills at box editing right there, that's what these FaZe boys do the best. NateHill whips open that edit, slaps the combat shotgun right on that player, no problem. And, I think that at that point, they were just a little more comfortable fighting hand-to-hand than with the brute.
Yeah, it seemed to be the case right at that moment. It was just a matter of all kinds of things being thrown at them. It was kind of just them backing up. And while they do lose the brute, it at least allows for them to find some eliminations. Even just the idea of it, its presence itself can allow for some opportunities, as you see constant nades being tossed out. Bugha playing that low ground position, those little bit of turtle wars, if you will. He's experienced in this situation and trying to give all the call-outs to Ninja. As we noticed, that score, even in terms of Game 2 overall, they're still down by 7. They need to get some work done. We were hearing the call-outs earlier, Ninja saying, hey, I can't find anybody. Well, now they need to seize their chance, and there we go. Double 31 coming through from Bugha, and surely he's not about to stop here. Great assistance coming forward and trying to take down a few players that hold on to that high ground advantage. Loses quite a bit of his shield, actually, and places down the door. He's giving the call-outs to Ninja saying, hey, I got the minis. I'm sitting pretty well. He's got 4 extra ones, which should be a pretty good spot for them, but they've got to keep these comms clear. They need to make sure to take down any of these teams easily, because we know how dominant FaZe can be in the later portions of this game. They're already down. They can't keep holding on to this deficit here, Clay.
I agree, but this is exactly where Bugha likes to fight, right? In the box, on the low ground, with everything on the line. You saw him do it multiple times at the World Cup. The elimination should start to come over. There you go. 2 in the box, he calls them out, and that's just every elimination going over to them. Like I said, feeling very comfortable there in that scenario. I don't even think I saw him break a sweat or anything. Didn't really move his arm too much there. So, perfect play there from them as we're moving over to the FaZe boys. They're finding more eliminations. So, while the other team does have the lead for the moment, they've got to pick these elims if they want to stay on top.
Yeah, definitely. And NateHill again having to fight the storm. Frankly, I think these players might have forgotten a little bit of what it's like to have to worry about the storm in the early game. You know, NateHill, his typical drop was Lazy Lagoon. He got free ballers there all the time. He's used to having the free rotation. Oh, trying to show off some of those FaZe snipe skills there. It doesn't quite connect. But he looks like he's going to be on the backside of this player who's getting lasered from several directions. Funk adding some additional spray. He picks him up on the second combat shotgun shot. And this thing can still do some pretty decent damage from range. I'm surprised sometimes by the distance that players decide to engage with it. NateHill taking it up close and personal there, though, as he finds 2 players cornered in this house. That might have been 2 kills with 1 shot. And here comes the third. Where's the fourth?
Just behind the bed. Where is he at? Is he in the corner? NateHill, piece by piece, player by player. Making himself a household name, and it looks as if he's given the call-outs, letting everybody know, hey, I think everything's clear. I think everything has pretty much been solved, and now they get all the spoils. But as you were mentioning there, Dan, it's a matter of them being aware of their position in terms of that storm. It's definitely kind of caught them off guard. They've been consistently in these fights. But I will say, as long as they are finding these players, it's only going to make Ninja and Bugha's life that much more difficult. We know how talented these players are when it comes down to late game, right? Being Friday Fortnite Week 5 champions here in 2019, they are a dominant team, and they were known for their late game performances. Their 4th quarter is their best, and we'll see if Ninja and Bugha can start to deal with it, as they've got to keep up their consistency from their prior fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing off. Ninja just beaming all these players. He does have that proximity gel. We've yet to see it. It's one of my favorite items in the game. It is so overpowered. You can use it basically as a shotgun, but it looks like Ninja ran into somebody who actually knows how to build, so going to have a little bit of an issue here. This player actually ended up going for the revive instead. Ninja gets that elimination as well. Should pick up this one. He is down to 47 HP, but he does clutch up when it matters the most. So 3 more eliminations there for him and Bugha, and they're going to have to take a moment to just breathe there for him. He is only about 97 HP. That is going to cause a lot of issues, but they need to just start splitting. At this point, you know that both of these players can solo squad, get away from each other, try to cover as much ground as possible, and just get these eliminations.
Most definitely. And you can see Bugha making a clean rotation into the zone past tilted, going to use the slipstream, and he's going to roll up right next to the FaZe Funk in that mech, and he's going to steal this llama out from in front of him. I'm not sure if Funk knew it was there, but it won't matter now, as Bugha's going to grab a big pot and some shockwave grenades out of it, which means he's just going to be even more nimble now, as he and Ninja are still chasing a few more kills, trying to rack up what's left of these 12 opponents out here, just kind of wandering around, taking a moment to look at it. Funk does find a few players floating up in the sky, possibly taking the same launch pad that NateHill did. They're looking to catch them on the landing. We know that these players probably aren't going to be able to go too far unless they can make it all the way to the slipstream. NateHill racing him down on the ground now, though. Looks like he's going to start this engagement.
Starting to kind of fire off a little. And then trying to pretty much herd these players who were coming in from Loot Lake. Now in the Storm, somewhat playing the gatekeeper position. And NateHill doing fantastic damage, but can he hit the shot midstream? No, just misses. Sniper bullet whistles past the ear of the very fortunate player. A valiant attempt, but to no avail. I love that play that came through from FaZe. It was a matter of them also splitting at the same time, but they didn't look toward what was already going on. They looked toward who would be behind them, and in doing so, NateHill was able to pretty much corral the rest of the opponents. Since FunkBomb already has that kind of brute in his favor, he's obviously able to make somewhat and a massive differential, instantly hopping in these 1-by-1s and making these players very uncomfortable. And the initial of these fights and toward the end of these fights, they're doing everything they can, and FunkBomb just found another.
Yeah, and that brute just causing so much damage here. This player, again, knows how to build here. It's got the high ground as NateHill is going to try to have to bring everything he can. The edit's coming through. Luckily enough, he doesn't take a shot to the face there. This player is fighting for his life. He does have the edit there over NateHill. Nate trying to double ramp up is going to get, actually, I believe Ninja might have got that elimination, or maybe Funk did. I couldn't really tell how it went over, but that is just another elimination away from Bugha and Ninja. Rather, something that I wanted to have seen earlier is they stole the thing, but while Funk was all alone there, Bugha kind of hopped into the mech and the brute and taken over the firing. So he would have had priority there over the shots, right? If Ninja doesn't get away from here enough, they could hop in there. All those elimination craters could go over to them. So, looks like, I think...
Oh no, Bugha accidentally knocks out FaZe Funk. As he
Ninja.
Or his Ninja, yes. Yeah. As he hopped away, he ran through the bottom of the builds, and Funk was still up on high ground. Ninja showing a bit of remorse, but not going to do too much to make up for it here. Still just hopping right along, trying to pick up these last eliminations. Bugha already finding a fight, but he's going to get taken down.
Yeah, you hear him call out, go, hey, he's like terrible. Just missing the shots. You got to think a little bit of the hesitation there from Ninja with the accidental knock there onto Funk is going to cause him to not have his teammate there with him. Again, it happens. He should be able to pick up this elimination here with the brute. But I think at this point, you got to just do everything. You got to full send in. There is no point in picking up that reboot card, right? There is only 5 people left. And oh my God, Ninja down to 18 HP. He can't build here. He's got to be careful. This haunted pirate hassle is very, very hard to build in. If I'm Ninja, I get in that mech. I take a second. I get back in it, and I start to fight with the mech because he's at 68 effective HP. The edit's coming out. He's trying to pick up this slurp juice, but I don't. And he's going to have time, but that's going to cost him some eliminations as the FaZe boys come in and they take down that player. You got to think these elims are going to go straight over to them. That hesitation there from Ninja going to cost him.
No, right there. 2 interesting decisions for that play as the victory royale comes through, and we're going to tally up the kills here. So heading into that fight, like you said, Ninja leaves the brute. Why? He saw one person. If you're in a brute 1v1, that should be an easy win, no problem. I don't know why Ninja decides to hop out there. But then also, I mean, I guess it was towards the end of the game, but you left Ninja the opportunity to pick up 1 or 2 more kills. That could make all the difference. I almost think NateHill and FunkBomb hold off just a little bit longer because they kind of came to Ninja's rescue there. He had 50 health, 18 HP, 50 shield. He was in a tough spot. They might have been able to wait him out, wait for him to die, and then take those last 2 kills all for themselves. Although I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they got them anyway.
Yeah.
Scores coming through, though. NateHill and FunkBomb having a dominant performance as they doubled the score in Game 1. That ends up going to be all the difference as they tie exactly with Ninja and Bugha for Game 2. 19 kills per team. man, they were wiping out that lobby in the second game.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And that's the thing, right? Kind of toward the end game, I think it was a lot of kind of sporadic thoughts, but it was pretty much just based off of NateHill and FunkBomb's early game, right? Their game number 1 performance, and seeing Ninja and Bugha go down the way that they did, they really couldn't rebound in a necessary way, which kind of led to the kind of end game portions that we obviously witnessed. And now that's going to allow for Ninja and Bugha to be moved down to the losers bracket, and now it's going to be phased, right? NateHill, FunkBomb in the winners finals, right? That guarantees them top 3. That would be the 3rd straight top 3 at least performance for NateHill, as they're going to be facing off against Nickmercs and Sypher in the winners finals, which we know is only going to be a phenomenal series to watch. We're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, it is time for some more awesome Fortnite action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 7, as we are about to hop in toward our winners finals. It has been a fantastic tournament up to this point. Like we've been discussing kind of throughout the entirety of the broadcast, the Brute is the mainstay. It has had the spotlight from start to finish. Every game has been involved with it, to say the least. Like I said, myself, Len Lando Sanders, joined in part by Clay and Dan. Great to have you guys on for the broadcast today. Some Fortnite experts who have been breaking down everything, and there's been a lot to break down. I know the Brute has been doing most of that, but we've been trying to, kind of on the way, try to discuss all the strategies and the way to kind of utilize that Brute. But coming in toward this next matchup, as we discussed for our winners finals, it's going to be an interesting one, right? Like we talked about the FaZe boys, NateHill and FunkBomb versus Nickmercs and Sypher. Initial thoughts on this one?
Initial thoughts, I want to say it's going to go over to PK and Nickmercs.
Okay.
I think I'm on board with them. They've got that chemistry down from so long ago. Not that NateHill and Funk don't. They've been playing phenomenal, like you mentioned in the past Friday Fortnites, but something about it says it's going to go over to them. Maybe they've got the strategy down. But something about it says it's going to go over to them.
Okay. Dan, your thoughts on this one?
I'm going to spice it up and take the opposite there. I'm going to have to take the FaZe boys here. I know they're a duo. Nickmercs and SypherPK have played a lot together. Like we talked about before, they're the first ones to win a Friday Fortnite even. However, I just feel like FunkBomb and NateHill have a little more chemistry going on here. They got a lot more aggression happening. They've played very aggressive to the point of suffering from the storm and things like that. So as long as they can keep their wits about them, I think that'll serve them very well here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, right? I mean, both of these teams have kind of benefited from that slower pace style, which in past was always kind of a major talking point in terms of, they're going to try to outlast some of the, the faster teams, the Dubs and Megas, the Mongraals and Mitros of the world. Thankfully for them, this has kind of worked out in their favor even still yet, trying to kind of stray themselves away from those mechs, stray away from those Brutes from time to time, and that slower pace play is continuing to kind of work out in their favor. I mean, normally in the winners finals, we have a Dubs and Mega, a Mongraal and Mitro, a fast-paced team in this particular winners finals, on the ticket to possibly get toward that grands, but that's not at all the case right now. So I think with this kind of new robo strategy being involved, it kind of has thrown a lot into the mix, and these teams have had to really try and change up their strategies a little bit, be very kind of willing to kind of be aware of their surroundings, right? So I think this is going to be a fun one to watch. I think a very close game, and I'm not going to lie, I'm going to go with NateHill and FunkBomb. I think we're going to see 3 straight grand finals for NateHill and technically 2 straight for FunkBomb, if you like to call it that. I think the Week 5 defending champions, because they haven't played since then, are going to try to do their thing. But hey, the definition of OG on the other side, Nickmercs and Sypher, you cannot take a thing away from them. But what we can kind of generate a lot of our predictions off of is going to be the initial landing spots, which is what we're seeing right now.
And both of them staying with the same ones.
Yeah, agreed. They both, but Funk actually saying, hold on, wait. I found me a mech, and it looks like someone does manage to hop in it. So he's got to bait that self-destroy, right? He can bring him over to NateHill to try to get the elimination, but he's got to be careful, right? Those rockets will hurt Nate in it. So we haven't seen this yet, but now Nate's going to have to figure out a way to get this player out. Looks like the destruct is going to come in there from FunkBomb. That is going to be an early elimination there for them, more than likely. I believe that. Yeah, there it goes. So the mech, early game, we see it, but not to the way that some people might want.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to coordinate a little better with your teammate there. If you're FunkBomb, he does grab that mech early. He prevents the player from running away with it. But like you said, there's an enemy there at the gunner seat, so he was taking a risk even just bringing it back to NateHill. End up having to destroy it anyway, so what good was it really worth? Meanwhile, SypherPK finding an early engagement here. He's already taken a bit of damage, only has 1 mini left. Not sure if he got that from Nickmercs or if that's the last one of his stack and he's already had some shield taken off of him. What? Nickmercs and SypherPK collaborating on the kill there as Cypher just decks him a couple of times with that pistol, and Nickmercs decides that he can clean it up just fine. Lando, we got quite an opening going on here.
Yeah, we do, man. I mean, this is gonna be a lot of fun to watch. Like I said, the kind of contradictory strategies, both maybe kind of finding players depending on how they like to play. I know from one side to the other, we're seeing Zero Gravity, rather, I was gonna say Zero Gravity pretty much choke slams now toward FunkBomb, pretty much just hopping inside of that bottom grandma's position and easily taking someone down. So good spot here from FaZe, and I'm curious if they'll keep this rotation going in towards Salty, if they're going to kind of end it out here. I will say, based off where they're kind of looking right now, I'd imagine they probably haven't engaged upon it too much, or maybe they've kind of vacated the area after already searching through it. I know we were briefly on their perspective that could have been just enough time for them to engage on someone else or to kind of already make their way in towards Salty, but they've already realized there are quite a few enemies on the outside of factories, and off the initial, great work coming through from NateHill as he'll easily knock the first and pretty much double tap the second player, pixel perfect, and we'll see if NateHill can keep it up.
Yeah, that infantry rifle is definitely in the right hands here if you're on the FaZe team side of things, but very, very risky, right? He does only have about 13 builds, not a lot of ammo, so you hear him say you got to be careful, right? He needs to pop his small shield, take a little bit of a breather. He does already have some eliminations down so he can get those secured, but he's choosing to push in with that drum shotgun, so if he catches a player off guard reviving like that, it's going to be perfect. So another elimination being secured here for the FaZe duo. They pushed perfectly into here. They got shot at, and now they're looking for more eliminations. You see 6 on the side of NateHill. I don't know what FunkBomb has, but you see him get a little bit there in the feed. So far, they are playing very, very well here in the Salty Factory area.
Yeah, and that's that aggression that I was talking about, is that these players are not uncomfortable without having the Brute. Even if the Brute comes up to him, I know I was watching NateHill and get his first impressions of this season, and he's been actively avoiding the Brute. Like, I saw him hop in one a couple of times and just self-destruct it because he wanted it out of the game. So, man. He's definitely good and comfortable here as Nickmercs and Cypher are nuzzling up for a build fight.
I gotta say, I was looking through FunkBomb's stream, and that Brute just looked through the window. It's looking like a horror movie, man. I tell you what, Friday Fortnite, it is an interesting week to say the least. That Brute is causing a number of different storylines, a lot of movie references as well, as we've been saying pretty much everything.
I'm going to have flashbacks this evening.
That's for sure. I think after this broadcast is concluded, we're all going to hopefully sleep all right. But regardless, though, rotations being made inside of Neo Tilted, which, hey, this is a very prominent location for both of these players, more specifically Nickmercs. This was his home for a while. It's been some time since then, but, hey, he's doing some damage, and it looks as if maybe that mech has been still avoided or if not taken down up to this point. Great work coming in from both of these sides as they're taking down teams in stride.
Yeah, and it looks like they secured themselves the mech there. So 7 eliminations. FunkBomb has got at least 3 or 4 there. So now they're just going to start hopping around the map like the Easter Bunny on Easter. And the Easter eggs they're delivering are nice eliminations there for them. But speaking of nice eliminations, there's one there for Nickmercs. So he's sitting on 7 eliminations as well. So they're canceling each other out. It's now all up to how many eliminations Cypher and Funk have. So far, for both landing spots, they're both coming out even.
Absolutely. And it's making for a really nice, tight race here coming up for it. There goes a ton of builds, as we saw last time. NateHill not always ending up on the right side of things there. Or I forget. I'm already forgotten because there's so much Brute action happening in these matches as he does get the elimination there. Was it NateHill or FunkBomb that had an unfortunate little tumble?
I believe that was one of them. I can't remember. I think it was FunkBomb, actually, yeah.
Either
I think
way.
did end up accidentally knocking him there, but it looks like, oh my God. They
Here's
were
some
only
purposeful knocking.
Yeah, they were only 1 up, I believe, there at that point, but now Everybody in Fatal Field is not having a good time as shots are coming in for the mech. Funk is getting the high ground, but he's out of builds. He's got to be careful, though. If this player knows what to do, they should be able to take him out. He's got to play the low ground here. He does already shield that player, so we're going to see him be a little bit of a rat here as he's got eliminations being finished up there by Nate. He's got to get in. He's got to get into this box. He can't face the build fights, and there you go. That's exactly what he needs to do, pick up an elimination and secure it. This player running at him like he wanted to get eliminated, and just that, again, so many eliminations that were there. They came into that with 9, and now they have 14.
For a second, I thought that last player was doing the pony up emote, just riding out of the builds. And I was like, okay, maybe he really does just want to die.
Everyone's sacrificing themselves for the mech. Or for the mech right now. My goodness, it is just not a great time for anybody. As there we go, another one found for Nickmercs and Sypher. And I feel like every time we swap perspectives, it's somebody finding eliminations, brute or not. Nickmercs, he's acting like a robot himself, already with 9 eliminations, nearly at double digits. They're also making the rotations here inside of Dusty Depot. The newly founded and recently introduced is already off the rotation. They've actually spotted a few players. Sypher should be able to at least catch off one, but you notice Nickmercs immediately going for that flank, going for the guarantee. Those are grenade launcher shots that are trying to be tossed out, but great work for Nickmercs. Unfortunately, that player will at least escape for now. One more shot, surely just a little bit more. And there we go, Sypher, Nickmercs catching off a few. And there's going to be a full squad just in front of them. These are the eliminations that they want. These are the elims that they need, and another one found from the Trap God. Doesn't need one at least for here, but he's got 5 saved up. He's got them in his back pocket when he vends to need them.
Yeah, and you got to think that's going to be his fail-safe, right? If he gets into the box and realizes, hey, I might lose this fight, spam those traps. You know he knows how to do it. They picked up 3 eliminations just like that, and you mentioned this game is within like 2 points of each other, I think. Right now, Nickmercs and Sypher in the lead with 16. NateHill and Funk have 14. So for a first game, 30 elims right off the bat is nothing to scoff at. They have 16 more possible elims in the match that we see. And we see, it looks like NateHill trying to place that launch pad to just keep continuing the aggression as what's it called? The hoverboard, my bad, into the slipstream there from Nickmercs. I'm not seeing him lean as much into this one. You know, it's not gotten serious enough, I guess, yet. I want to see that headband basically only visible on the screen as he finds another player, as well as now the fight's happening here. He does have the other enemies nearby. The snipe not going to connect there from FunkBomb, but will PK and Nickmercs be able to secure it? And it looks like they did get that elimination.
Funk's still in the middle of this build battle, though, as he's trying to take the high ground. This other player throwing down some roofs, making it a little difficult for him to drop into the top of his box. Oh, he hits a couple of shotgun shots there with the combat, but it's just not dishing out enough damage to find the elimination. A 76 and a 58 will finally take him down. FunkBomb looking for anybody left, though. He's up in these builds with Nickmercs and SypherPK, who do find the next couple of kills, but Funk will round it out. NateHill manages to snag one in there as well. And they're doing a good job right now of keeping the eliminations away from Nick and Sypher. Definitely keeping it up. Oh my God, is right. Just hellfire raining down there.
That's great stuff, right, for the FaZe boys, because they kind of have a numerous amount of positives. Why? Because they escape with the eliminations. Also, for a time, Sypher goes down, which allows for them to be a lot easier. Plus, you also get the brute. So if we've learned anything from that fight, it has been only positives for the guys on FaZe. They've got a near full health brute right now, which, I mean, at near full strength is going to be great. But you notice, just as NateHill starts to leave this fight, Sypher is down again, and he also will be thirsted. So that reboot card starting to kind of pretty much put itself in the back of the mind right now for Nickmercs, trying to pull off a Trap God play himself, but he will be taken down too, as there goes one duo toward the end of this game number 1. And right now, FunkBomb and NateHill continuing with what has worked throughout the entirety of the tournament, staying alive while the enemy drops in the early game. We'll see how they can start to capitalize with, what, 3 players just in front? This is going to be just a flurry of elims.
Nice and grouped up for him.
Oh, this is perfect. This is all you could have ever asked for.
Nate, are you sure you don't like these things? Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, that was just as easy as ABC. 1, 2, 3. I'm talking you and me, like, Like, look at that. 4 elims, just like that. They took out Cypher and Nickmercs, but yet they couldn't take out the Brute, right? Like, it just shows that no matter how...
I don't think it lost any health.
Yeah, I don't actually think it lost any health at all.
Exact amount, yeah.
So,
man.
This game looking like a lock. The first game looks like a lock here for NateHill and FunkBomb. They are trying to just get as many elims as you can. Here you see it again. The nice combo there from the Rockets into the Stomp takes out 2 of them. The Stomp again, just stomping on top of them. Like, I mean, there's nothing you can do if you're those Timmies and Jimmies down below.
Yeah, Nate having a little bit of fun here finally with the Brute. We were just talking about that he's been known to, you know, find them and just hate them. But, oh, I thought he was going to take the launch pad for a minute there. I wasn't sure if that interaction existed. But you know what interaction definitely exists is missiles kill builds. Here comes the mech right into this big old tower that somebody thought was going to keep them nice and safe, but it's going to come crashing down here. One stomp, perhaps? No, not quite going to use it. Going to go for the rockets instead.
Oh,
and
no.
there's the 70 HP stomp and the knockdown. Looking to clean up the rest of the team now by hand. Is NateHill going to exit the mech?
This is just ridiculous at this point, right? I mean, this is what we thought was going to happen going into it, and we didn't see it the first match. But, I mean, this is mech and brute usage to its peak, right?
I think some would say it's brutal.
Yeah, I would agree. I think some would definitely say it's brutal. I mean, this is easy, right? I don't think they're sweating at all. I don't think they're worried. I mean, you got to think, though, if you're PK and Nickmercs, are you going to go for the Brute strat? And the answer is you got to. Yeah. You have to. There's no way you're going to be able to surpass this amount of lead if you don't. And as you can see, it's netting NateHill and FunkBomb so many eliminations as they're going to find another one. And now there's only one player left in the lobby. NateHill has 17 eliminations.
My goodness. NateHill, I tell you what, man, this guy is unreal. I mean, he has the ability with one more map to make 3 straight grand finals. I don't know if that's been done so far in Friday Fortnite 2019 where a player has made it to 3 straight, and he may have the opportunity to do it with his defending cohort, his defending champion teammate in FunkBomb. These guys complement each other so well. And what? That's 17 for NateHill.
Oh, my God.
10 for FunkBomb. That is 27 eliminations in one game. And surely they're going to find the 28th right here. This is just going to be the icing on the cake. NateHill, do it to him, buddy. This guy is just unbelievable. Has the sniper shot, ready to most likely destroy the one build that player is holding on to right now. And they may be toying with him a little bit. There we go. First one gets put in play. The trap instantly just ready for the reaction. And it's a trap party. It's a trap party, baby. Launch pad right into the other ones as NateHill, his overall Fortnite skill is nearly as beautiful as his vocal cords. My word. 18. It's 28 elims, guys. 28 in one game. That's impressive after an entire series.
And look at that. 17, though, on the side of Cypher and Nickmercs. That's a 45-kill game for the squad.
If you account for them, they literally took up half the lobby.
Yeah,
49 players accounted for right here.
So as massive as that game is for NateHill and Funk, they're only up, was that 11 eliminations? So not that comfortable of a lead, right?
Absolutely.
Especially with that Brute we saw they've got, what, 8 maybe eliminations as soon as PK and Nickmercs went down. So you got to think the game plan for both teams is we've got to get the Brute.
Yeah, definitely. But I think NateHill and FunkBomb showed that it does matter when you get the Brute.
Yep.
We've seen somebody try to land in it early, and that usually is going to end up with, you know, at least the Brute, if not you, dead. You know, FunkBomb discovered that pretty early on last game. But if you can get it mid-game, especially, you know, late to mid-game, somewhere in there, you're going to be able to clean up plenty of eliminations, get the fast rotations, and, you know, really dominate those build battles.
Yeah, for sure, right? And obviously, what we've just kind of been discussing throughout the entirety of the broadcast, it's been Mr. Brute. And if kind of sitting in that respawn screen, Cypher and Nickmercs didn't already realize it, that is the key. I mean, as we've been discussing even more, NateHill and FunkBomb, NateHill more specifically, does not like the Brute, but when he has to use it, he will. And that is when he finds upwards of 18 eliminations just by himself. An incredible performance and one that ended out in some fantastic highlights as well, as we will get ready to head in toward game number 2. And during this time, we obviously want to let you guys know that Friday Fortnite is brought to you by G Fuel. You can check out G Fuel's endless amount of flavors by visiting gfuel.com. And once there, you can purchase, or rather use code UMG for 10% off all of your purchases. G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. Friday Fortnite is also brought to you by GIF Your Game. To experience the magic of GIF Your Game's remote clip creation, make sure to download their app at gifyourgame.com, as mobile support is coming soon. But here we go, boys. It's time for game number 2. It's set in stone. As much as we'd like to call out and say, FaZe, they had a phenomenal game, which they did, it's not one that they can still feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I agree, but the same drop's coming out. So SypherPK and Nickmercs saying, hey, you know what? We're comfortable enough with the Loot Lake drop. We think that people are going to come there no matter what. It's a new POI. It does have that rift, so the mobility there is great if you don't get it yourself. It is one of the few remaining rifts on the island. So as far as loot goes so far, you got to think it's going to go over to PK and Nickmercs. They do have the advantage, but will they have the same amount of kill incentive as someone that lands near Salty, near Retail, or Mega Ball, rather, as FunkBomb is taking some damage there. Does only take 19 damage from that player. Looks like they may have only had an SMG. He quickly disengages because he doesn't have any close range. But, I mean, an AR in this man's hand is just as good as any other gun. So we'll have to see how it plays out here for him. He does have some ability to disengage. NateHill needs to get there ASAP, though.
Most definitely. These two play much better together when they are together. You know, they don't play split very often unless it's, you know, out of pure necessity because one of them knows that they're just going to die or hold the other one back. Those stink bombs coming in, getting 2 or 3 ticks in, softening up that player so that FunkBomb can get the elimination with that heavy assault rifle he has in his pocket. Looking to pick up the last one as this player is stuck in the corner on the roof across from him. Can't quite find the kill, though, as the player manages to make it into the structure.
I love that, just how our immediate reaction is. It's just like, oh, okay, this is, you know, great play from FunkBomb. He's trying, okay, his teammate now has, and he literally landed right on top of his builds.
I mean, if that's not synergy, I don't know what is.
That's for sure, man. These guys are just all business right now, firing off the rockets, stomping in every which way. And that is going to be an unfortunate fall. And there goes the first of many to come. Lovely start as they've already singled out one. Was that player already knocked? I have no idea. Regardless, though, 1 shot, 1 kill. He gets it done. That's going to be a second one found. But on the other end, let's keep in mind, a Neo tilted drop here for Nickmercs and for Sypher. They realize the situation at hand. They're saying, you know what? The Brutes are nice, but we're making the rotation. We're here at our homeland. Let's see if they can make anything happen from it.
Yeah, and they picked up some eliminations there as well, so we'll have to see if that's enough. They're hoping, hey, we're hoping FaZe goes down here. As much as you don't want your competitors to go out early, I mean, it is the name of the game. If they go out early, then this is a free sailing game as long as Nickmercs and Sypher can manage it. You don't want to be too aggressive. We've seen players do that, and they're as we're switching over, I mean, I'm so sorry, player 258, but you got the wrong lobby, honey. And like, this is just dominant gameplay here from them. Not that you can't. I mean, you can totally not dominate in the brute, but they have done nothing but just play it perfectly. Yeah.
And I'm really curious why the choice was to go to Pleasant Park here. They are finding a squad immediately. A SypherPK gonna shotgun down this player. However, that bus path went northeast to southwest, bottom left corner. So I didn't think Pleasant Park was going to be all that populated, but I suppose with this zone, it's going to be a decent rotation, but everyone's going to be coming to them from their south. Probably not going to have anybody north or west of them. So I think NateHill and FunkBomb are in a good opportunity here to head west, cut across the middle of the map, and they can probably zone out a lot of kills from SypherPK and Nickmercs.
Oh, and a long-range missile coming in from FunkBomb. Lovely stuff. And I mean, just kind of piggyback off what you said there, Dan. I think that was very well said. I mean, in terms of the way that Sypher and Nickmercs are playing this right now, it's a little bit worrisome because, granted, they are making rotations, but you notice they're going toward every spot, finding a few stragglers. While on the other end, NateHill and FunkBomb, they don't really have to move, right? They're utilizing this brute, and they're constantly engaging. They're hardly moving. They're grabbing resources. While on the other end, it seems as if every single team that Nickmercs and Sypher find, it's a difficulty. It is a lot of work that's put in. It's a lot of, resources that you're trying to implement, even key inventory items that you're using to try and get from one squad to the next. While for NateHill and FunkBomb, it's just right around the corner. It's in your friendly neighborhood, right? They don't have to do a whole lot. Right now for Nickmercs and Sypher, it's taking time for them. And that's the worrisome issue right now. Despite them visiting, maybe 3-4 POIs up to this point, they're still down in kills just in this game alone.
Yeah, they're down 1 kill in just this game alone. We were down a lot going into it, so the road is only uphill, and it is getting steeper and steeper with each elimination that Funk and NateHill get. And you mentioned they're staying at home. Salty is so center map that every player knows that is a good rotation into if you want to get eliminations. If you're just trying to rotate, you stay away from it. But, I mean, you're not going to run all the way through Mega Mall to get away from things, especially if you see fights going down. You're going to want to get it. Speaking of Mega Mall, there's a marshmallow that just happened to get caught there by Sypher as he's going. Looks like this player may be just a new to the game, day one player or something, but didn't really put much of a fight there. As Sypher in a box, he should be fine here to get this elimination. He does, again, the trap play. There are players all around him, though. These players, it looks like they've played Cizzorz Death Run as they know how to dodge that trap. Sypher now actually in a sticky situation. Edit's coming out, though. He should be able to pick up this guy. This guy's very, very weak as Nickmercs finally able to join him there. He is editing that, so the trap will try to trigger there. But, yep, there you go. The teammate coming in saying, hey, don't worry, but I got you.
And Sypher and Nickmercs, up until that point, had been trying to play a little bit split. They were both scouting using that rift over and over again from Loot Lake. Oh, FunkBomb just missing that snipe there. NateHill's going to pick up a kill of his own, though. But because Sypher was having a little bit more trouble, he had to force Nick to come all the way over to him, and now they're having to play together again. They're not being able to split to find more kills. Meanwhile, FunkBomb and NateHill in an engagement of their own, picking up kills left and right. I believe Nate's already gotten 2 in this fight. Funk gets cracked, but he's got 1 of his own. 20 HP. He is in a tight spot. He's going to have to run from zone yet again. I feel like we've been here before, folks.
Yeah, we definitely have. Thankfully, though, he does have a few items that can make that jaunt, that progression a little bit easier. Like we said, with those shockwave grenades, with that bounce pad and those bandages, wrapping the wrists and pretty much just jumping on trampoline should allow for them to get in zone. And while it will take some damage, they should be decently okay. As you're going to notice, NateHill pretty much has to go for the placement. There we go. FunkBomb so decides to go ahead and take those bandages and move on forward. So they will just make it in toward the zone. It was not the easiest of things, but now, hey, this is your opportunity. If you're Nickmercs and Sypher, this is your chance to finally take over. It has been a tie game in this game number 2, and they've needed to pretty much be twice as good as the boys on FaZe, as they will be headed back toward Neo Tilted, and it's not a surprise that they have vended to go ahead and split, go ahead and separate, as we'll see what Sypher can do. And you hear Nickmercs calling out, I'm coming, bro. Sypher, he probably has to do this on his own. That's my worrisome thing, is that I like the idea of Nickmercs coming here and trying to play alongside of his squad mate, but you almost have to allow for Sypher to take this one by himself. He has to be Mr. Solo Squad for this time toward the end of this game. Takes a little bit of health loss, but at least gains some items of interest. Places down the cozy campfire, trying to dodge a few of those cones. Misses the early shot, but is ready for the next one. Ready for those edits, ready for those shots. Misses yet again a second one, but here we go, coming from that side vantage point. We know how good Sypher is when he's got the builds in his favor. And there we go, takes down the first of many, the first that need to come through, as there's a player that's just toward the top side of those builds. I think maybe fighting off against Nickmercs right now, and they're trying to join forces. And I like this call here, but at the same time, I'm worried about them being in the same location while FaZe is on the other side, allowing for the same opportunities.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, it may be too little too late. There is only 10 people in the lobby left. So if Funk and NateHill pick up any of those eliminations, you got to think that this game is over. Again, it will come down to the last kills in the lobby. But like you talk about it, the split needed to happen regardless. You got to sacrifice your own life for the teams. when you're down that much. Granted, they will have a chance to come back through losers, but you want to win winners bracket, right? Because then you have that double elimination threat still available for you. You can go into the final games, not be like, oh, okay, we lost one, we're out, but oh, we lost one, we got to go back again. So it just is, at this point, you got 10 here from the FaZe duo. You've got 13 here from SypherPK and Nickmercs. I think it's so close here, but it's going to come down to the wire. But I think the missed call there to come back to Cypher is going to cost them.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand it from Nick's perspective, though. If your teammate goes down, you're going to have a real rough time. You know, it's going to be a big enough task to find all 10 eliminations that are left here, but trying to do that solo would have just been impossible. We did get to see some really nice play from Cypher there, though, like you got to call out, Lando, that breaching 1x1s is Cypher's specialty. He's kind of the turtle killer, the turtle hunter, whatever you want to call him, in addition to the trap god.
Turtle man. No.
That's exactly...
someone else's title.
That's exactly the way that I think he learned how to become so deadly with the traps. Perhaps we'll see one here as he catches a shotgun blast early. He's going to have to stop and take a mini. But, you know, he's very comfortable in these build fights, especially if this player decides to box up. He is comfortable breaking into it by himself. He often will take 2 walls at once so the player doesn't know where he's coming from. He does manage to throw a ramp down in this box in the storm, so the pressure is on, and he is in the box in this player's face. Hits 98 for the shotgun and finishes it off with a body shot. He'll execute the player and grab a couple of mats and minis and make his way out of the storm, hopefully. This is about to start ticking for a little bit more damage, and he doesn't want to get caught in it for too long.
But that's a massive elim there, right? So going into this, there were 8 eliminations they needed to tie, and there were 10 people. If Funk or NateHill get any of these eliminations, it's massive. They need to pick up as many as possible. There you see NateHill getting 2 of them. Oof. So I think at this point, it's going to come down to every last elimination being credited to the right amount of people. If SypherPK and Nickmercs can pick up every elimination, they might have a chance. It might come down to 1. They are finally splitting up perfectly here, but I think it's too little too late.
Oh, and there we go. He's got the line sight. He's focused onto the mech, and you notice NateHill says, hey, there's actually someone firing along with me. I might as well seize the opportunity that's just in front, and there we go. The easiest knock of the tournament as that player desperately needed to turn that headset volume up just a little bit, as there's going to be another 2, and surely that should be it. You'd like to think the mech is doing all that it can, but NateHill, FunkBomb, far too dominant.
That's a fresh mech that just spawned in the middle of Lazy Lagoon.
It did, but when you have all 4 players of this magnitude all at once, they are quickly and ready to get that one out of here. And we know, right, in terms of NateHill, he's not the biggest fan of the mechs. I'd imagine quite a few players maybe aren't when they're on the other side of it, but he was quickly and ready to try to get rid of that one as fast as possible, even if that meant taking down enemies who were also trying to be a part of it as well. And there we go. A fresh, new brute. And he's calling out, saying, hey, there's someone just ahead. And this should be another easy one, but I believe that should be it for FaZe based off the elims. Oh, this is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is lovely. Mech on mech fight. It's a battle bot to the death. And there we go. Self-destructs, gets out of dodge, 30 HP. NateHill, did he do it? And it looks as if one player was knocked out by the brute, and that is how we end it.
They're going to take all the kills away with that explosion. I think he played that perfectly.
200 IQ play just eliminated Nickmercs and Cypher's chance of winning this game by knowing how to take out the enemy players by self-sabotage. That was 250 IQ.
Honestly, 3,000 at that point. Like, that is way over anything that I would have ever thought of. Or, like, anything. That's like MrSavage did with that shadow bomb that he made in the qualifying weeks. Like, just taking him out from your opponents, denying him that. There's no other way to do that in Fortnite. Yeah. You can knock them down with fall damage. You still get the credit. But denying both you and them that elim is just having confidence, right? Had they been down 3 kills and he not gotten those kills, like, oh, man, you would hate to be in that situation. But I think confidently they took it home.
Yeah, just what a great play all around. I mean, Nick and Cypher gave it their best go. We'll see the final tally coming up here soon. But I think it's going to be pretty safe to say that the FaZe boys are going to take it home for Funk and NateHill once again. There it is, coming through 43-35. Only an 8 elimination spread. We see that when it's, 10-18, something like that. 43-35. They practically killed an entire server on their own.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like that was straight up dominance from beginning to end. I got to say, the one thing that kind of distanced themselves, I think, from the boys of Nickmercs and Cypher was just a matter of going for the brute, like straight up. Like that for me was just the overall difference maker for most of this game, was that it wasn't a matter of Nickmercs and Cypher not playing well, because they were. It was just they were working so hard for what FaZe did, which allowed for them to be somewhat easy. Like they were just roaming around with the brute, venturing from location to location. It wasn't too problematic. While we were talking about location to location, they were jumping, they were utilizing that loot lake rift just to try to find one squad in each POI. They worked harder than they need to, and I hope kind of venturing toward the losers bracket, which will guarantee them top 3 and possibly another rematch versus NateHill and FunkBomb, by the way, of which NateHill now enters in toward his 3rd grand final in a row, which is incredible. But I got to say, I think that kind of moving forward, I hope teams were watching that last series, or if they weren't, they start to learn the brute is the key.
Oh, 100%, especially if you're down.
Yeah.
We talked about it, right? We talked about if you were SypherPK and Nickmercs going down into this, you have to land brute. But they chose to land loot lake again, and you think they did in the last match. They were only down by like 3 eliminations, but match to match, it starts to add up. And when you don't have the best game and when you die off early, you need to get the brute.
Yeah, definitely. To put it plain and simple, characters need to understand their rotations. It's hard to do now with all of the mobility being taken out. Use the brute for mobility, but also for damage and for getting these high kill games. But also, I think players need to be more aware of the zone. They need to be more aware of what their rotation is going to be, and they need to be more cognizant of when the zone is moving, where the zone is moving to, and what that bus path did to put people in their their path of destruction.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, this game is all about getting kills. If you're going to win this tournament, you got to get high kills, as we saw from SypherPK, Nickmercs, FunkBomb, and NateHill.
Yeah, for sure, right? It's like we said, this losers bracket, it's going to get even more interesting. Who can make it toward that top of the mountain? Who can make it to take down NateHill and FunkBomb? That is what we're about to dive into. As like we said, guys, the losers bracket is starting to heat up. Some losers bracket games right on your screen when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7, as we are hopping into game number 2 of a current losers round 5 game going on between Destroy and Assault, facing off against Mongraal and Dubs. Now, one thing that is obviously very interesting coming into this matchup, a little bit kind of a backstory, if you will. Mongraal and Dubs have been in this losers bracket since losers round 2, where they took down DJ Akademiks and Grandma. They later took down FaZe K and Jarvis. They also just dropped Replays and Nick A30, and possibly could be in a moment to take down Destroy and Assault as well, who coming into the break, which could be a little bit different now, we're down 21-18. So that is in favor of Assault and Destroy. So we'll see if that can be a continuous trend, as we are back here at the UMG studio. Myself, Leonard Sanders, joined in part by Clay and Dan. Great to have you guys here. But boy, what a match this is. What a number of talent that we have in this lobby right now. I'm excited to see how game number 2 unfolds.
Yeah, and just like that, we're hopping on board with Mongraal. Just absolutely destroys that player, right? Already eliminations coming through here for this duo. You want to see, look at that aim, definitely better than I could. He's hitting shot after shot after shot. I don't think he's really missed many. And with that infantry rifle, you got to hit them all. And he is down, no shield, but he does have Dubs nearby. The elimination should start to come through. I don't know if he actually hit that one or not, but that would have been amazing if he did. They do need to clean this fight up, though, quickly. You want to see as many fight eliminations in quickly as possible. Oh, Mongraal in a bad spot, though. Again, no shield, has got to be careful because of this. He's going to quickly sneak back inside this building and just take a little bit of a breather.
Well, Clay, I think you hit that right on the head, that he missed a few of his shots with that infantry rifle, which is so critical that you can hit them back to back to back while you can. But then he started to have different targets engage him. He lost focus, so now he's running around looking for these 2, 3, 4 players that are all probably relatively low but scattered, and he doesn't know quite what their position was. You saw him get shot in the back as he's entering another part of the this mall, the staircase area of Nero Tilted. Oh, Dubs hits a nice shot to start off this fight with the Deagle, and then he's just going to laser his opponent down and then find the second one with the shotgun. Hopefully this can relieve a bit of the pressure here in Neo Tilted, give the duo a moment to catch their breath, reload everything, maybe med up if they need it.
That was such a smart play there by Dubs, right? To know that player didn't box up fully and to drop down and put that wall, it gave him the easy edit kill there onto him.
And I don't know if you heard it, but they were screaming out, "I have 4 kills," which if you recall at the start of this match, we said that Assault and Destroy were leading 21-18. So hopefully Mongraal and Dubs are starting to make up that deficit.
Yeah, it seems to be the case as we're already transferring in. Some of the rotations not too far away, just kind of toward their decent coast. It's going to be Assault and Destroy planting themselves firmly in here toward Pleasant Park, and based off the scoreline we see it, it's a tie game. The slate is clear with 25 players left alive. Assault trying to get away from that stink bomb as he's got one player just ahead, utilizing that picket fence as a little bit of a vantage point. And you see them calling out, "Hey, I need to take a moment. I need these 15 seconds. Can you watch over me? I'm a little bit exposed, but can Destroy keep it up for the team?" He's hanging on well. He's the #1 hype man in Fortnite. And we'll see if he can try to do all the damage necessary in the midst of Assault, having a little bit of a breather. Takes them in. He gets back up to 150 HP. His teammates now back up to full 200, and they are primed and ready to take down another squad, another group of players here inside of Pleasant Park, and takes a shot, but it's worth it. That extra mini definitely comes in to help as they just piece by piece continue to dive in, but this is what they need to do, right? We talk about how dominant the other side is, Mongraal and Dubs. That is a roster who was down 4, still went to Neo, still will go toward the most fast-paced kind of locations on the map, and they are not going to stop as you see them already here at the block.
Yeah, and that's such a big rotation there to cover that much ground with not a lot of mobility, and they've split. So Dubs is not near Mongraal. Mongraal is not near him to what we can see. Mongraal saying there's too many free kills here, so he's trying. Obviously, he's getting eliminations or tagging people, but this split is what you need going down into a match. Dubs and Mongraal, I'm not. What's it called? I don't think they're gonna die here. I don't think they're gonna get eliminated. I think they're two phenomenal players, and they have the ability to split like this and not have to worry. But it does call into question, like, the loadout here from Dubs is not the best. He does only have a tactical shotgun. But, oh, my God, the aim there from Dubs was near perfect on that player. You would have thought he was hacking with that kill. Oh, my God.
That was one for the highlight reel. Dubs flying through with the shockwave nade.
I mean, he definitely needs to put that one on his Instagram after that. Because if not, I would. Because, I mean, that is just amazing. As we move over to Grandma's house here, oh, my God, Mongraal gets surprised there. Grandma not happy that he came without warning. So he's going to have to play it a little bit slower than he can. You hear the comms a little bit hectic here. They're kind of just yelling at each other. But, hey, if it works, it works. And, you know, hey, he's got you hear Dubs call just Turtle. He is on EU ping, or he might be on their service. He doesn't really have a lot of ping, so this is Mongraal's advantage, and it's his fight to lose.
I feel like they're literally just screaming at each other right now. I feel like they were in person, they'd be slapping each other across the face. But hey, it is just to keep the momentum going, keep that fast, aggressive play in light of their current position. Mongraal brought down to 56 HP, and like they were calling out earlier, try and turtle, and does not have a whole lot of mats. It most likely could be Dubs saying, hey, I'm not too far away. I'm just around the corner as we see Destroy. As we see Assault not too far away, but there we go. Mongraal is down and will be thirsted. And what an opportunity this is for Destroy and Assault to really expose this moment. Dubs, the last player to get here, thankfully will be there for the revive, but to no avail. This is a very close game. taking all that time to go for the reboot may be worth it, but it also is very time-consuming.
Yeah, I mean, with as little players as there are left, I don't think it's worth it. I think Dubs is so phenomenal as a solo player that he does not need to pick him up. He is going to get that reboot card, so he does have the option to, but there are only 12 players in the lobby. And so while trying to go for the reboot, it looks like he's going to find players on top of him. That player just sitting on the hoverboard right outside, he can't be passive here. This time that he's taking to pop the shield cost him an elimination. So Dubs has got to play his normal aggressive pace. He is going to find that player. Honestly, if I'm him, I drop those bandages and I yoink that Chug Jug away just in case. But you can't go for the reboot. Honestly, it's going to take too much time. You need to just find eliminations because they already came into this match down. I just don't know.
He might be going
like he's
for
gonna
it.
grab it anyway. Now, there is all of that loot that's available to the Northeast that we just saw drop out of all these players. However, I think you're right, Clay. I think this just takes too much time. And, I mean, you see Destroy is moving. And, you know, not far behind him, Assault, I'm not sure if he's on a hoverboard as well or maybe took a launch pad. But both of these players rotating through Neo Tilted really quickly. They've got a long way to go. And I'm not sure that Dubs and Mongraal have too much rotation ability right now because they had to use it just to come together to connect. You know, we were talking about all that screaming going on and, you know, Colossus Hurdle while the other one could meet up. And I think they've already probably used up their launch pads, their shockwave nades, whatever they may have had.
But the game's within 1 point, so it might have been the right call in the end.
And I'll say, Destroy and Assault, they haven't found anybody. That was the thing. It was like, okay, it's not worth it as I, of course, just give the call. There's someone who instantly pops up, but they're not really seeing a ton of action right now, so that could be working toward the benefit of Mongraal and Dubs in this moment as we see quite a bit of fall damage, quite a bit of overall HP has been lost here for Destroy. Thankfully, he's got minis aplenty, but who is that above? Oh, no, it's not his teammate. It's Dubs. Dubs is here, and can he make worth of it? It looks as if it will be one that's found from Assault. Dubs will clean up the second, but this is actually a great situation for them, and based off of all things considered, it's pretty much a trade, right? It's pretty much just a trade in that moment. So we were calling out, was it worth it? I don't think Destroy and Assault got done enough. They didn't see enough of the map in order to make that 15, 20-second interval really worth all that while.
Yeah, and you heard Dubs in that call. He said, it's all up to you, bro, because that mech is there. So Mongraal is trying to slay out and get as many elims away from them as possible because if Dubs can bait that mech to them, he can take out Assault and Destroy without it.
Wow.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought of that.
That was an amazing shot there. He's getting every elimination that he can. These bananas are getting absolutely destroyed here. Oh, my God. Yet another amazing shot. Oh, just, what, 4 eliminations? 3 there for him. So with that, there's only 1 player left in the lobby.
And we're seeing right here why Mongraal managed to, you know, wind up 6th in the World Cup duos. He knows how to handle himself. He knows how to handle these shotguns. You know, it sent those bananas right through the blender that was shotgun pellets. He is ready. He is fired up. We'll see if he and Dubs can clutch out the end of this. But right now, they are well on their way to victory.
But it's going to be close at the end. I mean, I know we were looking at the scoreboard and how influential it is. And I got to say, it could come within just this final elimination. This could tie it. This could send it just toward one side or the next. Where is the hide-and-seek champion? And you notice Assault taking that Loot Lake Rift. This is still a decently sized circle right now, a decently sized zone.
Mongraal's on 10 HP.
And he doesn't care, though. He has no
he
worry.
He doesn't have the time. And I think
Yeah.
it is literally going to come down to this. It is.
Oh, no!
It's going to come down to this
What?
last person. So, 1 player separates these players from winning.
Do they take the mech? I don't think you take a mech.
I don't think you take the mech.
I
You
think
have
it's too
to
slow.
stay in the
I
air.
don't think we've seen anything like this where we know the score when there is 1 player left. Now, I got to say, I hope that player does not die to the storm. I will be so frustrated if that player dies to the storm because how influential, how important
Or we
this
could
is.
get the mech self-destruct again.
And I got to say, oh, yeah, oh, my gosh, we can't even forget that. But, like, at the same time, all these players, they don't necessarily know that this game is tight unless they
Oh, my God.
they
Destroy
tied it.
found him.
Destroy. There he is. Here's your chance. Here's your opportunity. Can he seize it? in Lazy Lagoon. Here we go. He needs to take down the Pride Bomber. Can he make it happen? Already does 96 damage. This could be it. Is anyone here for the contest? I think one may just be not too far away, but it is his teammate. Surely this is all it. This should be their game to win. A trap gets inbound, and it does take down Destroy.
This player knows what to do.
He does, but
that'll do it.
Assault gets it done, and that should be it. A game that came down to one sole elimination.
Oh my God.
Takes down Mongraal and Dubs. It came down to just one player. And after all of that work in the losers bracket, it all comes crashing down, gentlemen.
And it was to a player that actually had a chance to take out Assault and Destroy. Like, that player knew how to play. And if you're, I mean, I just can't even believe it, right? At that point, like, you got to just think, hey, you know what? We put it all on the field, with the field being the map. You put it all on the line. They split so well. But, oh, my God.
Jeez.
Oh, that clean shockwave nade coming back through for Dubs. He and Mitro tried, or Mongraal, sorry. They tried so hard. They put every ounce of effort they could have into that game. Coming down from, 3 games behind, or 3 kills behind to start that, and finishing it with the last elimination.
I've got a migraine after that. I just the stress, like in that moment, you could literally feel the intensity. When we saw that scoreboard, it was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, is this actually like happening right now? I mean, man, I don't even know how to call that. Like at the end, and you can't really take anything away from the revive because it was necessary. Why? Because Mongraal was cleaning up 4 players inside of the storm. That we don't even get to that situation if he wasn't revived. So I think pretty much, I mean, if you were in that situation where you were down coming into this game, there's nothing we can kind of critique from that game number 1 because we obviously didn't have it on broadcast. But to no avail, I think they did everything right. It was just a matter of where that last player was.
Yeah, and that's just RNG. You heard Destroy kind of say, hey, I think I found him, right, as he's hoverboarding away, and you don't mark it, you don't ping it, you just let your teammate know, and that secured, he went down, but it secured them the win, and now they're moving on. I mean, but you got to, if you're them, you got to take a breath, right? You can't go into the next game, like, you can go hyped, you can go super aggressive, but you still got to remember, like, hey, we almost lost that, so maybe we got to reevaluate our plan just a little bit.
For sure. Assault and Destroy live up to their name at the end of the day. However, that was such a close game. Dubs and Mongraal, like, GG's, absolutely.
100%, right?
Exciting stuff. The losers bracket, making for an exciting run tonight. It's going to be a fun grand final when we make it there.
100%, right? And this is just all in search, all in just want to get toward that losers bracket final, to get even toward the grand finals as well. But what an interesting game that was, guys. Like we said, an incredible one to kind of close us out as we get ready to head toward a commercial break. But before we do that, feel free, right, to get involved in the social media. Let us know what your thoughts are on this tournament. Let us know by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Let's get us trending, right? While we're at it, hey, just, a casual little thing, right? Just get us trending. Even just tweet out your thoughts on the broadcast, thoughts on how things are going in terms of the bracket. But like we said, some more awesome losers bracket games to come as everybody is in hunt for that grand final position. We'll be back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7. As we are in the midst of some interesting losers bracket games. Like we said, we've been seeing some interesting ones. One that, in fact, came down to a single elimination to progress one particular squad forward. We unfortunately did wave goodbye to Mongraal and co. But hey, we're getting ready to hop into our next one as we've got Myth and Zexrow now facing off against the boys on Ghost, which this one should be a very fun one as well. Now, I believe this is game number 2. I think for the most part, Myth and Zexrow had a pretty dominant game from what I just saw. So we'll see if that can be a continuous trend as they look to try to hold on toward the end game.
Yeah, and it looks like it's Mech v Mech here. So, Mech v Mech. They are both actually in Loot Lake. They're trying to get these eliminations. Zexrow actually hopping out as Kamo picks one up. He's just trying to use that aim that he practiced so much to get, but it looks like he's not going to be able to get it as it goes over more than likely to the Ghost Boys. So the Mech gameplay here is something that we saw Myth pioneer, right? You start that boost, you hop out, and then you go back in, and it'll reset that boost. Here you go. Exactly. Boom. There you go. Look at that.
Jeez.
The mobility with the mech. You don't think that this is going to be something that you intend to see much longer in the gameplay, but hopefully it gets vaulted from our side of things. I mean, I definitely don't want to see it in 5 weeks or 6 weeks from now, but you never know.
Right. But that's definitely going to be a big advantage for
What?
Myth and Zexrow. If Issa and Kamo don't know how to do this, they're not going to be able to close this ground like Zexrow's doing right here and get these stomps in and just cover all of this distance to find these eliminations. Zexrow just smashing people left and right into the ground, doing his best like Jurassic Park T-Rex impersonation going on here. He's just having a good time. Jumping around, doesn't hardly even need the gunner there.
Whoa. And they're also dodging shots, which is like, whenever you do that kind of little movement glitch, you pretty much just allow for yourself to scoot yourself forward. I think an enemy actually tried to hop in the just the side of it. Can't accomplish a whole lot as you see constant boogie bombs tossed, so we'll be seeing an explosion of the Brute, but still more to come. And this was even a strategy, like we said. We have one team that currently sits in the grand finals from that winner side, which is NateHill and FunkBomb. Once they started to really kind of catch the strategy of, oh, let's play the Brute early on, late game, whatever it may be. As long as we kind of have one in our hands, we're going to be in a really good position. And speaking of those, we noticed the Ghost Boys, they're also indulging in it. And it looks as if they get taken down by another Brute. What?
Oof.
Ghosts are not happy by losing toward in that battle bot fight, but jeez.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a little trash talk went down. Hey, I mean, this competition is going to happen. Whether it's kickball or Fortnite, trash talk has been around since the beginning. And I think with that quick exit, I think the TSM boys do end up winning. But the better of the two Brutes, right? Like, it came down to who was better at the Brutes. And we, at the very beginning, before the brackets even started, we saw Myth doing that strategy and getting good at it. And so if you're able to use that reset of the jump there, I mean, you're covering so much more ground. You're getting more eliminations than your competitors.
Right. And, I mean, like we've talked about already, Ninja, like within this bracket, did not have time, we know for sure, to get into this game and figure out Season 10 ahead of time. But every person I have seen so far that has done their study and looked ahead. Now, I'm not saying that any of these players might not have.
Yeah.
But everyone that I have, you know, for sure I can confirm that they've had time to get into Season 10. They've benefited greatly from it. They've figured out how the mechs work. They've embraced them. All these things, and it's very important for this gameplay here.
And you talk about it, as we'll kind of enter in now here toward Losers Round 6, a matter of Myth and Zexrow. They've clearly kind of done their homework because they've had the ability to. They're facing off now against Ninja and Bugha, who maybe haven't had that same opportunity to. Like we talked about Ninja, maybe during this kind of interval. I know he obviously watches Friday Fortnite, but I know he's kind of at Lollapalooza right now. He's starting to kind of, impress the viewer, so I'm sure he's probably hopping in games. I'm not sure if he's actually able to watch all of the streams. That's something that I honestly don't really know about all that much. So if he hasn't really been able to kind of maybe learn from Bugha, or if Bugha doesn't really know these things kind of himself, they aren't learning how to do this kind of little minute strategies or how to kind of implement the Brute in this particular way, which could be a huge advantage, as we've been kind of discussing, for Myth and Zexrow, as it was in that last matchup. But I know from the top side now toward the, or rather from the bottom side now toward the top, Aydan and Sway, I think, are getting ready to face off against Destroy and Assault. I know we'll be hopping in that game shortly, but kind of our initial thoughts coming into this game. I know, like I said, Aydan and Sway, very talented team. However, Destroy and Assault, they were picking it up, and they took down a very, very dominant team in Mongraal and Dubs.
Yeah, and overall, I think Destroy and Assault definitely know what they're doing, and they use the mech as well, right? They definitely were very good. I didn't see Aydan and Sway use the mech really at all in their games, and it cost them a lot, especially when they were down that one game. Aydan had a really clutch performance, but you don't got the Brute, you don't got the win.
Yeah. So what's prediction? What's the call? Who are we thinking?
I think Assault and Destroy are going to take it. They're on a rampage. Aydan and Sway have had to wait a little bit.
Yeah.
They're coming off hot wins. So,
good call. Dan, your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to say something along the same lines, that Assault and Destroy are coming in very hot. I 100% agree with that. However, we did already see Aydan just pop off. He got in that farmhouse fight where he found 4 kills back to back to back with that tactical shotgun. But I don't know how sustainable that is. So I think if he can string those together and really, you know, coordinate with his duos partner and play as a team, then the Ghost Boys have a chance there. Or Aydan and his duo have a chance. But really, I think Destroy and Assault are probably going to take this. They're coming in hot. They're coming off a huge win. Their mojo is definitely flowing, so I got to give it to them.
Like I said, I think that's a very valid argument to have at this moment. It's a matter of a team who's a lot more hot at this moment, a team who we saw has been utilizing the Brute a lot more. I mean, that kind of has been the major factor throughout a lot of Friday Fortnite today has been your management of how to utilize the Brute. If not, how do you weather the storm of the Brute kind of toward the either beginning game or the late game, and it'll be kind of an interesting trend. Will we see another kind of top duo, a very, very solid team, fall to the strategies that have kind of swarmed so many teams previously? We'll obviously have to find out how that one will be the case as we get ready to fly in here for our first game in this particular matchup. It should be a fun one to watch, and while we watch these landing locations, it's important to let you guys know that Friday Fortnite is brought to you by G Fuel. You can check out G Fuel's endless amount of flavors by visiting gfuel.com, and once there, you can use code UMG for 10% off all of your purchases. G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports, and Friday Fortnite is also brought to you by GIF Your Game. To experience the magic of GIF Your Game's remote clip creation, make sure to download their app at gifyourgame.com, as mobile support is coming soon. But here we go, boys. Already off the rip. The fights are going down in blue, and Assault is trying to hold on valiantly as Destroy is already knocked down.
Yeah, unfortunately, that tactical shotgun went over to the enemy player. Assault was able to pick him up, though. Should be able to chug slash him back up to healthy HP. Give him a shotgun as well. There's still that whole blue house to loot, but you don't want to get caught down below. If you get caught down below, the same thing's going to happen. You're just going to go down. But, oh, my, look at that. Destroy didn't even care that he had 30 HP. He got another elimination.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Clay, that they want to make it out of this house sooner than later. You know, teams, if they're paying attention, are going to know that they're low HP. They're going to know they've had a couple of fights, and that they're in the basement. Like you said, this is one of the hardest spots to get caught out because, you know, there's such decent loot here that you want to, you know, search through the whole house. But if you get stuck down here, you only got one way in or out, and it can be kind of a death trap.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen so many teams. I mean, I think we've all experienced being in bottom blue and just having no way of escape, especially if the enemy team has Splodes or maybe has a Brute, which we're hoping is not the case, right, for these guys. Because if you do not have a Brute, we know what can kind of occur. But it looks as if one team maybe had the opportunity to try to come up with that sneak attack. But Assault is having none of it. Instantly silences one, and Aydan already on the other end is taking down a few as well. So great work coming in from either side as it looks as if Mega Mall was the hot zone for this game, which allows for it to be an even more kind of widespread location for the average player to want to go toward or at least be attracted by. As Aydan making his way toward the top side of the mall. Structures already found in a player on the ground. Just very accurate shots coming in from Aydan. That's what you want to see at the start of this game. These initials are crucial.
Yeah, and you said that aim just absolutely obliterating the player. I'm actually, something you mentioned, the hotspots. I'm surprised we haven't seen more players drop towards them because, like you said, the average player is going to want to go there to try to get elims. Luckily enough for them, their normal drop, Mega Mall, is the hot zone, so they get all that bonus loot plus all that bonus eliminations. And as you see, they looks like they cleared it out, and now they're going to use the slipstream to just rotate on out of here.
And I'm not sure. It looked like Aydan picked up a drone there, and there might have been a scout sniper fall out of it. I wasn't 100% sure. I'm kind of surprised he didn't at least pick it up to go ahead and give it a look, see what their next zone might be like, plan their rotations accordingly. But definitely getting them in quick here with the slipstream usage. You know, like we've talked about so many times today, one of the changes to Season 10 was that the slipstreams are only available at Mega Mall and Neo Tilted now. Yeah. So they're really high priority and really high value when you can use them. As you see, Aydan drops right in and steals a kill away there. He gets knocked all the way down to 23 HP, but he finds the elimination out of the corner. And it's just a party going on right here in the corner of the factory.
And factory's fun, but Aydan accidentally headbutts an enemy and takes quite a bit of HP loss, but at least we'll escape for now, so we'll kind of rest assured that Aydan is still on the map. He's still sitting firmly for the moment, but my goodness, a very close quarter situation, a little bit too close for comfort if you aren't careful. But you notice the top right of our screen, players very nearby. I think Destroy and Co are starting to realize, hey, let's go and get out of dodge. He and Assault, let's kind of move forward, maybe try to catch off one of these early rotations, and it looks as if Aydan going to go ahead and go for the drop. He's got a decent kit up to this point, but hey, if it's there, why not upgrade? It doesn't take that long to pretty much grab it, so a good situation for them, but we'll see if Destroy and Assault can kind of capitalize on their moment of freedom.
Yeah, and that one item that they got out of there, the launch pad, that is going to provide them so much more mobility than their counterparts. Because if you look at Destroy, he doesn't have any trap slots available. If you look at Assault, he does have traps. He might have a launch pad, but that's going to be so useful there for getting rotations. As you see, Destroy, Assault manages to find a player here just outside Mega Mall, just trying to get into the slipstream, but it's a rabbit stuck in the wrong place at the wrong time. And he's trying to take the elimination, but there's a robot. He's got to be careful. He does manage to down one of the players, but this is not where you want to be. Destroy going down. Good uses of the slipstream. Wait, he hops in to self-destruct it. That was 3 million IQ there, and he's going to pick up the elimination, and he's going to be able to pick up his teammate.
What a play from Assault. We have yet to see anyone effectively counter one of the brutes showing up, especially one of the brutes third-partying you. And Assault just shows how it's done there. He's going to go ahead and pick Destroy right back up, and they're going to be sitting relatively pretty here as there are some bandages and slurps in the inventory. Now, one of the things I was thinking about coming into this fight before Assault just blew all of our minds was the mat counts. That just about everybody is sitting kind of low on mats. So they're going to be rotating a little bit slow, having to farm up as they go. Or if they don't take that time and prepare going into these fights, they're going to end up, you know, if they find someone that's a bit of an architect, then they're going to have a hard time keeping up with them towards the, you know, later stages of a build fight. Here we can see Sway already going to get into some sort of engagement. Aydan not too far behind, using shockwave grenades to get in top of the box here himself.
But Assault goes down. So just like that, Assault made that beautiful play, and now Aydan and Sway have the advantage, right? Destroy has got to pick him up here. He doesn't want to go down the trap. He's thanking Cizzorz for that one. Dodges right out of it. But so now these elims are coming through. Aydan's sitting on 8. He should be able to pick up number 9 here. Yes, he is, as Sway and him are just playing out of their minds.
They are not slowing down, but still, we have to focus, right? Assault is down. What can Destroy do? Can he pick him up? Does he have the capability
and Aydan's
to pick up his teammate?
That med kit so that if Assault gets up, that he won't have it available.
Oh, man.
And it looks like he's so they're all so far away. They're split, which is really good for Aydan and Sway, but it doesn't, I mean, it's like maybe 10 more seconds of Assault being down. He does have the reboot card available if he goes down, but Destroy's losing shield.
Yeah, I was going to say, Destroy is not in the greatest situation. I think Sway might be communicating, letting Aydan know kind of what is the situation at hand. A little bit late to the party, but here we go. Aydan just wants to keep on the pressure, allow for this opportunity of Assault being down for however long it may be to the best of their ability. And there we go. There's going to be at least one. Sway comes through with the first knock, and also will find the second excellent explode opportunity as they make the quick rotation into Loot Lake. It's just one of the many places on their journey into the next zone, and there goes Destroy as well, taken down by a shotgun, as you'd like to imagine he was going for his squad mate, and we'll see exactly how it occurred. Just a very, very unfortunate spot. You see just the pure annoyance on his face to know how crucial it would be to be alive in the end game, and a many different ways that he could have possibly engaged on that one, but just unfortunately cannot find the window of opportunity as they will both fall.
Oh, no.
And this is a rather a huge opportunity for Aydan and Sway to just capitalize on their play right here.
He just ran away from a stack of chug splashes. I'm not sure how many there were, but he definitely just ran away from them, and he's on low health. I don't know why he didn't pick them up.
Yeah, I mean, they're already, they have 16 eliminations just between the two of them. So,
He's coming down.
This is just dominant performance here from them. Do you know what Destroy and Assault did have a lot of elims, though? There you go, you see 7. So, in game number 1, they are already up 9 eliminations, and there's still 19 more players to go.
Yeah, definitely the opportunity here for Aydan and Sway to just crank up the heat, put all the pressure on Destroy and Assault. Oh, that's not the way to do it, though. Sway gets knocked and almost instantly thirsted, too.
Yeah, they were running through them, and we'll see what the call is from Aydan. It wouldn't be too much of a shock for me if he just pretty much tries to get out of dodge, play this one solo, and it seems to be the case for now. And given the call out, that's going to pretty much just rest assured Aydan gets the call saying, hey, we're up by 10. And that's going to allow for him to pretty much just rotate through, maybe try to 3P. But the thing is, a lot of people don't really realize that when you're in this situation, you're in a 1v4 squad. Like, you are solo squatting in this example, so it's not all just, oh, yeah, let me go and run through the casual player. It's not at all that way. He has to play this one very, very carefully and take every opportunity that he can. So it may seem as if, oh, you know, okay, well, he's just got one player up, it's going to be fine. No, not at all the case. The way that you engage as a solo is much different than you would if you have a counterpart, if you have a duo with a separate inventory, a separate amount of resources. It's going to be a pretty big task for Aydan, but one that I'm sure he feels good about knowing their advantage that they have.
Yeah, you definitely have to take it more passively. Like you said, the game plan is you have to down one of them immediately. Because as soon as you do that, their focus switches from getting you to getting your teammate up. So if Aydan is able to find some straggler like this guy away from his teammate, you saw his other teammate by the lava. He's going to take the shots here, and there you go. That player is basically downed, right? He's got 2 HP, so now his teammates, well, I don't know why Gold Hype was being aggressive there at all, but that's just the wrong play. Aydan taking down both of them just like that, that's 2 eliminations. He saw them split. He took time, you said earlier, trigger discipline, and now that's 2 more eliminations over there for them, and he's going to find more here.
He's also sitting on max wood, almost max brick now. He's got 3 launch pads. Aydan is in a wonderful position. You know, normally we would talk about using these launch pads offensively. I mean, no need when you're in the same box there as he picks up another kill. But I think right now you might see Aydan use these in a mixture. He's going to use them offensively to close ground when he feels like he can take a fight. He's also probably going to use these to disengage. He's not going to be afraid to put one down, sometimes under a tree, as we saw there. But he's also got 8 traps, so Aydan's got the kit he needs to slay out right here and just add to their kill total.
And the one thing that's nice, too, when you are in a solo squad and kind of environment, when you realize the situation at hand, when you are always down, it's nice to have that get out of jail free card that those bounce pads will allow you, right? Because if he didn't have that, if he didn't have necessarily even any, shockwave grenades, he's pretty much locked into the position of which he's in. So the fact that he has those abilities, has the opportunity to rock those, is going to make his life and the ability to aggress so much easier. As we're going to go and see him dive into the action now, takes down one off the rip as he continually makes his way on the flank. The enemy has not been aware of his position throughout the past 2 team fights. There have been, 8 players in total that have not been seeing him, as there goes the Durburger, and maybe another one is just about to pop on the fryer as Aydan shuts down another. That is 16 eliminations, 9 more still left.
He's looking for that 20 bomb.
Look, I honestly don't even think Aydan's broken a sweat here today. Right? Like, this is just another normal day here for Aydan. And, I mean, his teammate may be down. It may be the biggest lead that he's the pressure not getting to him so far from what we've seen. He's just playing his game. He's playing just, hey, I'm going to sit here. I'm going to wait for you to make a mistake. And so far, every single person he's ran into has made a massive mistake. And again, he's going right back to this box. He's just going to sit here and look for more elims. The zone is coming, so he does have to be careful. But I'm not worried at all here for Aydan. He is going to find this player. He's going to spray him out of the air. And, oh, honey, you made the wrong rotation there.
Oh, my gosh. He doesn't even hit the ground.
Yeah, not even hitting the ground like you said. As he's building up, nice protection, side jump there. Ooh, getting a little fancy with it. But he is down to only 69 HP. The quick box up here from Aydan. And this player, honestly, I think thought he lost the high ground, but did manage to take a lot of damage off Aydan there. He does have to be careful with the zone, and that's something Aydan is noting right now. He does have a launch pad nearby, so it looks like this fight should just disengage as he's going to launch into zone. But Aydan not going to let that guy off easy there, easy.
He is just literally deciding every single fight. And as a guy who is a solo squad right now, you'd think that he shouldn't have these capabilities. Like, he is pretty much organizing the entirety of the troops. He's acting like the general. My goodness. He is not even on their side, yet he's constantly catching them off guard. has a few shots coming inbound, but still, I mean, he's just playing this one so well, all things considered, Dan.
I mean, to be in this position where he's picked up, what, 6, 8 kills in the last few minutes? Oh, that's a scary moment there as Aydan's going to drop all the way down to 21
The only person who could take Aydan down is Aydan, apparently.
Evidently. I mean, he's been in a spot where he's fighting 2, 3, 4 different teams at a time, or at least hopping between fighting them, and they just haven't had the opportunity to, you know, capitalize on. Maybe he's the one that's going to have to take himself out. Although he is in a bit of a tight spot here, this tree giving him quite a bit of trouble. He's finally going to build above the top of the jungle floor there. Give him the opportunity to gain the high ground. Look at this player ramp rushing up to him, and he's trying to keep up with him. He's running low on mats, though, now, all the way down to metal. We'll see if he can get the window peak. Something that's a little bit difficult for him with the controller is doing those window edits and then coming right back to being able to pop through them
What
the
a
way
blessing.
Cypher might.
I mean, honestly, I thought I was watching Face Sway right there. Aydan was just building out of his mind, right? I mean, and I honestly think it might be a 1v4 at this situation. There are 4 players left in the lobby. It could be a 1v3. But Aydan built so phenomenally there that he was able to get out. He caused that other player to take the launch pad. So he may only have 400 builds. He does find bandages. That's the streamer look coming out. Like, I don't know who he has that works at Epic that's looking out for him, but somebody said, you know what, Aydan, after those builds, I got to set you up with some bandages.
The Fortnite gods are smiling upon Aydan, it seems, as there was an immediate bounce pad exactly when he needed it, bandages exactly when he needed it. But I got to say, looking at that scoreboard, Aydan, he really doesn't have to find any more to feel confident because they've got to be sitting pretty when it comes down to that game number 2, destroying Assault, man. They're just watching Aydan's perspective, watching those Sway-like builds and just saying, my word, do we have some work to do. And it looks as if that sniper is ready to be fired. Like we said, an epic setup quite literally. He's also got a few bandages. I mean, sitting pretty well, all things considered, since he does have a few of those shields. He's also going to find a few minis just off toward his right. And
oh my God.
Oh, my God.
Man.
You hear Sway going crazy in the background. Like, he's just like,
why does this happen to me?
This is going to take him all the way up to 199 now. He's basically, you know, as high.
He's a new player. Oh, please.
Oh,
and the splashes. What is this?
And a sniper. Like, I was going to say, I'm not sure if he's going to utilize it, but in the end game, when you are like, kind of like this solo player, finding peaks.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Is that a mech?
No. Go grab that sniper.
Just when life thinks, rather, is treating you so well, this is what is here to try to combat it all. But he's bringing it down to such a low HP amount. There we go. It's ready to explode. These 2 players are on the engagement. What can Aydan do? He's got the resource amount. There goes the first. He's got them exposed. They're no longer out here. And he's also got one nearly trapped in as well. He has 9 traps, ladies and gentlemen. He's ready to go. If the call is made, venturing back toward the low ground, maybe going to try to destroy a few of these builds and get this guy back toward his position.
He has no mats. He's got to get the
true.
He's got to get the thirst. So he
got
mats, but
I think he's been worried about if that was him versus an entire squad. He needed to confirm that kill in case he dies.
Yeah, well, and again, with no mats, you can't do any of these builds. Did you see the very smart 90s there? He didn't do the whole turnaround. He just did the 2 to get up. He does have 11, 12 builds here. There are 2 players remaining. He does have to play this very smart. He does see this player. It's a nice rat here from him. That player is so low. Aydan should be able to pick up this elimination. He just got to phase his way through the floor. There you go. And now it's a 1v1. Aydan on low ground. 20 eliminations. Can he get 21? It's looking like it, but he does have his road very steep ahead of him. This player knows what to do with the builds, but Aydan just looks like he knows what to do better as this player's shield is getting popped. Aydan says, hold on, let me throw down a couple more just in case. He needs to be careful of the drop down, though, from this player. He is dropping beautifully. Hello, goodbye, and good night. That is the 21 bomb there from Aydan.
Wow. Simply wow. Aydan, he got blessed with some RNG. He made some beautiful plays happen. His positioning, his aggression, all very perfectly timed. Like we were talking about, he had several teams all aggressing him at the same time, surrounding him at times, it felt like. And it all comes down, you know, I don't even know. It comes down to some luck. It comes down to some amazing skill and some great decision-making. all in all, a wonderful game played out by Aydan, and Sway helping him along the entire way. He made it all the way until what, the last 18 people or so. But Aydan clutches out that win and picks up a couple of more big eliminations.
I want to point out that Aydan got more elims than the entirety of this lobby, including his teammate combined.
Yeah.
Like, just casually.
And I don't even think he broke, like, I don't even think he lost confidence in himself.
No.
I think even when he was so low, he just had that same look. He was leaning into the controller, and he was just getting it. And hats off because, 21 kills.
21 of the 28, too.
Yeah.
Like, this is a much different game if we don't see Aydan put up the performance. Okay, average run-of-the-mill game, let's say that he puts up 7 like pretty much everybody else did. What, they're rolling him with a casual 7 elim, kind of lead. That's not something you're comfortable with. This is something that you're like, okay, we can kind of venture out, literally go to Paradise and just kind of hang out for the rest of this game and just wait on Destroy and Assault to try to either pop off or drop early. My goodness, Aydan, you just continue to impress, you continue to surprise, and you continue to dominate. That is the highest amount of elims that we have seen, I think, at least on broadcast today. Someone got to 19. I forget who that was. It's been a long day, folks. But,
it has.
But 21, just casually, and when he had to do it and be clutch at the end, as we were talking about, a little bit of favoritism, maybe the Fortnite gods smiling down on him a little bit, but they threw him a little test whenever it kind of came down to that mech, and he had no problems dealing with it. Aydan is just out of this world, man.
Yeah, to have your lead be all your kills, the confidence you've got to have going into that. The only player that we've seen stare a mech in the face other than Myth and absolutely destroy it, and not to mention it was a 1v3 at that point, and he's just staring down the mech like it's no problem.
Right.
Yeah, really. If anything, it was going to be an asset to him that he can make it self-destruct. I'm regretting that I didn't trust my gut just a little bit, but like I said, if Aydan can pop off, he and Sway, I think, can win this no problem, and they are well on their way to doing so as we drop into the second match here. It looks like Assault and Destroy, or at least Assault himself, is going to end up at the Dusty Depot, newly returned, finding that early kill and the loot drone.
Was Assault the first person to be eliminated from this lobby?
Yeah, I think he was. And instant leave. He left the game.
Oof. That's got to hurt your confidence a little bit if you're Destroy.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
well, there it goes.
Oh, man.
There it goes.
And there's the quickest game of the night, folks. Game 2 of this matchup where we were kind of hyping up, hoping that Destroy and Assault could put up one crazy comeback. But I think, honestly, you're staring at that disadvantage. You're looking at that huge lead that Aydan and Sway have coming into this one, and you're just like, okay, like, we're just praying for them to drop. Like, at that point, your game is in the enemy team's hands, and they're just not going to be able to accomplish a whole lot of that one. So a valiant attempt, a valiant effort, but I know we're actually looking at the other game right now, which this is, I believe, game number 1. This is Myth and Zexrow versus Bugha and Ninja. And this is the same round. This is losers round 6. And the winner of this game will obviously now face off against Aydan and Sway. Winner of that game will face off against Nickmercs and Sypher to possibly get into the grand final. So we're coming down to the wire, gentlemen, and I'm loving this old school matchup that we have, Myth v Ninja.
Yeah, and look at Myth, 9 eliminations. Again, in a similar spot that we just saw Aydan. Not a lot of builds. Literally has 8 total builds. He can build 8 walls, 8 floors, 8 ramps. He manages to find some here, as we do remember Ninja's stream is on a little bit more of a delay. He does have this the rotation ability with the pressure plant, geysers or fans or whatever you want to call them. He's going to take a little bit of a reprieve. Now only 3 players left in the lobby. He's fine. If he's up here, he's fine. You got to think that if he's the only one remaining, that they are up in eliminations or very close. He's thinking about going in for this loot, and this is ticking 8. I don't think this is the play, Myth. Yeah, calling out right there. It wasn't worth it. He did get a lot of materials, but down to 66 effective HP.
And that was, I think, Zexrow's body. So if we can kind of take anything from this, I'm pretty sure that was Zexrow who either maybe gave the call out, said, hey, I have maybe some mats on my body, which clearly he did. And so if that is any indicator, if we see Myth and Zexrow up kind of alive toward the end of this game, I'm not sure how long Ninja and Bugha were, possibly dead. That could be the indicator for what the score is looking like coming into game 2.
Yeah, for sure. If that's the kind of setup that he's dying with, they were in a pretty good position. No. Myth going to get eliminated, but still doing just fine there as he walks out with 90 limbs, the last one alive. The only thing that I think, just purely based off who was alive at the end of that match, I think that Ninja and Bugha are probably hoping that, for anybody out there that might remember the original Ninja Vegas, when Myth managed to launch himself off the side of a cliff from a little ramp glitch, maybe they're hoping something like that comes through again. But if that performance is anything to say, oh my gosh,
that hurts.
Yeah, they're gonna need Myth to have a little unfortunate luck and Zexrow to go right off the edge with him, because Ninja and Bugha are down by 20.
That is not nice.
I mean, we've seen
that is not pleasant whatsoever.
We've seen 21 kills come out of one person, but
we have, but we saw what a 20-plus elim, or rather 20-plus elim lead looked like in our last game. It was instant death from the opponents, and Destroy now coming over here toward Ninja and Bugha. They've got a lot of work to do. Hey, that Lollapalooza crowd has got to be going crazy right now, rooting on Ninja to get through this very difficult losers round 6 game. I will say, if we want to really rewind back the clock, we've seen Ninja pull off crazy comebacks in the past, right? Everyone remembers that insane LMG clutch that he had back in, I think it was like week 3, week 4 of Friday Fortnite 2018 versus Cloaksy and Tifu. I mean, that was one of the most insane clutches of all time. He has that gene even early on in the broadcast. It was like their round 1 game. He was on 1 HP and was still making clutches and was just smiling the entire time as the crowd just casually decided to root for him. So if there was a team to do it, it would be these guys, where they have seen the brightest of stages. Bugha, quite literally a $3 million type stage, $15 million if you're willing to be super specific. But like we said, if there was a team to do it, it would be them. But at this point, they're praying, as we referenced, for some myth damage, for some Zexrow to one of them to fall off the map, to take some damage, and to pretty much get eliminated early.
Yeah, that's honestly what you got to hope for. You got to hope you get a mech as well, a brute. You see Bugha dropping hot. Definitely not what they've been doing. He's going Paradise all by himself. Ninja is splitting Salty Springs. So the split has to come out. You cannot not split this, right? The double negative aside, you have to split from your teammates. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get the eliminations you need. Bugha, very confident, like you mentioned, the World Cup champion for solos. So you got to think he's got some solo squad experience under his belt. Otherwise, how else would you have the confidence of that man? As you see Ninja getting knocks in the feet as well. So as we swap over here to him, it looks like it's just an early elimination with someone not really paying attention there. Yeah, just trying to get a pistol versus an AR. 9 times out of 10, the AR wins that battle.
Oh, man, that was a little bit of rough combat going on with that pistol there. Ninja, lucky to pick up that opponent, manages to walk away, still full health. Now, I really like this split. I mean, aside from the fact that, like you said, Clay, they have to split up in order to just physically come up with enough kills. I like the positioning of it. Salty leaves Ninja closer to the center of the map, but going Paradise puts Bugha as one of the only people to contest, that entire southeastern quadrant.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to pick up a lot of kills.
Yeah, they're going to catch quite a few players off rotation. Like you mentioned, they kind of have like that entire kind of area of the map. They kind of have like a monopoly, if you will, of that particular portion. So if they can kind of utilize it right and get up to a hot start, maybe if TSM just happens to struggle, they could be in a really good situation. And Ninja's calling out, I'm down, but no! He doesn't even know how much talent exists in his grasps. Unreal stuff. Ninja, that 2-piece, and I think we may or may not hear a few more footsteps. Player stomping around just above, and Bugha calling out, you've got this, man. You've got this. I've got all the faith in the world in you, and there we go. Utilizing that shockwave grenade, getting toward that top perspective up a few floors. It is the Tower of Terror, but in reverse. And hopefully this could be the enemy's terror, of which they're not prepared for. That scoped assault rifle. It's ready. It's primed. And Ninja probably making the smarter call, backing up and getting some resources.
Yeah, and you saw Bugha pick up a lot of missions as well as Zexrow, and Myth did pick up a couple themselves. The shots coming out there from Myth as we swap over here with them. They are in the new factories. Again, not a lot of loot. They do find a little Jimmy running through just trying to check out the factories. He hasn't played since Season 3. He just wanted to make sure that they were still good and still the same. Myth Gonna maybe go for the quick scope. Can he show it up? No. A storm flip gonna come through, and that's gonna cause a little bit of chaos there, as they're gonna have to start to back away here from this fight. They're gonna need to mat up, as Myth literally has one build. Going in for that shotgun is definitely worth that no tick of damage because it wasn't in there for a second. So, but oh wait, Ninja is down.
Oof. He is down, and he's gonna be far away from Bugha. Let's see what happens here. He's in the middle of a build fight. Definitely does not have control of the high ground. Looks like he might be facing off against a drum shotgun. Trying to check the kill feed there. It's SMG, drum shotguns happening. Yeah, he was just in a rough spot. Unfortunate for Ninja there. Not going to be able to clutch up with that kind of odds stacked against him.
And you kind of see like the reaction on his face was just like, yep, like that's just going to happen. And that's the thing where a lot of teams won't even get to that point. So I really do respect the call that Bugha and Ninja make, because there's a lot of teams who are even afraid to do this, right? Even afraid to get toward this point of, okay, like, do we really want to try to split? Because, I mean, honestly, we may just drop really early and the scoreline's going to read 22 to 3, right? I mean, but they were willing to make that sacrifice. Like I said, while it is that normal reaction, one that maybe a lot of people were kind of predicting, that is the call, right? You have to make a play like that, and maybe you get lucky. As now it is down to Bugha. 6 eliminations up to this point. He's playing and really kind of starting off this game well, but literally the all to do is we'll see what he can try and pull off. Just wrapping the wrist, just doing everything he can. He's just trying to wrap it up like a boxer would, because he knows he's got a very big brawl. A slobber knocker, if you will, as he's down by 20 elims. All right, well, there you go.
Yeah, and at this point, he'd have to drop a 26-kill game. He does have to go on his own. He can't afford to mirror them. He's going to have to run headfirst into this mech. As much as you hate to see it happen, you don't want to fight a mech right on, but he's got to do it because he has literally no other choice. And
oh, God.
Yeah, that's just utterly terrifying. I would hate to be Bugha in this situation. You hear him say, oh, no, and oh,
no.
Lord, NG. Yeah, oh, no, NG. Oh, my God. I just can't even. But the mech actually going to go down. Bugha able to stay alive here for the meantime. The scrim build's definitely coming out. This player is, I don't know if they're on Twitter or something, but they weren't playing Fortnite. Bugha down very low. He does get that elimination, but he's got to be careful. There are more people around him. But if anybody can do it, it's definitely the solo World Cup champion here. Getting a little bit of reprieve as he is going to reload that shotgun.
Now, one of the things I like, they're opening it up early with the stink grenades. He's going to zone out the mech a little bit, buy some time. He might need to do the same thing here as he's got a player pushing him hard into his box. Going to look to wrap those wrists a couple more times. He's got a big stack of bandages, though, so he can take some chip damage all he wants as long as he can find enough downtime to heal back up. Bugha will be just fine here. 75 HP, more than enough for the Fortnite World Cup solo champion. We'll see if he can clutch up this 1v1 here. He appears to have lost the player. Looks like they ran off somewhere inside this house, and he's just having no luck finding him.
I was going to say, Bugha's like, hey, I won the Fortnite World Cup. Surely this mech I can take down as well. Like, if anything is possible, I've done the best that possibly can be done. And now a very big task in front of him. And now he starts to realize, okay, Zexrow is down. He's also immediately thirsted. This is more doable. Maybe that adds in a little bit more toward the reactions, maybe toward the positivity. As you hear Ninja calling out, telling him exactly what needs to be done, how to get out of this situation. I know he was giving some props on where a few players were hanging out when it comes into Grandma's, but those shots are continuing. They're continuing to echo throughout. And there he goes looking for his chance. He's just missing so many shotgun bullets, and he can't allow for that to happen.
I mean, I'm just saying, we saw Aydan with a bunch of bandages by himself in the lobby. Maybe, if Myth goes down, there's enough kills left to be had.
Yeah, there's definitely enough kills to be had, but these players seem to have some idea of how to play the game. So Bugha gonna have to use the washing machine to try and get out. He's literally stuck between
It's in a leaf.
He's yeah. Okay, welcome to Fortnite. He's down to 35 HP. You gotta think he's not long for the world, but he's gonna go up for high ground here. They're breaking his builds left and right, and no! Gonna go down to a proximity GL. You hear Ninja exclaim, it's over, but what a run they had.
Oh, what a valiant effort there at the end. Bugha trying to whip out all the builds he possibly could. This was Ninja's excellent double kill at the beginning of the game. We thought it might be over for him early, but he whips out that SMG and manages to pick up the kills. However, I don't believe he's going to survive this one as he's getting shot in the back. That was when he went down, and that's when Bugha knew he had to kick it into overdrive and just wasn't quite able to clutch it out.
Yeah, a good effort, right, from these boys, but they were just down so much coming into this game number 2. There's only so much that can be accomplished. I got to say, Ninja, Bugha together, it was fun to watch them play, to watch them kind of battle it out. And we got to watch Bugha pretty much do his best, Luke Skywalker, AT-2020, or rather AT-2020, what was it, AT Walker type of impression there, just trying to do everything he can to try to take down the mech, but in the end just could not get it done. Like I said, a valiant attempt, but still that is going to progress Myth and Zexrow into the losers semifinals, where they will take on now Aydan and FaZe Sway. I gotta say, Aydan was a one-man wrecking crew in their matchup previously, right? How many eliminations was it? 21. In one game, folks. It was just one game. The man was doing all that work. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun. And like we said, feel free to let us know what you guys are thinking about coming into this game, because a lot is on the line. I mean, all the work, and if you were to come down to this loser semifinal and just drop just short of getting that grand final, I'm sure that would be pretty sad, to be honest. You'd probably not be feeling too good after that one.
No, it'd definitely be a hard pill to swallow. I mean, you invested so much time. That's the thing. You're sitting here, you're playing for hours and hours and hours, and then I mean, I hope it comes down to another one elimination game, right? I hope it's a dogfight. I hope people don't die right off spawn. But as you see the grand finals shaping up, it's going to be NateHill and FunkBomb versus the winner of these last 3 games here. It is going to be SypherPK or Nickmercs. You've either got Aydan, FaZe Sway, Myth and Zexrow. I don't know who it's going to be at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be close, right, Dan?
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire no matter what. This losers bracket's going to have a slog to go through. I'm not sure who's going to come out here. Myth and Zexrow have been playing really well together. Aydan is really hot again, though. You know, we saw how crazy he was. But Nickmercs and SypherPK, I think they win versus Myth and Zexrow. We'll see if Aydan comes through. I think they might be able to steamroll just on pure kill power.
Yeah.
But either way, there's a monumental force in NateHill and FunkBomb waiting for them in the grand finals.
Yeah, I feel like I had a very devious laugh there. It really is going to be so intense. It's going to be a ton of fun to watch. Like I said, guys, feel free to let us know what your thoughts are right now in terms of the losers bracket. Who's going to get toward the top of the mountain to take on the FaZe boys? Feel free to let us know in the chat. Feel free to let us know on Twitter as well by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. When we come back, some more awesome losers bracket games to come. Do not go anywhere. Friday Fortnite returns right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7. As we are bound to hop in toward our losers semifinals. It is Ghost Aydan and FaZe Sway versus TSM's own Myth and Zexrow. It is about to be a phenomenal game. Both teams dominated their prior matchup to get toward this point. It's going to be a fun one, boys. It's going to be an exciting one. It's myself, Lando, joined in part by Clay and Dan. It has been a phenomenal tournament up to this point. I'm excited. I'm ready to see this matchup live up to the hype.
Yeah, and this is actually the first time we've seen Myth and Zexrow's landing. So choosing to land on top of the Comet and actually inside the factories. Again, not a lot of loot. We talked about it throughout the whole broadcast in these factories, but Myth does have enough to make something happen if he wants. He's going to get a sync grenades there that he's probably going to drop that extra AR for. As you see Aydan pick up 1, 2, and 3 eliminations there in the feed. So already starting off well. He's sitting in Mega Mall, which they have dropped every single time, I think. I think they haven't
and
changed
it keeps being a hot zone. I feel like every time we look at it.
Well, and it's one of those ones that, like, it's a little hard to tell initially if it's going to be a hot zone or not, because sometimes people will just drop through, they grab the slipstream, they jet off somewhere else, you know, somewhere that the battle bus, you know, is going to miss so that they have the opportunity to loot by themselves if they want to be a slower player or something like that. But luckily, Aydan finding out some early issues here. Woo! Myth having some issues here for certain. Not going to get out of factories alive as he gets knocked, and now his reboot card's going to start ticking down.
And the one thing you notice, Zexrow, he wasn't there, right? He wasn't immediately there for the follow-up. So that's one thing to kind of bring up over time is where was Zexrow? Was that their call? Did he happen to just dive away for a moment, or are they playing a little bit too separate in their landing locations? Regardless, that'll be a conversation for another day. The main focal point is, can Zexrow just stay alive? Can he get Myth back on the map? He's got two major objectives in front of him, and he at least accomplishes the first. Also, will get the reboot card, so that's going to make his life a little bit easier, not as hardly focused, as he's got quite a bit of loot to find from. But the only negative out of that massive situation of which he manages to go big is the fact that he is losing some time. So he's going to have to go for that reboot van eventually. Like I said, in factories, he's kind of stranded at the moment. He is kind of open toward a few engagements, and we know a lot of players like to kind of make those mid-rotations from Salty into that position. So the kind of journey does not end here for Zexrow. He's still got some work to do, and some work that is going to take quite a bit of time away.
Yeah, and already seeing Aydan on 4 eliminations is kind of bad for them. If you're a TSM fan, you're thinking, okay, well, Faceway better have 0. We're hoping for that. I mean, if you are a TSM fan, if you're sitting here for Aydan and Sway, you're thinking this is the best possible scenario. One of them down. They did manage to more likely get in the reboot very soon, but they're going to be able to fly in to where factories to where those eliminations came through. And like you said, there's already more people here because it is such a new POI. This was such a contested thing that Epic took away, right?
And they're going to swipe Myth's loot.
Exactly.
It's not even going to be here for him to come back if that was his plan.
Yeah, I mean, and look at this. These players, while they're decent at aiming, they're not building. And Aydan's going to take advantage of that. And this is a whole squad wipe for them.
Oof, yeah, there goes another 3 kills dropping in for Aydan, no problem. And this factory rotation is going to be really strong for them. Honestly, I think what they might be trying to do here is disrupt Myth and Zexrow, because they know that Myth went down, so they can sweep in, take his spot at factories, and try to disrupt their normal rotation patterns and, you know, put some pressure on them, force them to play out of their comfort zone, and make a mistake. Maybe Myth goes down again, something like that, and they can hope to, you know, go big in the meantime.
Yeah, looks as if Zexrow back in the mix. We'll see if he can start to kind of change things up, as he's joined by quite a few of his enemies that are also happen to be in his lobby as well. But he was ready. He was trying to toss out what could have been that opportunity for instant high ground, but he'll find it in the, or rather regardless. So great stuff coming in from Zexrow, all things considered. But like we discussed, a huge moment and a very heads-up moment coming in from Sway and Aydan. They instantly dive in toward the factories. They wipe away any eliminations that could have been found. And as you were calling out, Dan, they kind of ruined the rotation pattern of where they want to go next. If all 4 players are next to each other, have Myth and Zexrow kind of ran into this previously? Are they prepared for an enemy or a team kind of hanging on just behind them? I love that play coming in from Aydan and Sway, and that's kind of a strategy that a lot of teams have kind of ran away from. You know, kind of the more newer age teams, your Dubs and Megas, your Mongraals and Metros, whatever it may be. They kind of like to go off by themselves and just play hardcore, aggressive, rush, kneel, tilted over and over and over again. They don't really think about mirroring, and so I like that idea, at least for the time, whether or not they're going to keep up with this as the game progresses, to at least revisit, take over your team's, or rather the opponent's kind of advantages, and take over their places of interest and allow for them to have a harder time at eliminations.
Yeah, and Myth and Zex are doing something I really, really like here. We don't see, there's 2 vehicles in the game. You've got driftboards and you've got the Brute. So taking advantage of these spawns here, they're going to be able to traverse the map so much quicker than Aydan and Sway, who are just barely getting past Salty Mountain. And Aydan and Sway still sitting on a lot of eliminations, but if Myth and Zexrow are able to get these elims and get over as soon as possible, advantage goes over towards them, as you see this player just trying to launch pad out or rift out, but honestly, you're stuck between 4 of the best players in this match and in the world. Like, at this point, you're just going to go down. You hate to be that player, as Myth is ramping up over him. Zexrow going to try to make sure that he gets there in time. Does not want his teammate to go down. This player caught between a tree, and Myth is going to get the elimination.
Do you need heals?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that is actually kind of the advantage when all 4 of these people are in the same area, is that you can rest fairly assured that if you get in a fight, the other duo is going to come join you. And when that happens, while you are going to lose out on the opportunity for kills, you do lose some of that risk factor. You know, fighting a squad 4v4 as opposed to 2v4 or 2v2v2 or, you know, whatever it may be, is going to be a little safer, even if it does mean that they're down on the elimination potential. You can see Myth here watching, though, as Sway and Aydan are headed off away from them, moving in an opposite rotation right now, trying to break up a little bit of this pack that's going on. You know, hopefully they can find some more kills, something like that, and break out a little bit. Zexrow still staying on that hoverboard, making sure he is highly mobile. Also nearby the rift, if he wants to use it before it goes out of zone, that would be a possibility still. He could even eat a little damage if he needed to. But looks like this zone going to head back south of Tilted. So Sway and Aydan are going to need to be on the move here soon.
And well, there isn't, you know, a crazy amount of elimination difference between both of these teams, right? But what, it's 11 to 9. So not the craziest amount. I will say one kind of moment, if you are Myth and Zexrow, where it's a matter of, hey, we can kind of instantly get Brock back in this game, as Myth does find the 10th for the duo. Maybe you start to kind of look for those brutes, right? You maybe start to kind of call out a few of those things, because that's kind of been the main focal point. Aydan, he knows how to destroy him. He hasn't really kind of been in the driver's seat for a lot. We know Myth and Zexrow, they are so good when they have those. They've kind of done their research on it. So when it kind of comes down to these late game situations, I think it's good for them to keep up, kind of maybe even dodge a few Elam, kind of possibilities, and go for the brute if you have the opportunity to do so. When you're in a close kind of, 2v2 overall game, but kind of a mono-e-mono type situation where the game is close, the brute can overall make the difference. As we see Aydan and Sway also finding another, this game continues to be neck and neck, and that's why I think TSM, they need to be aware of that brute when it comes on the map here soon.
I agree. Yeah, they definitely need to take advantage of it, because we haven't seen it so far really in the last couple matches that we've seen. It's kind of been on the lower end of priority for players. Definitely the hoverboard and just honestly rotating with just whatever you've got. As we move over to Shifty Shafts, Zexrow's got a player literally pickaxeable. He does pick it up as he spots another player trying to launch pad. He needs to take advantage of that, and he is. The player doesn't know how to get the cone off, and the edit shot there from Zexrow, just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, some very, very quick responses there from Zexrow. Zexrow going to net them another kill. And he's got 3 shockwave nades. So he's abandoned the hoverboard now, lost that mobility, but still has pretty much, just as much mobility there with the 3 shockwaves. He can get a long, long way, and he's reunited with Myth as he finds a kill of his own. So the TSM boys still sitting here pretty comfortably. We've got, what are things looking like, 13 to 14 going on. So staying within 1 kill, Aydan and Sway just a little bit ahead. So
and I think Aydan, he sees it. He spotted the mech, and I believe that it is free. Yeah, no one's here right now. This is going to be a free mech for them. I think if he can get here first, which he will. Zexrow not all that far away, and so my big thing was TSM needs to get here first, and I think Aydan was like, hey, I have the mech. Do you want to use it? And Sway's like, yeah, screw it. Let's go for it, man. Like, let's go and take use of our advantages. I mean, kind of toward this snowy portion of the map, it's a little bit easy to kind of traverse. You have to make your way on some high kind of peak areas, no pun intended, and that's going to be their ultimate opportunity, if not for all the other capabilities that it has, at least for kind of that mobility usage that it also possesses. So we'll see if that can kind of be a trend for them and kind of keep them distanced, if you will.
Man, I wish Zexrow would have jumped in it though. If he would have been up in the gunner spot, because I mean, then either they're gonna force the self-destruct, or Zexrow's gonna be the one raking in most of the kills, I would think.
Yeah, 100%, because all Aydan can do is stomp and honk the horn, and if it was Zexrow in there, you definitely think Aydan would honestly just get out at that point, maybe try to take him off the map. He does see Zexrow getting in an engagement. He's going to hop out, but Zexrow finishes that one quickly enough. And Sway,
he looks behind him, and he's already double jumped across the map.
Exactly. Sway not paying too much attention there to that, but maybe they're switching there so Aydan can be in the gunner seat. Aydan maybe feel more comfortable there. So the mech coming into play, but maybe too little too late, is the hoverboard seems to be the play here for the TSM boys. As Zexrow is sitting on 11 eliminations, he's rotating edge of zone, which is very smart to mop up anybody trying to come in. You've got Myth on top of Polar Peak, just trying to mop up players that way. And the split, even though it's a split, is not that detrimental because we are into the late game of this game rather. And so as you see 4 zone come on, another mech in case Myth wants it.
Well, and Myth can head off. He can head off his opponents here. You know, Aydan and Aydan and Sway aren't going to be able to move much faster than him as long as they're staying in that mech. So they, you know, TSM really right here, they have control of where these engagements are going to happen as long as they find the opponents first, as long as they don't get unlucky. You know, right there, no problem. Zexrow mops that kill up just fine with his legendary combat shotgun. You know, it's no big deal for him. He's going to be able to roam on this hoverboard and just find kills like that. All he can do, and then Myth at the same time can kind of play lookout. If he's up there on top of Polar Peak, he can say, you know, hey, go southwest, go south, whatever, and find these kills.
Yeah, it looks like Aydan finds a team in Happy Hamlet trying just to 90 to the sky. So he's definitely going to have to get Sway's help. But he does, I mean, we've seen him. He knows how to solo squad, right? 21 eliminations in the other games, nothing to scoff at. He does find an elite agent that just, I wouldn't call that gameplay elite, but you know, hey, he got the elimination. I think there's actually a player down nearby him as well as that player. As the mech's coming through, Zexrow finally joining the fight. It's 2 players remaining. I mean, at this point, Aydan manages to spot him out. You got to think that Zexrow found him as well. He does. The build's coming out, but I think, unfortunately, the mech knocked him there. As the final eliminations, Myth going to go ahead and revive him there. This player just shock-waving away. Going to go down, I believe, to Zexrow. Yeah, 1 player left in the lobby. It's going to come down to this.
Myth's deciding to give a little act of charity there, I suppose.
It
looks like they had it knocked with the mech, because it looked like Aydan had himself saved and then managed to fall all the way down because that top ground had been broken off. Good guy Myth there, picking him back up. Feels a little bad for it.
He's noticed Myth, right? He's doing that little glitch there with the Brute, trying to time it up, and you see how fast it is. It just destroys all of those builds that were just ahead.
Watch him just get that final kill.
Yeah, I was going to say, watch that player just be kind of hiding up there toward the highest of height, as I think I might have spotted someone. My eyes do deceive me quite a bit. I think I saw someone in the lodge and in the top left of Aydan's screen. I could be totally blind, but hey, I think, you know, I see some players from moment to moment, so I could be giving myself some props, but still, hide-and-seek champion. Where is he going to be at? This elimination means so much, right, for either of these teams, as this is a very close matchup coming down to the wire. And yes, my eyes finally presented me with the right depiction. Aydan will take that one down as he continues to be in double digits. That's going to be 11 for him and a majority for his team. As this is just overall dominance, right? I mean, we kind of have seen a few teams, and I know kind of in our previous few matchups, it's been more dominant performances, but that was pretty much dominance from beginning to end. We saw a few kind of shortcomings, right? Myth goes down early, but ever since then, we saw he and Sway have a pretty easy time. Same thing for Aydan, or rather, excuse me, for Myth and Zexrow. For Sway and Co., like they also kind of had a pretty easy situation as well. I mean, it was a matter of just constantly kind of dominating throughout the map, and the score indicates a very close game, of course, 19-18.
Yeah, and like you said, that one elim, though it doesn't put them ahead or tie them, it means so much, especially if people are coming into the game and they're coming in, like they drop off the bat. It is a game of RNG, so one elim is so huge, and to get it, it does kind of give you that confidence boost going into it. Like, yes, hey, we got the last elimination. Now, they may not be on top, but they are within fighting contention. I'm actually surprised to see Zexrow and Myth on top, even though those Zexrow had to go get the reboot card.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and, you know, Myth getting back up is critical to that game. However, like you said, Lando, I think Myth going down is critical to that game. Because we saw Aydan rotate through factories at that time, and he picked up, what, 3 or 4 limbs, something like that? They're down by 1 at the end of this game now. Imagine they could be up 2, up 3, something like that. You know, that could be a big shift if we're coming into it, especially if we see something similar here, where it's very tight race for these final kills.
I mean, I think for both teams, you look at that game plan and you say, hey, you know what, we made it we kind of made it through somewhat unscathed. Like I said, if you're Aydan and Sway, you're saying, hey, you know what, we could have maybe done a few things better just because we're down 1 elimination, and obviously the clear indicator that we've been talking about, Myth and Zexrow. Myth doesn't go down, they're probably up even more. You know, we're coming into that next game, maybe up by 4 or 5 eliminations if that was the case. So I think for both of these teams, the idea to kind of, you know, actually ignore the brute, maybe, you know, not the worst call by any means. I think you keep up that same strategy if you're kind of both of these rosters. I mean, you could argue if you're Aydan and Sway, maybe a little bit more aggression is the only thing you could argue because you were within 1, but still, I think this is going to be a very continually close quarter type of fight where teams are kind of being back and forth, and I love when we come down to the losers kind of finals type moments where it gets in these situations where everybody knows loot is precious, kills are so important, and we're going to see players start to kind of build in front of each other or try to maybe even go for a few of the same eliminations, try to go for a few of those mirroring strategies from time to time. I think that one play that we saw come through from Aydan and Sway is only going to be elevated when we come into this game too.
Oh, yeah, and I think Zexrow's and Myth's priority there on the hoverboards. We haven't seen many players prioritize that, rather, and that's what kept them in the lead. Mech aside, that hoverboard, you're going to be able to shoot on it. You're going to be much quicker.
Yeah.
You can hop out much easier. Yes, you have the advantage of being shot easier, but if you're flying through the air, I mean, unless you're hitting an Instagram clip, you're not getting shot.
Very well said, right? I mean, we saw some good moments, but I think maybe a few players, you know, they got to add for the gram. Right? The gram's always really key. I need to boost up my gram presence too. Maybe a few of those shots would be nice for myself. But hey, guys, feel free to let us know in the chat. I'm gonna get ready to ask these guys what their predictions are for this game number 2 and who we think will progress on into the losers finals. Let us know in chat. We may be picking a few of those out. But guys, coming into game number 2, like we said, we're at a neck and neck game. It is 19-18 favor of Myth and Zexrow. Is that who we're going with, or do we think Aydan and Sway just had that clutch gene?
You know, I went against Aydan and Sway last time. I think I got to go with them this time.
Okay.
I mean, I went against them with the Assault and Destroy, and we saw Aydan prove me wrong, so I'm all aboard the Aydan train right now.
I'm going to go with a win-win here. I'm going to say it's Myth and Zexrow. They looked like they had more command of the zone. They looked like they had more command of their mobility. They were hurting their opponents as opposed to chasing them.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, it just means we're going to see another bonkers game from me.
Well, there you go. I like that. And look at this. Speaking of bonkers, Zexrow already taken down on the Comet.
That is a glitch. He hit it.
Did he?
No, he fought a player, revolver, revolver.
Oh, he got knocked down.
Yeah,
okay.
The other player just had better aim. So, in a similar situation, except for reversed, it's all up to Myth.
Because I was going to say, he made contact with the Comet, which meant he should have got the anti-gravity field.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Myth already up. Oh, wait. He did not take down that player. I was going to say, if he just casually did a few non-ADS shots and the man who was just trying to go for the cozy campfire up top, Myth, you were more of a savage than I thought, but we'll see if he can keep up this play. We know how much of a savage this man can be, but he's got a big task ahead, knowing that his teammate is taken down. And like we discussed, if they can kind of fine-tune, allow for one of their players, one of them to not go down early, that is their key to success. They could be up way more than they were coming into this game. And instantly, Zexrow falls off the Comet. The fast-paced, aggressive play style does not pan out this time. And I got to say, Myth's got to be careful. It looks as if he's not even going to go for Zexrow's card.
Yeah, again, I don't know if
I don't know how I
that's the
feel
right
about
card.
it, yeah.
Honestly, what he may be doing is he may go get a hoverboard and bring it back, but this player just coming out and honestly ruining his game plan here, it's going to give him an elimination. You've got to think at this point he's going to get it. That player pickaxeable. Yeah, King of Nubs. Unfortunately, I don't know what you were doing there. You're caught in the wrong spot. But is Zexrow not going to be able to get picked up? And I think that if it comes back to bite him in the butt, that is definitely a play to look back on, because Myth was very close to getting that reboot card. He was super close, and now it's all him.
Yeah, I definitely think Myth makes the right play here to run, though. He is at 58 HP, no shields, no healing in sight. He's probably going to go look for a campfire somewhere. Meanwhile, Aydan's over here popping off again, hitting snipe shots. So Myth needs to stay alive. You know, he can't risk going to get Zexrow if picking up 3 or 4 or 5 kills with Myth on his own, even though he's fully capable of more than that, is going to be something to combat Aydan going off like this. We've been on him for 45 seconds. He's already picked up 2 more kills. Lando, how is he ever going to get stopped? How is Myth going to have a chance to come back?
Oh, man. Questions that I have no idea how to answer, nor do I think I could answer with even, like, the most Fortnite knowledge in the entire world, right? Because, like we said, Aydan and co, they have just been popping off from the beginning of the tournament. Ever since we got to watch them on broadcast, they have just been dominating constantly. And I will say, I think that at least for the moment, and like I said, hindsight's 20/20. I can call it all if I want to, what I think he should have done. I just think in that moment, when you have the opportunity with Zexrow being down, you maybe venture over there a little bit. You kind of see where the card is, and like I said, maybe Zexrow was given the call saying, hey, man, it's just not worth it. It's not worth trying to sacrifice your life to try to come and get me where you might not even get me, and if you get put in a sticky situation, we're both down. But at the same time, unless that was called out, I think he should have maybe tried to venture over there a little bit, make an opportunity for it. Because, like I said, I like the idea of going for the hoverboard, but at the same time, that sneaky factor starts to go away. If there are enemies there, they're going to hear you. They're going to see you start to kind of move around. Regardless, though, Myth, a situation that is not going to be easy for anybody to get out of. And versus a top team, this isn't just round 1 versus your average run-of-the-mill Fortnite player. This is versus one of the best duos in Friday Fortnite today, of which we've been seeing, like we said, Sway in his prior history. I mean, this is Mr. 28 elims in one game, and Aydan, Mr. 21 elims in one game. That just happened a few prior to this. These guys can put up the high numbers, and that's exactly what Myth can't have happen right now.
Yeah, and this is not good for Myth. There's a 2-team fight happening here in just outside of the factories. Aydan and Sway do super smart, a super smart thing there. I apologize, getting tongue-tied there. They pinch the fight from top to bottom, north to south, and this is going to allow them the most eliminations, the most pressure that they can apply, because oh, well, I spoke too soon. A mech came out of nowhere, and this is perfect for Myth. If you're on TSM, if you're a TSM fan, this is what you want. Aydan at 50 HP, a mech nearby. Aydan has got to find some way to get out. You got to think the mech is going to see him here. Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's coming for him.
I don't know. He was able to take it out in the last game.
No!
He's getting stomped on.
Time.
No, I think Aydan's going to go down here soon. The rocket's coming out, no builds remaining, and that's it. So, even though Zexrow is down early, even though Myth may have made the wrong play in my eyes, right now, that was the play. Aydan had 5 eliminations. Yeah. I don't know how many Sway had. Zexrow had 0, Myth has 3. So, they are up. They were up 4. It's now, closed? I think, yeah, there you go. You see right there. So, Myth has to get 3 eliminations.
But but I will say, this is when the spotlight starts to come on you a little bit, right? You start to kind of realize, I'm the only one up. I am the player who has to make the call. We've all had these moments in esports or in other games where you're the last person alive and everyone's eyes are on you. This is a huge change-up right now. And Myth, thankfully, takes down the first, says thank you so much for making my life a little bit easier. Unfortunately, doesn't drop any loot, but it's no avail.
Right.
Finds a casual straggler there, but
finds a player with no shields, nothing to contest him back with, really. Now, I made a point to mark for myself earlier when Myth was off in the lava that he left behind an infantry rifle and I believe a bolt-action sniper. And I was thinking at the time, okay, I kind of get it. He wanted to keep his shotguns. He picked up that heavy assault rifle that you see he still has in his inventory now. And I was like, okay, I kind of get it. He wants to be able to survive a close-range engagement. He's not looking to start any fights, so he doesn't need any long-range weapon. But now, he doesn't have too many opportunities to deal with, third-partying a fight, perhaps. I think that's probably going to be his best bet to pick up a couple of safe kills here. He's only going to have that heavy assault rifle, which does have a real slow first-shot accuracy that he can take advantage of. Same thing with this gray AR. But he's going to need to upgrade a little bit if he wants to be able to start any fights. Although the other thing that's on his side right now, only 27 players alive in this game still. So he's got a lot of space to roam around. He just needs to kind of stay hidden, stay in the shadows a little bit until he can find a fight already in progress and then jump into it.
I got to say, though, the one thing, and I know I'm being really particular about this one elimination, it's about how you engage, because we've seen a lot of teams kind of in Friday Fortnite history be in a similar situation where they only need 1, 2, 3 eliminations and they just take the wrong opportunity. They don't have that trigger discipline. They engage on a squad. And I think you mentioned earlier, Clay, it's a matter of when you take on that first player that may have a few more teammates, you have to get the knock. You have to find that first knock, because if not, you got 4 or 5 players who instantly turn around and stare right at you and sprint at you as fast as they possibly can. So he's got to pick his fights wisely, and I like the idea. He's not roaming around all that much, but whenever he is, he's going for the resources. He's wanting to try to utilize the one thing that he kind of has toward his advantage versus the average player. He doesn't have the player count, but he has the resource count. So we'll see if that can kind of be a thing, but it's a matter of knowing when your window of opportunity is in front of you and knowing how to capitalize on it. These are going to be very, very interesting and nerve-wracking 2 elims that Myth wants to find.
Yeah, and something while you were talking, he did see and look at the mech spawns that came in. Right, the brutes came in and they spawned. If he's able to pick one of those up, he can engage anybody. Right? I mean, the confidence level, if you pick that up, it just goes through the roof. But he is choosing to play it slow, rotate around the outside of the map, try to find anybody coming in. But a heavy snipe finds him, and look at that quick disengage. He doesn't want to take this fight. He's in the middle of the map, easy for third parties. He's going to hop in the rift, almost gets sniped.
That anti-gravity zone being rough on him.
The beam here, he's got to... honestly, I say, yes, you got that beam, but you got to get out, Myth, because you just had that snipe come in. Everyone's third-partying. Myth choosing to be super aggressive. It may cost him here. The shield's being broken. This player, again, a good call.
He has to finalize it.
Yes, finalize.
That's the tie.
The tie coming through, and one more for the victory, and he's choosing to rift out to drag this game on just a little bit longer.
Oh,
clutch.
If I know TSM Myth, he can find one more kill, surely. It's not here yet, though. As of right now, Aydan and Sway hoping, praying that Myth finds some way to die. Currently tied 24-24, each game within 1 elimination so far.
And there's a mech nearby. But look, there's still one on the map. He could still get the mech right there.
Honestly, I think he hops in this mech, and he doesn't even necessarily use it to engage until somebody's close. Use it as a 1,000 HP shield. Hopefully don't draw too much attention to yourself. Like, I mean, I know you're wandering around in a giant robot, but I feel like you can kind of build up, maybe make yourself a little fort, hang out in the mech.
He's got to be ultra careful. I was going to say, maybe he just wants to bait it out. He'll go ahead and hop inside of it. Like we said, hey, this is your call. He's getting the call from his teammates saying, hey, 1 more to win. Zexrow giving him the info.
Don't take the mech fight.
I was going to say, the mech fight, it worries me a lot. But that seems to be.
Player in the water.
Oh, you're right. You're right. There's someone on the island, and they're being singled out. They're also. Does he hit it? It looks as if he does do some damage, some structure damage, and I thought there was a player. It's just a casual loot carrier, so a little bit of a shaky situation. But you see him trying to go for the 3P, the ultimate 3P, the Robo 3P. Can he hit it in time? And he wants to be ultra careful. Where are these players located?
Well, there's someone
right here. There's someone just in front of him. This is it. This is for the game, Myth. Can he go for the stop? He's got the brute, but he's also taking some HP loss. He's going to be ultra careful as he manages to get out of dodge because of the plays he's done his homework. And you see him being very careful, venturing forward.
I don't know that he's even hitting the ground when he's exiting this mech.
He's not. And that little glitch that he's trying to do, he's unfortunately getting caught up in the water. Thankfully, that mech isn't trying to single him out, because if so, that would be such an awkward fight to try and take when you've got most likely a 2v1 mech fight. You're also low on HP in your mech in terms of, the most case of it. You still got 805, so you're sitting pretty well on that end. But regardless, though, a huge opportunity. One swing and a miss. Can he at least get a hit on the second opportunity?
Yeah, you heard him say right there, this part of the map is super easy to get pinched. There's a lot of things that could just come out of nowhere. The trees here are super hard to get out of. He's trying, again, to do that glitch. It's so hard to do uphill from what we've seen. And in the water, players are dying. He needs to find one elimination. Again, taking it super passively. He could have gotten that elim if he switched over to the gunner, but he was worried about getting eliminated himself. And so at least he would have forced a tiebreaker. But playing it slow, getting out of the mech and getting a shield. But you got to think, if he plays it too slow, is it going to cost him? because it could come down to a 1v4.
And that's what you can't have happen. That's the thing, right? You got to play this one carefully. And if it were to come down to the situation, very early on, I remember, I think it was like week 3 of Friday Fortnite 2018, there was a player in a 1 versus 3 of which he waited to the end of the game to try to find those frags. And now he might have the opportunity. Zexrow's giving the call out saying, hey, surely there's someone just underneath you. He's timing up those rockets, and surely that one is it. And there we go.
Nothing.
That should be done. That should be game. A casual player having a fun time on a Friday night, and he just allowed for this man to progress on in the clutch. The man, the myth, the legend will see the losers finals and grabs the 25th elimination despite all the adversity coming into this game. Like we talked about, Zexrow dropping off of that comment off the break, and what a call that he had to do in this moment. Thankfully, the Brute pretty much saved TSM. It saved Myth. It took down Ghost pretty much single-handedly. It took down Faceway nearly single-handedly, and they couldn't rebound the Brute Man, the true MVP, and also the true enemy for fans today, because they're having some of their favorite streamers and some of their favorite streamers either succeed or fall because of that particular thing, as it is going to be Myth and Zexrow now in losers finals versus Nickmercs and Sypher.
Yeah, it just phenomenal. It came down to both times we hopped on there with Aydan towards the end, right? It came down to Aydan trying to clutch up and got the 21, and then wasn't able to take advantage of Zexrow being down with him and Sway, and they go down themselves to a mech. So Myth pulled an Aydan, clutched it up, may have not gotten 21 kills, but he got enough.
Yeah, and now I'm trying to think ahead to Myth and Zexrow versus SypherPK and Nickmercs, and I'm not sure how this is going to work out, because both Nick and Sypher play a really good, solid solo game. They've played fairly consistently at a high kill, level, which we can see Myth and Zex are working with pretty well. They can keep up with that play style. However, I don't know. Both teams have their weakness in their rotations. Yeah. Because playing with that, playing with the Comet or the factories, you risk bad loot or an early kill like that. Playing around Loot Lake, you risk, that anti-gravity zone makes things really hard to find any kind of loot sometimes, or, it just makes your rotations a little funny if you get zoned out of that rift area. So I think it's going to be a really interesting showdown here, but well done on Myth to clutch that up.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? A very kind of clutch situation that will progress them on to the losers finals, as we've got a very fun one inbound. Who is going to make it into the grand finals, as there's only one position left? Feel free to let us know in the chat. Feel free to let us know on social media by using that hashtag Friday Fortnite, for who you think will face off there against FunkBomb and NateHill. We're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, it is time for losers finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019. We are live here for week number 7 from the UMG studio in the greater St. Louis area. It's myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by Dan and Clay. It has been a phenomenal tournament up to this point, guys, and now we are entering in toward the losers finals. Now, I'll be honest, by this point in the night, I'm usually somewhat very tired. I'm just kind of holding on. This broadcast has kind of gone by pretty quick. We've seen some pretty fast gameplay, and I'll be honest, normally it isn't like this. Normally we're kind of in a situation of okay, we're trying to hop into a few games, but I was kind of thinking coming into today, we'd see kind of that similar aspect, slower gameplay, and that hasn't really been the case. I think that it's fair to say the Brute has changed up everything for us today. Early eliminations, early players starting to fall, and like I said, it's definitely dictated the matchups and who's progressed on and who hasn't.
Definitely, yeah, and it definitely pretty for some reason, everyone's just getting into their matches. They're finally readying up all on time.
Yeah.
They're being quick about it. They know that they ain't got time to waste. But the Brute, it's been brutal. I mean, it really has. You saw so many players die off early because of it. And we saw at the very first match, none of the players used it. So definitely adaptation there in the strategy.
I feel like there's been teams who have like really kind of relied upon that as their solo strategy, and there have been teams that have kind of strayed away from it, and it's kind of allowed for us to be at the situation that we are. And I'll be honest, outside of Myth and Zexrow, who kind of filled this third place position, or kind of this third out of third position overall in terms of just straight teams right now, they're the only team out of the other two that prefer to have the Brute. Nickmercs and Sypher, they've ignored it. We've known, and it has been kind of a call for NateHill and FunkBomb. They've utilized it as well, but they only do it when they have to. So I'm kind of interested to see how this dynamic changes in the matter of how this has kind of been implemented over time here, Dan, because it's kind of been one or the other. Like I said, a majority of the teams, they don't actually like it, and it's kind of surprising because of how influential the Brute has been. It's not actually kind of a mainstay for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be one of two key factors for this game. So the first one being the early landings. Sypher and Nick like to land relatively together near Loot Lake. If they get matted up, if they get kitted out, and they survive, that's going to be a really good start. Yeah. Obviously, the same thing goes for Myth and Zexrow. If they can manage to meet up, since they do that, or they initiate that split landing to start, I think that if they can both get good starts, we're going to see a close match. Sypher kind of getting his loot yoinked a little bit there. But I also think if Myth and Zexrow can find a mech in a good position, like a good part of the map where they're ready to engage with it early, that will be huge for them. Although they are a team that's kind of an exclusion to that rule because they know that little glitch with it so that they can, travel so much faster by doing that. Charge the jump, hop out, hop back in, jump away, a little trick that they figured out. So I think if they can find a mech and take really advantage of it, they're in a good shape. Sypher right there gets a little bit snuck up on around the corner, but thankfully his teammate Nickmercs there to help him clean up that kill. No problem, too early on. They do have another challenger approach, but they're going to fall yet again. People trickling in one at a time against this duo are just not going to cut it.
In your opinion, Clay, I mean, in terms of this landing location, I know we've kind of critiqued it. It hasn't always been the greatest, at least off the break. We've even seen Nickmercs and Sypher. The reason why they entered in the losers bracket was because they just couldn't find players off the start. Are you liking the Loot Lake drop, all things considered? Because they are finding players, but you could argue maybe not as much if they were to go to a place like Salty or, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, for competitive Fortnite, this drop is where it's at, right? You have so many players that lay in here because the rotations are so just great out of it. But for public matches, it's not the best. So far right here in this match, we're seeing great eliminations here for them, but this should be it. I think that's 4 eliminations there towards them. Zexrow and Myth have more of an opportunity to rotate out. They don't have that initial rift, but everyone's going to want to come to them. It's more of a centralized loot location. It's a centralized meeting location. Everyone's going to start their rotations there to them. And so I think so far in this match, Sypher and them are obviously winning because they already have early eliminations that get rotated out, but the loot spot for Myth and Zexrow is just, I think, better.
Well, and they've kind of gotten blessed by the zone. As we've seen here, a couple of maps getting pulled out. The zone much more favoring that drop towards Dusty Divot than it is from Loot Lake.
Are those buildings gone? Did someone... Oh, it looks like... I think there is a mech here at this spot, so gonna be a little bit of an issue here as they're coming into a fight that I don't know if I would want to get into because... I mean, a mech taking out 2 full buildings in Neo Tilted is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, you're going to need one of the Avengers, I think, to come around and so just kind of change things up a little bit. Like I said, we've got the Trap God. I'm not sure if that's an Avenger that's just kind of in waiting, but we'll see as Sypher immediately brought down a few levels, whether intended or not. It kind of works out, but you're starting to hear those brute shots just off in the distance. It may or may have not still be a mainstay, and yes, it's just on the outskirts of their building. They're trying to vacate. They're trying to escape, and it looks as if they will for now. And you notice, in that kill feed, I know we got to see in the bottom right for the moment, TSM instantly taking down 4 in the feed, which is what you want to see because we haven't really got to see too much of TSM off the break. We talked about how their rotation was kind of more preferred. Their landing location off the start was best, and that's also big for TSM because we talked about how shaky their last game was. It wasn't easy for them to progress on. It was a matter of very early on players dropping, and if it wasn't for that man Myth, they wouldn't be in this spot right now. So their early games need to be key, and that seems to be the focal point for them.
Well, and like we talked about, how critical the Brutes are going to be. If Nickmercs and SypherPK can get away from this one in Tilted, or if they can manage to laser it down, that's going to be very important. Nick trying to put in work, knock down some of that 1,000 HP it has, and he just gets wrecked in return. He gets lasered up before he can build. Once he gets the build up, I'm not sure what hit him. That might have been a proximity launcher. I'm not 100% sure. It looks like it was Brute missiles. So the Brute manages to turn and just kill him anyway. That 1,000 HP, it's not going to be easy enough to eat through unless you've got something like a minigun or a heavy snipe. It's just too much for you to deal with just an AR in that kind of short fashion that you need it to be.
And speaking of Brutes, we've kind of been discussing it. It was kind of the mainstay for TSM. While it looks as if Nickmercs and Cypher are struggling with them, that seems to be what TSM likes to do, right? They're kind of roaming around with that thing, and that could be their positive. Cypher, though, needs to make the difference. He needs to be that game changer. If he were to go down here, everything is ruined, Clay.
Yeah, I agree. You saw him try to get that wall there with 70 ping, so this is definitely a West game. So when it does eventually go over there to East, Cypher will have more of an advantage if he's able to survive. So going down, this player is actually camping the reboot card. So it's all up to Cypher here in this fight. Everyone is shooting him. Everyone's slipstreaming on top of him. He does have about 100 builds here, so he should be fine. He can get into the slipstream and leave the card if he thinks it's going to be too dire, but he's putting on a show here so far. He's hitting every shot that he can. He's going to go down for the reboot card. That's very smart. You build up to go back down. That's like passing it backwards to go forward in soccer. That's Fortnite's version of it, if you'll bear with me on that reference. But the reboot card collected, the Cypher going out. He says, you hear the call from Nickmercs, says, go to Loot Lake, pick me up. Does need to be careful, though. They see him. They're shooting at him. He needs to be careful. If he goes to the reboot, which it looks like it might be already used, he's just got to use this rift and get out of there.
Yeah, and beyond that, honestly, probably a blessing for him that reboot had already been used. It was kind of in the sightlines from Neo Tilted. This low gravity going to give him the chance to take the high ground here. Cypher floating around a little bit in the middle of this field battle. He does hit a long-range shotgun shot for 21. He gets the knock. That player floating around, I thought something might have been glitched or he hit a second player. But nope, just the one, and he does have that knock, and he's going to be safe for the moment to heal up a bit and then hopefully continue on his rescue mission for Nickmercs.
And I think Nickmercs actually just gave the call out saying that, hey, they rifted and they're jumping on you. And it looks as if they're still, are a few stragglers maybe going for that rift. This enemy is so desperate to try to hop in there, and he was so close to instantly vacating this position, but Cypher had other plans. He had an arrangement for a meeting, one that obviously went the other direction. By the way, this is 7 elims off the start for Cypher. And Nickmercs, I love that, right? Calling out, giving that positive reinforcement, saying, hey, man, you're doing great. This is where you're sitting right now on the score. That's going to basically allow for Cypher to not have to do any excess checking. He's instantly going to know where his position is at in the game and how aggressive he wants to play, as there were a few that lined up perfectly for Zexrow, as that is 4 instant eliminations happening in Salty Springs.
Yeah, that player just was trying to revive out in the open. And, I mean, you can't expect much from a public match, right? Like, it's going to happen as we see Cypher getting more eliminations here, has yet to get the reboot. So, just confident in his ability here. Even though he's playing on 70 ping, he's confident enough to get these elims. Not going to be able to snatch that one, as that player did manage to just squeak by. But you got to think he's going to take that rift and follow them and wait for them as we're switching over to Myth. You see he's in an engagement with players on the low ground. The snipe's coming out. He's dodging them left and right. Everybody's just trying to get a piece of him, but Myth not letting anybody get shots onto him.
Yeah, Myth definitely, having to be careful with his builds here. It's not super duper supported, and he is relatively high without things like glider redeploy or anything like that. He's definitely sandwiching himself between these two teams right now, And I want him to look out a little bit and be careful. He does have Zexrow behind him, it looks like, supporting that low ground, making sure he doesn't get shot out. But I think that might have been the call, to regroup a little bit, back up here, meet up with your teammate, and then assault together, as opposed to try to take this kind of slow high ground push while you're stuck between two different teams.
Yeah, and in the feed there, you saw the Trap God pick up 2 elims with a trap. So, again, playing confidently, SypherPK says, you know what, Nickmercs, I may got your reboot card, but I don't need you right now.
No reboot, no problem when you're racking up these kills, right?
And there we go. Gonna bring back the teammate, but man, he did all the work right in that moment. He picks up to he has 10 eliminations right now, and as you mentioned, saying, hey Nick, I didn't really need you for the time, but I need you at least for right now, as things are starting to get a little bit dicey. But what a moment that is for the trap guy himself. SypherPK comes in huge and is at least keeping this game close off the break, as you may be seeing TSM start to vacate their current position. However, Zexrow toward the top of the skull is looking to try to take a few as well. And there we go. Myth from the low ground. Easy work, no problems. Hey, no problem. That's no problem right there. Zexrow, easiest moment there for him. He can kind of just relax on the fact of his teammate, but Cypher keeping up the pace, keeping up the aggression, as that is going to be number 11. However, not without some adversity. Here come the stink bombs.
Yeah, and you saw him quickly move out of there. You don't want to get farted on for too long. It does start to hurt your HP. Again, this player still continuing the aggression there with the stink bomb. He's got no builds, right? This is it. So you hear him call out of mats. He's got to go low ground to try to get the shots, but no! Gonna go down there. The player dabbing on him, hitting him with the disrespect, and Nickmercs is down as well! So Cypher had, I think, 11 or 12 eliminations. Nickmercs only had 1. Now it's all TSM's game all day.
And Zexrow and Myth have been in this spot a couple of times lately, right? You know, we watched Myth have to clutch up just to make it to this challenger position. And I feel pretty confident that the TSM boys are going to run with this. They've still got 19 more eliminations that they can grab. They're headed into zone. They're pretty well kitted up. They've found a broken mech that's now probably about to blow up, maybe get them a couple of kills. You know, it's tied. It's tied right now. So every kill they can get is going to put Myth and Zexrow just one step closer. Right there. Knocks him out of the air with the heavy assault rifle. And that heavy assault rifle, it's got the first shot accuracy, but after that, it's got some pretty serious bloom, as you can see right there. So just sniping people left and right. Zexrow is putting on a show right here.
Oh my gosh, Zexrow hitting some Zexy shots as he'll take down another one just inside the storm. As my word, this man cannot be silenced as what? Are you kidding me right now, Zexrow? Are you really trying to put the whole world on blast and make them feel inadequate? Because you're making me feel pretty bad about myself right now. Tossing out that med kit there for Myth. Even being the support. He's being the DPS. Those aren't even roles necessarily, but they are right now when it comes down to this game. And this guy is just beaming. There comes the stink bomb. It's not going to affect at least Zexrow all that much. Myth, however, on the other hand, is not going to get up to full 100 HP with that thing being inbound. But thankfully, grabs some more ammo. Not that he needs it, but he's been hitting every single bullet with that right ammo. And here we go. Myth, the first one to engage, has that high ground and quickly is on the flank. This player was not expecting it, however. Flank on the flank. There goes the second. Zexrow cleans him up, and the TSM boys, I haven't felt like I've been able to say that in a while since 2018, but the TSM boys are here to stay. They are wiping away every single team that enters in them, whether it's Myth up close or Zexrow from afar. They cannot be stopped.
Yeah, Zexrow is showing that he definitely put the time there into his aim. Like, you know him, everyone talks about how much he Kovaxed back in the day. It did end up giving him tendinitis. He is over that now from what we know, but it's paying off, right? Especially if you're able to do stuff like that. And just like that, we were even, and now they're up 6 kills. They still got 9 players left in the lobby. They need to get as many as they want to feel comfortable, because you got to think that PK is going to make an East game play, right? Because he is in Texas. He will get lower ping on East. And Mercs, Zexrow, Myth, all West players. So they're all going to be in a disadvantage. And Cypher already overperformed here on West. So they need to pick up every elimination they can.
So 2 things real quick that I just noticed. The kill count, or the player count, went up to 11 and then right back down to 10 just now. So somebody has been rebooted. So there's probably not a reboot van available in this circle anymore. And then also, you know, that means that there is a full squad that's trying to keep, you know, get their teammates up, or maybe now there is a reunited squad. But in general, Myth and Zexrow playing really well together, playing really well apart, as Zexrow picks up a nice little shotgun kill down here on low ground, and then he's going to crack somebody up top to help Myth out a little bit. But they're playing really well in like kind of leapfrogging past one another while they're in these fights. One of them will put pressure on while the other one can build out, that kind of thing, or, you know, get the high ground while the other one comes up from low ground. All of this stuff happening very cleanly here. That last fight that they had went so well because they're playing well as a team. They're communicating. They're not even having to always communicate because they can just anticipate what's going to happen.
Yeah, looking like a well-oiled machine. TSM in prime force, and I can't remember the last time Zexrow has actually missed a shot, and now's the time to test it. Looking for the quick edit. I know he wants to try to go for the fast and then first shot accuracy, places down the trap just because he thought that the player was engaging. It's actually his teammate, so Myth maybe got a little bit scared there for the time. And in the midst of pretty much just trying to shield off all of those shots, Zexrow brought down to a low amount of HP, but like we talked about, that well-oiled machine, Myth, instantly here, ready to help out his teammate. And going to go and hop off and toss out a few meds, a few shields for him as well. And here we go, coming and looking to try and take advantage of the situation, and decides to go and utilize that slipstream to hop out of dodge. Well played right now from TSM, and pretty much it's just Myth trying to gain some time while Zexrow's getting up on that HP game.
Yeah, this is something you'll see a lot of the competitive duos that have experience in the high-pressure situations of, like, for example, Zexrow was at the World Cup, right? You see that box up, and immediately one player will continue to distract, to get pressure off of them. And like this, like, look at that. That player edited onto both of them, and Zexrow does go down, but, I mean, at this point, you're not very worried. Myth should be able to get it. It seems like those players do know where it is. It looks like it will be a 2v3 if he's able to get him up, but at this point, Zexrow and Myth are just playing so well together. And this isn't even their normal duo or trio, right? Like, even then, like, they have been doing with people for the different people for the last 10 weeks, and they come together to put on this performance. It's like you thought they were duos all along.
Maybe they should consider it after this. I mean, they're looking like they've been playing, you know, since then there, Dan.
Right, yeah, they're definitely looking comfortable going into this second game. Only 3 more kills for them to wrap up here, and Myth's already found at least one of them. But they're headed into the second game. They're going to be up. We already know that. We saw earlier that SypherPK and Nickmercs ended their run of this first match with only 12 eliminations. Myth and Zexrow have been tearing it up, and I don't see any signs of them stopping as long as they can make it through the close of, like, say, the first circle. You know, as long as they can make it that far, they can get out of the early game comfortably. I think they win this and they advance to the finals.
Yeah, they're going to be in a good spot to do so. Like I said, when you are in this situation, when you have that kind of, you know, first game, not always unscathed, but you kind of had the late game to yourself. You had that ability to kind of play with house money. You can kind of do whatever you'd like to. You can kind of play the outside strategy. You have a lot more creativity when you have a massive lead in terms of what your landing locations are looking like. You're not pretty much just labeled or put into a box, if you will. And speaking of boxes, Zexrow instantly put in a 1-by-1, takes down one with somewhat of an ease, finalizes it, but you do keep in mind, right, only a few more still to find. It looks as if on that low ground position, Zexrow does take down another. I say low ground because the player was just a floor down, but still, they're having somewhat of an ease. Myth brought down to low HP, but there's only one man left, and there he falls. Insane work at the end of this game for the boys on TSM as they pretty much cleaned house for everybody that was left.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Cypher's incredible run, right? Zexrow had 18 eliminations. Myth had 8, so 26-12 at that point in my match hands out. Don't quote me on it now. I haven't been in high school in a very long time. But, I mean, Zexrow showing up after coming off that World Cup performance, he's saying, hey, you know what? I still got more in me. I'm going to come through. I'm going to dominate this loser bracket, and I'm going to show up.
Look at your math. Look at that. Perfectly. Right on. Ooh. Spot on. Give me some knuckles after that one. That was deserved. I got to say, adding up, folks, while also on broadcast with lots of lights on you, lots of cameras on you, it's not easy. So the fact that you just nailed that one, props, man. But yeah, like we said, it feels good, man. Like we said, coming into game 2, though, Nickmercs and Sypher, it was kind of a struggle bus, right? I mean, it was a matter of Cypher going off. If they don't have that performance, Nickmercs pretty much wasn't really utilized all that much. It was a matter of, like I said, Cypher going off and Loot Lake managed to get Nickmercs up. Oh, they're down again. So that's my big thing kind of coming into this next game too. I don't think you can keep that same landing spot. We were kind of critiquing it a little bit in terms of off the break. We prefer Myth and Zexrows, Nickmercs and Cypher. What are they going to change up when we see Zexrow hitting shots like that, for God's sake? Dan, any thoughts for them coming into this next game?
I think you got to look at where the battle bus is going. If it's going to lean far northwest, maybe you do still look at the Loot Lake just to be able to rotate real fast and take that western portion. You know, have your comfortable drop so that at least hopefully you can both survive. But other than that, I think they just got to be willing to rotate faster. They're not keeping up with the TSM guys in that regard for sure.
Yeah, I think that something needs to be tuned up, and if so, they need to pretty much just go on a very quick and brisk road trip across the entire Fortnite map. They got to visit multiple POIs. They got to take their pictures quickly. Anything, whatever it may be, they've got to pretty much venture through as fast as humanly possible. But can they get it done? That's the question to be asking. Can they pretty much overcome what is a huge advantage right now for TSM and a grand final position on the line? And during this time, we'll let you guys know, of course, that Friday Fortnite is brought to you by G Fuel. You can visit and check out G Fuel's endless amount of flavors by visiting gfuel.com. And once there, you can use code UMG for 10% off all of your purchases. G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. And Friday Fortnite is also brought to you by GIF Your Game to experience the magic of GIF Your Game's remote clip creation. Make sure to download their app at gifyourgame.com as mobile support is coming soon. But here we go, folks. This is the game that matters the most. We discussed it. Would they go toward the same location? Would they split? Would they change things up? They're going right back where they did at Loot Lake. But as we talked about, we kind of expected this may be the call. But the one thing is, get out ASAP.
Yeah, and it's something that Dan talked about. If it's in that westernmost corner of the map, it's going to be fine. And that bus went right over Pleasant Park. So this is perfect for them. They can get eliminations here in Loot Lake. If there's nobody, quickly rotate to Pleasant Park, get to those hoverboard spawns, get back to Loot Lake, quick elims back and forth. You will be able to keep up. You're not going to get the early eliminations like we see Myth more than likely going to pick up here. He does have a minigun, my favorite weapon inside the game. Now they took out my flintlock, but let's not talk about that. The Boogie Bomb coming out, he is going to hit that. So you think he's got to go with that heavy AR. It's going to do, or any AR. It's going to do a lot of damage. Zexrow coming in for the cleanup there. So cleaning up that player. No shotgun here for Myth, but he does have a minigun. It will be. Oh, the shotgun did get picked up. My bad. But you got to think that minigun is going to be so potent. We saw Ninja use it earlier on, and with squads, 4 people trying to outbuild you, it's going to be hard.
For sure, for sure. And you kind of like nonchalantly slipped that in there as that engagement happened. But Zexrow joining Myth. Zexrow's already down off the Meteor. He's already with his squad mate, and they're ready to roll. They are ready to move quick this game, and they're hunting for kills. Meanwhile, I'm not sure what the delay time might be between Nickmercs and this last stream for the TSM guys, but I assume he just hit this rift, and he's floating into Pleasant like we talked about, Clay. Already finding one person, hopefully one entire squad. Looks pretty oblivious, too, and he's going to hit him with a big shotgun shot from that combat shotgun, no problem. Couldn't quite finish off the elimination, though. Calling in one shot for his teammate SypherPK as he flies in to join the melee.
See what he can do. Like we said, kind of on that flank, and my word, good night to you, Soup. Turn into some clam chowder. My word. Nickmercs, wonderful work as there goes Cypher as well. Takes down another toward that middle side. But this is what they needed to do, right? I mean, kind of being down the way they are in this matchup, it is a matter of rinse and repeat. See these elims, grab your loot, quickly heal, and get out of dodge. Because once TSM start to kind of move forward, that is your problem situation. That is your problematic spot. No traps for the trap god, but hey, to no avail. He's still here. He's even kind of holding this guy underwater, saying, okay, Nickmercs, you're going to be here anytime soon. No problems. Lands there with the burst SMG. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, and This is perfect for them because Pleasant is such a hot drop for normal players. It's so big, it's got so much loot, and it's the first POI. A majority of the bus drops in the first POI. It is 99% of the time a guaranteed hot spot for everyone to drop, and so they're making quick advantage of it. Myth is at here at the new old Dusty Depot if you follow that one, but they're splitting this perfectly, right? One going from above, one going low. The minigun, I talked about it. It's so potent in squads. That player literally one hit. Zexrow could pickaxe him. It looks like Myth does finish the elimination there as they're going to keep pinching this player. This player going for the wall replace. And Smarmy Anthony, I'm sorry, but maybe if you named yourself Smarty Anthony, you would have gotten the elimination.
Perhaps. Oh, another little someone trying to sneak in here and join the fight down in Dusty Depot. You know, this is nice every time I see a little extra person just appear in these fights because I know that means there's another squad left or there's another squad close anyway. And I know these folks are looking for all those kills. Hopefully that Pleasant Park, I was really excited for Nickmercs and SypherPK to see that there were 2 squads there, which meant 8 potential kills for them. Hopefully they're keeping up as the TSM boys keep moving on smoothly through this lobby.
You know, I think as Zexrow just spots someone off in the distance, and they're kind of laughing right now. They're having a good time. I want to say, yeah, Nickmercs and Cypher, they just took the rift that exists just outside of Pleasant Park, and they may try to utilize the rift that exists here in Loot Lake as well, right? Just trying to get through the map as quickly as they can. They've got to visit multiple places, and we'll see if they can keep it up. Zexrow spawning. And it looks as if he will be able to back up. Like I said, sees that storm flip, and he and Myth not wanting to engage at least for now. Myth kind of toward that high ground, calling out that sniper hit that may have just kind of encountered him. He takes, what, 10 fall damage as it just falls off the top of Dusty. He has to be careful of his position, right? They've got to be aware of their lives. As long as they stay up, that allows for Nickmercs and Cypher's job to be so much more difficult. Even if it's just escaping, that needs to be the call. Their lives are pretty much what keeps them in the balance, what keeps them kind of in that driver's seat.
And they are, for the moment, up in the kill count. When we had all 4 streams up at the same time, doing a little bit of quick maths. At that time, it was 9-4, Cypher and Nick in the lead. So hopefully they can keep that rolling and stay, you know, making up that ground they lost from the first game.
Yeah, Zexrow's got to be careful, though. 19 HP, going for the quick edits. Luckily, Myth is going to come from the other side and start to apply pressure there. This should be the elimination there for them. That player going to quickly box up. Zexrow has got to heal. He does have to be careful. You see him looking at that window. Again, going back in the box. #1 rule of Fortnite, don't heal in the open, right? You don't want to get sniped. You don't want anything to come through. If a stink grenade comes through, this team is not going to be very well off for the world. Like one bandage left. They don't have anything to heal with Myth, so they're not sitting very well. And this is perfect if you're rooting for SypherPK and Nickmercs because this is time wasted. Yes, they might get 1 or 2 eliminations as Zexrow gets it down there. The player coming through. Everyone just hopping in their boxes. Myth gonna go down. Now it's all up to Zexrow. Zexrow places that wall and he quickly gets out alive, but 39 HP. Myth down. 1 player left. 1 bandage left as well. I don't know if Zexrow is going to be able to do it. This player applying pressure knows what to do, but no! Ryan made the mistake, and Zexrow capitalizes on it.
And he's going to pick Myth up in time to just get the revive. Not even going to have to grab a reboot card, not going to have to move anywhere or waste any materials or any resources, and, you know, making that rotation a little bit quicker. Cypher and Nickmercs really disappointed that Myth doesn't stay down right here.
And that's also 4 eliminations. We were talking about Oak, you know, they are, which they were, right, losing some time, but that all kind of goes to waste. It kind of all just flies off in the distance because they found an entire squad, which you could argue, and that interval kind of makes up for it. So a huge situation for TSM to stay up, and you just notice what that does for the morale of Cypher and Nick. They see that Myth gets picked up. They see that Zexrow pulls off that clutch, and they know this is just going to be so difficult. If they both drop, hey, we got a chance, right? We got the entire lobby to work with. Now that they also have to worry about the opposition to still find elims, allows for them to realize we got to split. We got to change things up. We have to cover as much ground as humanly possible. We've got to break some world records here if we want to try to pull off this clutch. And Nickmercs going throughout the slipstream. Cypher entering in towards Salty. They're doing what they need to. They're doing what is necessary. But is it too late? A lot would say, and myself included, it just might be too late.
Yeah, and a kill feed came over there. There is a brute in the lobby, and they are picking up eliminations. Cypher does need to be careful. Those nades might bounce towards him. He's chucking back a couple of his own. He does have a lot of heals to his name, as he's going to get into an engagement with someone flanking from his backside. He's going to heal back up to 173 effective HP. Going to keep the high ground here, overbuilding maybe just a little bit, but... And it's a public match. You never know what shots players are going to hit. I've run into some of the best low-ground warriors. And look at that man's level of geometry there, right? Just trying to bounce that off. And it looks like he does just do that. So Cypher definitely got an A in that. I mean, showing us, hey, you know what? Geometry may come into effect here in Fortnite. Shots coming through. Not going to connect on any elims. But he's staying alive here in Salty versus a full team.
Well, and this is unfortunate for Cypher that it's taking so long to win this, because he's used his chug splashes now. He's used his grenades. He hits a couple of good shots there with the combat shotgun, but still no knocks to his name. He's now, yeah, there you go. You can see the frustration from Cypher coming out here because he used so many resources. He got no knocks. He got no kills. And now Nickmercs is so far away from him, Cypher's dead.
And you hearing Cypher give the call out saying, hey, man, you go towards Salty Springs. Do your worst. Nickmercs' response? Okay. All right. We got this. Hopefully, maybe, possibly.
Nick, I'm going to need you to crawl so far into your monitor that you're using that headband as a screen wipe.
100%, man. That's the level that Nickmercs needs to get to if he wants to take down TSM. Like we said, this guy, unbelievably gifted at this game. But at just this point, all things considered, the way that the first game kind of went through, this is going to be so difficult for him just to make this one close. We discussed 16 eliminations left. We're starting to see a few kind of, projectiles fly across the map, but he pretty much needs every single one. And with TSM alive, they mirror him. They stay along with him. His job is pretty much not possible.
Yeah, it looks like luckily Cypher did go down far enough away. TSM was not even anywhere close they could contest it. But as you saw Nickmercs fly through the air, you saw some brutes come through. And wait, Cypher's reboot card is going to get collected. I don't know if it's worth it to go for it at this point. I, again, have been wrong throughout the broadcast about being worth to go for it. But, hey, you know what? If you go for it now, you might as well. You're down, I think, what is it, 11 total?
Snipe shot comes through.
Yeah.
And before.
Yeah, that would just... Oh, man. But, yeah, down 11 elims, you got to try everything you can. You can't just go out and say, you know what, well, I at least didn't try this or didn't do that. As you see another elim go through to some random person in the lobby, it's just going to make it harder and harder and harder as Myth and Zexrow seem to find little Timmy and Jimmy just trying to hang out and play some Fortnite.
Oh, man. Little Timmy, little Jimmy. Oh, this is just not a fun time for them. Little Jonesy, too. Everyone's involved in this. As there goes one quick player toward Lazy Lagoon. But that particular word does not describe TSM because they have not been lazy. They have been very aware of every rotation and of every enemy that happens to be just in their way. As, guys, it's looking like TSM have got this one in the bag. Nickmercs and Cypher, they're frustrated. They understandably are, right? They're trying to make a very difficult comeback happen, and they're just not seeing what they want. They're constantly receiving adversity. And TSM looking like some of the strongest that we have seen that organization be represented in Friday Fortnite in a while. And it's great to see, man, right? One of the many organizations that represent themselves in Fortnite. And they are performing right now in Friday Fortnite. Going out valiantly. You got to respect the OGs. You got to respect the first ever Friday Fortnite champions. Yep. All the way back in 2018. As they're not going down without a fight. They're going down with guns ablaze.
Yeah, and like you said, honestly, I don't think they can. I think the elims are not in their favor at this point. Math is just not on their side, but you can't just leave the game, right? You can't just go out with not getting those eliminations. You got to play like you still have a chance, and they may not have a chance, but they are playing very well. As you see, Myth spots someone getting into a brute, and Zexrow knocking 3 players there on the backside. Myth and Zexrow just playing so well, a knock coming there from Myth. Somehow gets an elimination with the fall there. Cypher, unfortunately, gonna go down there. Just not having the game they needed as we switch over. Looks like someone got his wall. The ping not in his favor. Cypher not happy about that one audibly. As Nickmercs managed to save him, I don't think that he's going to be able to pick him up here as these players are playing very aggressively.
He does manage to find that kill on the way to rescue Cypher, but I don't think it's going to matter too terribly much. I mean, there's 5 people left in this lobby. I don't think that they've picked up enough kills to really contest what Zexrow and Myth have done here. Zexrow really feeling to me like the MVP of this match, at least. You know, this matchup, he is popped off. You know, in most of the squad wipes that we've seen come from Myth and Zexrow, I've seen more Z's than M's in that kill feed. And there's the victory royale eventually coming through, as looks like Myth is going to get the final kill there. We will wait for the full score to be tallied up. Cypher and Nickmercs making sure that the gap is not too large by the end of it, but I'm pretty sure it's still going to come down in the favor of Myth and Zexrow.
Yeah, it's looking to be that way. But you got to give some props, right? A lot of times players leave early. They don't want to even finish off the game. But still, we got some OGs who really turned up, played fantastic today. A top 3 finish in Friday Fortnite. I'll be honest, this is probably one of the most stacked weeks that we have ever had. So for them to come out, play the way that they did, and to go down, like I said, all guns ablaze, not leaving early, playing the game out, got to respect them a ton. They actually win this game number 2 in overall elims by 5, but still, that game number 1 constantly haunted them. They just could not play as fast-paced as need be. And if this were any other week, right, you had those mobility tools, maybe a lot easier, right? You have a lot more opportunities, especially when the RoboCop is not flying around and pretty much stopping you every chance you get. It probably makes your life a little bit easier too. So, like I said, for these guys, a different week. It may be inbound, but hey, top 3 finish. You can't be too angry about that. And from our perspective, obviously it is all relative. But hey, they put up one heck of a performance, and now they do fall. But it is inbound for a lovely grand final. This is bringing me back to 2018, the old FaZe versus TSM matchups where everybody was putting everything on the line. The streams were hype, obviously, as they are now, but still, this is kind of like your territory where it was like, hey, who's the best player in the world? This is where you start to prove it. And then when it comes into pubs, you could argue it still is the same thing. But hey, NateHill, FunkBomb, 3 straight grand final appearances for NateHill. Technically, they're also kind of defending their championship back from week 5 because FunkBomb did not play in week 6. Excited to see how they play off versus the TSM boys, who look also very solid right now. Like I said, Myth and Zexrow, they're looking all guns ablaze. They're not missing shots, especially for Zexrow. I remember the last time the guy hasn't hit a player off of his shot. So I think this is going to be a close one.
Yeah, again, you said it right. The TSM versus FaZe rivalry, one of the oldest in the books, whether it be League of Legends, whether it be any esports, Fortnite, especially Fortnite here with Friday Fortnite, they've had a rivalry. You're going to see it here come down to this. I don't know who's going to win it.
I think we're going to see a lot of it is going to come down to the zones, and a lot of it's going to come down to the battle bus. And after that, because their landing spots are so close for the TSM and the FaZe guys, I think it's just going to come down to who's willing to move the fastest and who can react the best to how the RNG of the nature of Battle Royale plays out.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun one. Feel free to let us know in chat. Feel free to let us know on social media who you guys are looking at. Are we thinking FaZe? Are we thinking TSM? I know the hashtags are going to be afloat. I know the hype is going to be inbound. But when we return, it is time for Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7, the grand finals. Like we talked about, we're turning back the clock. We've got FaZe versus TSM. You do not want to go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 7, as we are here and inbound for the grand finals of today. It is NateHill and FunkBomb coming in from the winner's side, Myth and Zexrow coming in from the losers, as they'll have to win 2 series in order to become champions, while the FaZe boys only need 1. It is a battle that has existed for oh so long, a rivalry that goes to the infancy of Friday Fortnite. Fortnite, TSM versus FaZe. So many storylines over the years, and this is the first time since Myth, since TSM itself, and since FaZe and TSM have ever faced off against each other. It has not happened since week 9 of Friday Fortnite. That was July 6th of 2018. It's been a while, and it's about to be a fantastic tournament, a fantastic ending to what has been a memorable one, week number 7 here in 2019. It's Dan, Clay, Lando here, bringing you guys the commentary. And guys, do we have an interesting one on board? Like we talked about, Myth and Zexrow going toward their typical spot. NateHill and FunkBomb, their kind of primary focus has been these late games. Myth and Zexrow, it's been their early games. A number of different counters. I can't wait to see how this first match starts off.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, especially because the past couple times they've been dropping separate, right? Like Myth and Zexrow's opponents have not dropped anywhere near them. Now their early kill count starts to get contested. They're going to have to do different rotations than what they're used to. They can choose to fight alongside the FaZe members, but if they want to get and maximize as many eliminations as possible, you don't want to do that. You want to keep away from them as quick as possible, and you want to get as much loot as possible. As you see, both of the Zexrow is sitting on no shields, so he does need to pick up some minis there from Myth. They are already kind of on the losing foot here as we swap over to NateHill, almost getting an elimination there. That player, Pickaxeable, is returning fire there a little bit, but the minigun, you love to see it, just absolutely dominating that player, and that's the first elimination. It should be credited here over to NateHill very soon as he bleeds out. So, first point on the board towards FaZe.
Yeah, and I'll be relatively surprised if we don't see NateHill ditch this minigun soon. However, if I were him, I think I'd be hanging on to it a little longer. Now, I don't know. Maybe he and Funk have been playing some public games, messing around with the mechs a little bit. Maybe they've figured out Myth and Zexrow's little tech with the Brood. But if I were him, I think I'd be hanging on that minigun because it's a Brood killer.
See what NateHill can do off the break. Has a few things in the inventory. Try to make the enemy dance a little bit, and it will work out very, very well, as that's going to be a few off the start. And those kind of immediate rotations in towards Salty Springs are going to be crucial, guys, because this is kind of like their main rotation, and that's one thing that kind of does cut off the boys on TSM, as you saw, based off that quick little shot we have of the mini-map. That's the TSM boys saying, hey, okay, they shut down Salty Springs, our only natural rotation has to be in Mega Mall. If there aren't players there, or if they don't start to dominate over in that location, things could start to get a little bit awkward. So this is a big moment for TSM, and I hope, for their sake, they find some players.
Yeah, it looks like they did manage to find a couple of them, trying to get just any sort of reprieve there from Myth and Zexrow. Shots did not connect as much as Zexrow would have wanted him to. Maybe a little just tired here as we're getting into the later games. He is taking some shots here. He does box up there with Myth. They are going to just heal up a little bit. They're saying, hey, Shockwave has the slipstream, so this will be perfect for rotations. There you go. They say, hey, let's get out. Looks like they're not confident taking this fight here. But in all honesty, they need to take it. They are already down eliminations. They do need to stay as high up as they can in the kill count. And so far, I think they have 0.
Yeah, not looking too strong of a start, which they're confirming that, Clay. Both of them sitting at 0 eliminations. Only 43 left in the lobby, 39 kills. Well, I guess now 40. So 40 kills going to be available still in this match. Not even the first zone closed. And this is like the mid-game, though, where Myth and Zexrow seem to heat up. This is where they start to hit their stride. They start to take several fights back to back to back. They let that zone close in a little bit, and there's Myth getting his first knock of the match. Blasting that drum shotgun into the face of somebody trying to scoot on into his slipstream. And now he's going to take this build fight. You don't want none of this. This is the man known as the young architect. Maybe not so young anymore, but still just as bit of an architect. Myth has made his name in build fights. He plays plenty of creative. He plays plenty of playground mode. He knows his way around that map, and there's going to be another knock for him. I think Myth might be starting to heat up a little bit.
And this is the time, right? This is the location where you have to make that happen. We discussed we need to see it happen here at Mega Mall. Toss on a few of those boogie bombs. Actually, the FaZe boys were doing it previously. TSM doing it the same way. As up close, a little bit of a controversial spot, but he tosses out and will be able to stay up for the time. That was a huge situation of which Myth was pretty much sandwiched. But you know what is here for Zexrow? No builds, no resources. Is trying to get a little bit from this RV. will have a little bit of cover for now, but has to be pixel perfect, and he is. That same rarity, that same weapon. As he has been so good with the heavy assault rifle, it comes out again. And it will allow for Myth to have some freedom, some alone time to take down the remaining players that were just ahead. It didn't start off the greatest for TSM, but they eventually get the job done. That's 4 eliminations for their side, just 1 below FaZe right now.
Yeah, and so, as you pointed out, Zexrow didn't have any builds, but right before that, Myth had no builds. He had no guns reloaded, no shotgun ammo, had to use that shockwave to get out and disengage. Almost cost Zexrow his life, but Zexrow says, you know what, no builds, no problem. I've got my aim that I've worked so hard on, and manages to pick up those elims. Now it looks like they're sitting just 1 behind the FaZe boys. The only disadvantage that the TSM boys have is FaZe is already in Loot Lake. They have that rift. They have those hoverboards.
Yeah.
This is what we saw TSM do throughout the losers bracket. They are on the receiving end of their own strategy, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, definitely going to throw a little bit of a wrench in TSM's plan, which we've seen makes things difficult. When you cut off what they expect to do, when you take away their natural rotations, it makes them get a little uncomfortable, and I'm curious if FaZe might see this happening and try to exacerbate it in the coming games. As right here, we fall in to Funk just spraying down kids left and right, 30s and 60s popping.
Oh my God.
They're force-feeding him kills. Stop it.
FunkBomb. Slow down, buddy. we're getting a little bit aggressive, and I don't know if my heart can handle this. Not too many players remaining in this game, and there we go. Stink Bomb tossed out. He's got a few more left in his back pocket. They've been burning a hole back there, and my goodness, the shots are absolutely on for everybody in this game. Nobody skipping a beat. NateHill toward the low ground, but there we go. That's when NateHill, or rather FunkBomb, starts to go off, and there we go. Welcome to the respawn screen. Lovely work for FunkBomb, as that's going to be his 6th of the game and only going to progress on as they're going to grab all the spoils. Back and forth we go. TSM is dominant. FaZe, again, is dominant. And it looks as if they also might be able to utilize that hoverboard, which is actually really key right now. It's kind of been all about mobility today with all the things being taken out in Season 10. That could be a huge opportunity for them. And look at that. Look at that. They also take the hoverboard right in toward the mech. How huge is this, Clay?
It's amazing. Honestly, I didn't know I was watching FunkBomb there until you said his name. It looked like Zexrow from the last match. He was hitting literally every shot possible. The man just absolutely dominant. And this is smart here for them. NateHill does not want to wait for Funk to get to him in the mech, so he's just going to continue to use it by himself. Funk going to split up because they know they have the lead going into here. And so now they're just going to keep exacerbating that lead, trying to make it as big as possible. NateHill, it looks like actually Funk got into
his own.
found his own mech. So double the mech, double the trouble. But I think he self-destructed it.
I think he did, and he's going to go back to his hoverboard. Now, the reason why I really like that he's actually doing that is because having the hoverboard lets him scout for kills for Nate.
Yeah.
But also that lets him come to Nate if Nate, gets engaged on first, like he is right here, having to switch over into the gunner position on his own. Now, the only thing is, I don't know if he realizes TSM is nearby. You better stay in that mech or else it's going to get hijacked.
They can easily hop in it. Like I said, the rockets are ready to go. NateHill, can he do the work necessary? We see Zexrow taking down one and being very aware of that mech. He doesn't want to allow for anyone else to get it, but that's also kind of an anchor for him, right? He constantly has to be aware of giving this one up toward the opponents.
Oh, and NateHill's got Myth in his gunner seat.
Oh, he does? He's helping Myth out. What a moment this is. NateHill's taking him for a drive. It's an Uber ride here in Fatal Fields. And what a situation we find ourselves in, Myth taking advantage. And this is what I was talking about. This was the moment where if you don't have that extra player, that's when an enemy can start to be kind of inbound. He allows for that anchor. He constantly references back, and when he does, he doesn't realize Myth was in the gunner seat. He's taking down elims, and it looks as if right now NateHill, he's taking him for a ride. He's taking on a piggyback ride.
Yeah, honestly, it's a game of chicken at this point. Who's going to get out first? And it's not going to be Myth. if Myth gets out of here, he loses this advantage that he has because NateHill is not going to get the eliminations. 70 damage to a stomp versus 1,000,000 with the rockets. I don't know how many they do technically, but Myth has got the advantage. It looks like NateHill trying to just make sure that he stays as close to zone as possible, maybe forcing him to try to take storm damage. We haven't seen this yet, but what I think what NateHill should do is honestly give up the mech. He should get out of it because this is not going to net him anything. They are ahead in elims, and you see Myth checking it right here. But this is just better for the TSM boys as Zexrow now getting to Funk right as he finds an elimination. So I think NateHill is just costing a lot of elims.
And I love this kind of situation that we have here, Dan. It's a matter of NateHill and Funk, or rather, excuse me, right now NateHill and Myth, they're kind of in quarrel together, and that's allowing for kind of the all-stars, if you will, kind of the guys who have just unbelievable shots. Not that the other two don't, but have kind of shown that throughout the day so far to kind of go off and do their own thing. It's kind of a split.
That's exactly what I was just thinking, was if I wanted to give anyone up from each team, it would probably be Myth and NateHill. Now, that's no knock to either of them. They're brilliant players. They're brilliant tacticians. But as far as the fragger of their team, I don't think they necessarily are. But here goes Zexrow. He is down, and this is probably going to force Myth. I don't know what position this puts Myth in. Does he stay and guarantee that he's in the turret?
Oh, if you're
NateHill,
NateHill, you back up, right? If you're NateHill, so he hopped out. He hopped out. I was going to say, if you're NateHill, you go the opposite direction, which makes Myth have to get out of the mech.
Walk further.
Get out of the brute, exactly, right? So it looks as if in this situation, Zexrow, he's ticking away. Will Myth get here in time to get the revive, or he'll have to maybe just go for the reboot? You see FunkBomb, he's being extra careful, maybe wants to allow for Zexrow to be pretty much just finished off, but NateHill enters in Neo tilted, and here we go. Now he's feeling more confident. He's got his teammate just toward his side, and they're going to go for the rush. But what a slow moment this is for TSM. What an opportunity this was for them to be in the engagements first. Now it's already over toward FaZe.
Yeah, but that was super smart, though, by Zexrow to not get himself eliminated right away because it allows Myth to get that reboot card. Had he been eliminated right away, I don't think Myth would have been able to get there. Funk does pick up a nice elimination as NateHill finally gets here in the mech. He's the one stomping around. You hear him, you see him. But Myth has got to try to get this reboot. Oh, my God, just actually takes the elimination there. So he may not go for the reboot here, seeing that there's only 5 players left alive. Honestly, I say confidently this time, I don't think it's worth it. Wait, FunkBomb gets knocked down by a trap.
What?
I think he was in the mech.
Oh, no.
What?
Where did this come from?
And NateHill just decides to hop out of the mech,
and now
decides to put it in park.
Myth, absolutely. Go grab that reboot card. It's
100%.
free.
Now, this is your time. This is perfect moment for TSM to pretty much take their blessing, right? FaZe was like, okay, we're going to be kind of the first ones to get out of this one. Instantly, Funk goes down. Now, this is your opportunity where you're looking at somewhat of a delay. No longer. However, you do say that. That also allows for Myth to hand over a few of his items, to hand over a few things toward Zexrow. And yeah, he's not going to be able to go back and venture toward that storm. It's not going to treat him also kindly. So hopping into Slipstreams for one, the mech for the other, and maybe even FunkBomb deciding to go ahead and take that hoverboard. So quite a bit of utility being used, and this is pretty much all the utility that you have possible in the game right now being displayed on screen, as it looks as if Myth is the first one to be inbound as he spotted someone there with that sniper.
Yeah, Myth actually not giving any of his items over to Zexrow other than the ammo and materials, and I 100% agree with that call. If you are going to continue all aboard the Myth train here, you need to have him be as confident and as stacked up as possible because he is going to have that first rotation out of the reboot. Zexrow is going to have to take a while to pick up the loot. It's just better to have all your items on one person here. As Zexrow is able to find some loot, Funk is down. He has yet to be healed, but it looks like one of the FaZe boys maybe picked up an elimination there in the feed. So now it's there's 9 players left in the lobby total. Someone can math that out as Myth finding someone here in the teeth there as Buck gonna go down. Another elimination over the TSM boys. 4 total people left in the lobby. NateHill finding that player with the shotgun. He's cleaning up here just outside of Shifty Shafts. This is going to be a close one. It's literally going to come down to the last eliminations. Again, this is only the first game, so we do have round 2 as FunkBomb just splitting up. Funk finds that elimination. This should be the last eliminations of the lobby.
I mean, I know we were saying that Zexrow might not necessarily have any weapons to fight with, but did he really need more than just a green assault rifle?
I guess not. I guess not.
I mean, evidently it didn't matter either way because I don't believe that he or Myth picked up any more kills. But heading into this next round, I'm really looking for Zexrow to heat up and put some pressure on FunkBomb because Funk was popping off.
Yeah. Yeah, he absolutely was, right? I mean, and even looking at the scoreboard, 11 to, or rather, okay, I was gonna say 16 to 10. I know it was a little bit kind of in the mix of changing up a little bit. Not that crazy of a differential, which is kind of what we expected. Like we were kind of thinking this one would be somewhat kind of similar, but that's still, you're feeling pretty good about that one. If you're FaZe, you talk about kind of the early struggles there for TSM. Maybe if things start to kind of go a little bit differently, we talk about Zexrow maybe has the opportunity to find a few of those in Tilted Town, or rather, excuse me, in Neo Tilted. We're not going that far back in terms of Season 10, but inside of Neo Tilted, we're maybe looking at more of an even game, but still, I got to say, what an interesting first matchup that this one was. I mean, just the different utility, the kind of interesting dynamic right when Brute was kind of brought in to see Myth to go to hop inside of that gunner spot, pretty much do a lot of the work and allow for NateHill to pretty much just be an Uber driver was hilarious to kind of witness. So I'm excited for this next matchup, and I think if you're TSM, all things considered, hey, you know what? We're coming into this next game. We're down 6. It's by no means not doable. I mean, this is 100% possible for them to make this comeback happen. It's kind of a matter of what you would like to do and maybe what your landing locations are looking like. But both of these teams, they've been looking solid in that category. They haven't really been changing really too many things up, and that's the reason why they're in this spot in the first place.
Yeah, and again, you talked about Zexrow popping off in the past couple games. He had 18 eliminations that one game. Myth had 8. So if anybody can do it up against the FaZe members, right, they have a massive hill to climb. It's definitely the TSM members.
Yeah, it absolutely looks to be the case. But like we said, Friday Fortnite is brought to you by G Fuel. You can check out G Fuel's endless amount of flavors by visiting gfuel.com. And once there, you can use code at UMG for 10% off all purchases. G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. Friday Fortnite is also brought to you by GIF Your Game. To experience the magic of GIF Your Game's remote clip creation, make sure to download their app at gifyourgame.com as mobile support is coming soon. But coming into this game number 2, what are you seeing, Dan?
I'm trying to watch here as the battle bus comes in, trying to get a peek for where all the people are headed, because it was favoring a little bit of Myth and Zexrow's drop, since NateHill and FunkBomb are going to be a little bit further away from them. I'm not sure how this is going to end up, since the battle bus pretty much split the island straight down the middle. This is just going to be a flat-out race for kills. I don't think either team has a particular advantage here.
Yeah, Myth had no weapons somehow. I think he managed to pick up the elimination, right? But yeah, he did with 18 HP. Myth stole the shotgun out from in front of that guy, picked up the elimination. He's got the down more than likely, just waiting for it. But Myth was in a very bad spot, clutched up when it mattered most. And so the game is still not decided yet, obviously, but made a really big play there.
I mean, hey, he goes down, awkward situation. Zexrow, what do you do? If he can't get that reboot off, they're in an awkward spot. But hey, look at this, right? NateHill already getting in the mix. He wants to try to go for this one, but it's just a matter of running. Zexrow saying, hey, waste your time all you want, no big deal. Finding someone toward the back alley, just trying to escape to the forest, but no, not able to do it. TSM off the rip, looking good, and Zexrow already at 4 eliminations, having his hand in pretty much everything, tossing out that big pot toward his good buddy Myth. And for now, NateHill has to escape. Swiper, no swiping. However, just as he quickly rotates, he'll find somebody as well. So all even for the most part when you kind of look at that overall situation. But I love that call. NateHill calling an audible, totally catching the enemy off guard, tries to pretty much go in there, sneak away, steal elimination, and that's the way that NateHill can kind of play this game a little bit. He can kind of be ultra creative, try to take on the opponents, and he's feeling confident, right, going into this fight pretty much by himself. You notice Zexrow not too far off as well, but he's going into this one without a squad mate.
Yeah, he definitely is going to be able to beam that player. Zexrow has got to get close. You want to take these fights as close as possible. Get into those face shots with them. He does pick up both elims there, so massive for them as they're going to try to maintain that lead, get that snowball effect going. You see Funk completely splitting away from him. He's all the way in Mega Mall, or almost to Mega Mall, it looks like. So now does NateHill decide to go with him? Because honestly, I think it's worth it. Those hoverboards are right nearby. That's usually Myth and Zexrow's rotation. It's going to come down to who does the better rotation because they essentially have the same landing spots.
Yeah, that's the thing here is that this is going to be a matter of who's willing to branch out the most. As I say that, Myth willing to branch out on his own a little bit and finds a rocket right in the forehead. Zexrow going to have to come in for the save. He's trying to break into this player's box. He steals the wall, and then he steals his life. He's got his trusty green assault rifle, so he's going to go get Myth back up and then hopefully go on a killing spree if the TSM guys want to catch up to NateHill and FunkBomb.
But, I mean, hey, like, look how difficult it has been for the boys in TSM just to escape. I mean, literally, little moments like that, Zexrow has had to clutch 2 different times just to keep the team up.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for sure.
And for FaZe, they're having a pretty easy time, right? They're kind of vacating, going toward different POIs, and having a pretty fun time stealing some eliminations, which I didn't even know was kind of in their playbook. So the fact that they're pulling out all the stops is incredibly impressive. We'll see if they can keep it up, keep counteracting it. In the midst of rotations, FunkBomb stealing a little bit of his HP from the opponents and also losing some of his own, right? These stink bombs are doing some work, but has a few chug splashes, still holding on to that high ground advantage as resources are low. Health is low. Thankfully, has a few of these minis to get him back to 108 overall health, but here comes NateHill. Plenty of wood in terms of his overall resources, right? Sitting at 800 plus, and it looks as if, though, despite having all those resources, there is an enemy that exists just above him. Decides to back up, wanting to join alongside a FunkBomb, but just as he engages on the low ground, he'll lose quite a bit of health. At the same time, NateHill does too. Lots of health loss, takes down one just to solidify it, but by no means is FaZe comfortable. And it looks as if right now, NateHill, he's trying to venture out. He's trying to pretty much box himself away from FunkBomb. He wants to almost as if allow for FunkBomb to be the primary choice of target, make him somewhat of a bait, because as long as that's the case, he will be good. NateHill trying to wrap the wrist. He has the med kit, and it looks as if he'll come out and try to escape, utilizing a few of these excess one-by-ones, building a ton of apartments just kind of toward the outskirts of Mega Mall. Sees someone on the outskirts, and it looks as if that person does place down and will shoot them across the map. My goodness, this is getting so intense, and it looks as if NateHill, in the open regardless, does get that med kit off.
So that's actually very smart from NateHill. You see it a lot in competitive gameplay where you go diagonally away from the opponent to try to box up, and Nate is going to more than likely get this trap kill. The edit not coming through. This player knows how to play, and he's getting sandwiched in between two. He does take down one, 77 HP. Nate, it's all on your shoulders. You got to do something big here. He's trying to secure the eliminations, and he's going to, but he does only have that tactical shotgun. No more traps remaining. The safety net is gone. FunkBomb's reboot card is ticking. It is all pressure all the time. You see this player trying to exploit through, not going to be able to do so, trying to get in. NateHill does have him in the box. Now he's got to play with the food, but no, he's going to go down. Oh, no. It's all up to TSM, the iconic skin, making the play. I don't know what the lead is now, but it's all on Zexrow. It's all on Myth. But again, they still have one more game to beat, even if they win this one.
Absolutely.
Right? They still came up from the losers bracket. So the FaZe boys, whether they lose this, they still have to keep their momentum and their mentality high. Because as soon as you lose that, you lose the game.
Yes, Myth and Zexrow in a perfect position here to get the bracket reset, to take Funk and NateHill into the losers bracket with them. Going down for another 2 matches for a showdown here. They need to make up 4 more kills as Zexrow flying around on 10 HP. You see him swerving back and forth, pulling out all the stops, trying to be as evasive as possible. Myth, meanwhile, having to battle the storm just to get in, and he's getting zoned out. This might be the end of Myth here if he's not too careful. He gets a couple of good, clean shield tags on him. He's going to be able to pop some minis, maybe take a moment to reset behind the tree, just stay out in the storm. You do have that med kit, so you can tank as much of this as you need to.
Oh my gosh, this is coming down toward the end. And you also notice, right, his teammate, they're both in the zone. Zexrow, they're low on health. He also gets tagged up, and they're starting to run out of resources. They're starting to run out of meds. TSM, if they can't escape, they are done. They're in the storm. Myth giving the call out saying, hey, I'm popping the med kit, but what can we see Zexrow pull off? Is this more of just a heroic play? I don't know if he's going to be able to get towards safety in time. It's going to come down to a very close margin. If he takes a shot, he's done. Myth should be good, but to no avail. The storm, a very accurate word to describe what they're going through right now, and I don't believe that Zexrow can escape. He's not going to get there in time. He's going to fall just short, and he's going to rely on Myth to possibly get the revive, as this is getting interesting, and Myth may be going for a full-on rotation, but you look, not a whole lot of resources right now for Myth. He has to pull off something incredible. And they're giving the call-outs. They're saying, what's the score looking like right now? Are we up? No, we are not. We are not up by any means. Referencing back, looking for a chest, looking for anything. And primarily, he will find a med kit.
Oh, the med kit and the campfire.
That is huge, guys.
Yeah, and you heard Zexrow call out and say, hey, they're going for my loot. Otherwise, Myth would have continued that rotation and got the reboot card just like that. But now he's got 27 seconds to make it out of the zone and continue. Luckily, it looked like he was kind of on the slower side of zone, so he will be fine if he's managed to get out. But those players are looking for him. They know that there's someone in the zone that has not died yet. They know that they killed someone, right? Whether I don't know if Zexrow has anonymous mode on or not, but if he doesn't, then they know that that's TSM Myth.
Oh, there's a build that was just destroyed to the left.
Yeah, like you saw, the build just destroyed there.
There they are.
The team in the water. Myth has got to play as sneaky as he possibly can. He's just got to pop it. He can't build. He's got 3 builds. Yeah. If he gets this med kit off, he changes the game, and he could clutch it up and get 4 more eliminations. And we saw him do it before, right, with the mech. Granted, he doesn't have a mech suit this time. But
there's Zexrow. Zexrow's down. It's all Myth. It is all Myth.
Can he clutch this game alive? The second time in a row?
Oof. Oh, he finds some nades. That's going to be nice. And also does find the hoverboard.
He's got the tools he needs right now.
He does, but at the same time, he doesn't really have the overall health. Like, he doesn't have shields aplenty. He doesn't really have a whole lot of resources. So, well, the inventory is looking nice. You're going to see him pretty much just try to dodge this fight. You do not want to engage on these players who have got a lot going for them. Doing some tricks and obviously calling out. I think he just missed a big pot, so I'm going to reference back. That's going to be huge for him. But like we said, the lack of resources has got to be very nerve-wracking right now, as he's going to go and grab this one in an open cover. It's what you got to do at this moment right here, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can't afford to waste the builds. He is back down to 2 builds. Notice he did manage to keep that hoverboard instead of hopping off while it was in the air. He didn't want to risk taking fall damage. We know Myth loves it. But it could have cost him his rotation, right? That team in Loot Lake is very good. You saw the builds that they were fighting in when the Myth and Zexrow first had to leave, and they were getting out-build fight. So for someone to out-build fight 2 of the best players in the world, they got to be pretty dang good, or just the numbers outweigh them, right? So he's got 23 people left in the lobby, and he's doing exactly the thing he needs to do. He needs to rotate around the edge zone, try to find anybody that is just on Twitter or calling their grandma or something, like not playing the game, essentially. He is going to use his last builds here to pop a Slurp Juice. I think it's worth it. You're at that 200. Not much can take you out. He does need to farm, and he's going to do that just here, but he does need 4 more eliminations just to tie it, I believe.
Now, if it were me, I'm thinking, if I'm looking at Myth's inventory, I'm thinking he's got 2 for sure with the boogie bombs. Those boogie bombs should convert 1-to-1 to kills. If he's successful, if he doesn't get overwhelmed, each boogie bomb, he should boogie at least 1 person. He should convert 1 of those into kills. So I'm pretty much writing off 2 kills for Myth right now. The stinks, maybe. Maybe he gets lucky, you convert that into 1 kill. I know they're pretty hard to get a kill, per stink, anything like that. 6 grenades also puts him in a pretty good spot if he chooses to hold all of this. Now, right there, yeah, I think that's the play. You got to keep your health with you since you're the only one left alive. He doesn't have any hope of a revive if he should happen to go down. But he is giving up some of that utility in order to try to, he's got to stay alive to get the kills. And he's getting lasered, as I say it, already down 60 shield remaining. He's just going to have to run a little bit and play some of this long game.
That's not the way he wants to run. Myth is saying, hold on, let me get out of that right quick. Well, actually, he's going to start to take some shots. He's going to box up and saying, hey, you know what? This is not what I want.
I'm thinking chuck some grenades, hope for some fall damage.
Wow, there's one. There's the first. There's nearly the second. He's picking up quite a bit of health loss from the opposition, and here we go. Tossing out the nades. Can he bring it within even? Can he do it? And I believe he wasn't awarded that last elimination, so that's rather unfortunate still. A lot of work to be done. And skyrocketing himself toward the top of these structures. And how nerve-wracking was that? How nerve-wracking would that be? And here we go. Tosses out the first boogie bomb. There are players that are just below him utilizing the cozy campfire. They're trying to stay up. He dodges yet again the stink bombs. He can't put those in the inventory because everything in there is oh so crucial right now. And he's got to wait. There we go. We hear the shockwave grenade get utilized from somebody.
Look at how calm Myth is right now. He's sitting there going, yeah, I hear a shockwave bomb. Like, what? How are you not losing your mind? He's got no mats. He has one build, exactly one build, one boogie bomb, barely any shotgun shells. Myth is going to have to pull one heck of a clutch out.
This has got to be crazy if he pulls this off. Like, legitimately. You are surrounded. You hardly have a whole lot of inventory spots, and you have no resources. Well, here's the time. Here's the chance. No! He can't do it. Myth cannot do it this time around as the enemy's flexing a little bit, and that will do it. That is going to be it as FaZe defend their title back from week 5. NateHill, 3 straight grand finals. He's 2 out of 3, and 2 of them come with this man, FunkBomb. Unreal stuff. You got to give these guys some credit. Obviously on the TSM side as well, they did all they could, but the intensity at that moment from Myth, right when Zexrow falls, the intensity that he must have been under, and while it was calm, cool, collected, I was nervous for him. I at least took all the nerves for him because in that moment, he only had so much that he could do there, Clay.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, you've seen players do that exact thing, take the wrong fight. And honestly, I think when he got off that hoverboard, he had about, 40 builds, I think it was, before he got into it. So 40 builds, when you're in a build fight with players like that, you just, it's not something you should take. But
yeah, you can only do so much, right? I mean, you literally, that was the big conversation we were having was, okay, can he get resources? He finds resources. He also has that hoverboard. Instantly as he tries to vacate, what was it, YMCA, whatever you really want to call it, as soon as he vacates that area, instantly tagged up with shots. I mean, kind of from beginning to end, he was looking at different point of views, seeing players, and it was like, okay, every single angle that he comes around, oh, there's an enemy, oh, let me go around this area, oh, there's another enemy. Like, he could not get away from the opponents. The one thing that he needed to achieve was the one thing he couldn't, at least at that moment, and that's got to be heartbreaking. But like I said, man, FaZe versus TSM, this is always a long-standing rivalry, and I know for the TSM fans out there, it is kind of a hard pill to swallow, but that is kind of the way that 2018 went a lot of the time. It was FaZe, FaZe, FaZe. They do it again. NateHill and FunkBomb, they hold on to their championship, and they're not letting anybody kind of strut around with that title anytime soon.
Yeah, and I mean, what a showing from TSM Myth and from Zexrow. It was a wonderful fight from them. They had a long comeback. I mean, NateHill and FunkBomb got to just sit there, chill out, study up, plan their routes, really efficiently. I'm sure they spent plenty of time hopping into more public lobbies, just keeping their hands warm, planning out a little bit more of their rotations, getting used to how the movement mechanics work. I mean, even if both of them played 10 hours a day yesterday, that's still only a couple hours. Right. Like, the fact that at most someone could have had, 36 hours preparation going into this tournament. Both teams did a wonderful job here today, and both teams showed that they could adapt as quick as possible, and I think that's what really sets this professional scene apart and sets these players apart is that they can adapt, they can overcome, and they can pull out these insane kill games. I mean, we talked once or twice about, like, oh, they only got 12 kills. And I'm like, that duo got 12 kills in a squad game.
Yeah.
Like, that's nuts.
Yeah, it really is crazy. And I think that you brought up a fantastic kind of attribute, a lot that, maybe a few other, kind of esports don't really have to worry about. A lot of esports players don't have to worry about the ability to adapt toward everything. I mean, everyone knows, right, when it comes into Fortnite, you have to be ready to adapt to anything that could come about. Season 10 clearly greeted us with a number of different things. And as we talked about, adaptability really was the key for this week, adapting to Brute as he had the spotlight on him today. And we'll see how long it lasts for, but still, you got to give some respect to our first, second, and third place players. Obviously, here in our final standings, Nickmercs and Sypher put up one crazy show. That is their highest placement that they have had, I think, since they ever played back in week number 1 together. So I know they've had, kind of higher placements since then, but I think since they originally won that first ever title, that whenever they've kind of been in tandem together, they've never kind of made that top 3. So that's an awesome achievement for them. Like we were talking about kind of throughout the broadcast, this is TSM, Myth, and really kind of said the entire organization versus FaZe, his first time competing against each other since week 9 of Friday Fortnite 2018, since July 6th. So it's been some time. They put up a show, and they executed valiantly. You got to give some props to Myth. Zexrow was hitting some incredible shots, but NateHill, FunkBomb, they withstanded everything. And I got to say, too, one of my favorite things that we saw get brought in from their strategy was a matter of always willing to change things up, right? They were ready for the mech changes. They were ready, and even in that last game, one thing that I noticed, which I was shocked about because we've never seen them do this before, was their ability to contest early. Like you noticed, NateHill instantly was ready to try to steal a few eliminations, just to kind of catch them off guard a little bit. He was instantly there to try to take down a few early players off the rip. They were always willing to adapt their play style depending on the game and depending on the week, not even just it being Season 10. They're always trying to keep things fresh, and that's the reason why they are the hottest team in Friday Fortnite right now.
Yeah, I agree, and that was Myth and Zexrow's first time being contested.
Yeah.
Off drop at all, right? They went the factories drop every single time, and no other team contested them up until NateHill and FunkBomb, and that threw a wrench in their plan.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, that really kind of caught them off guard, and that was kind of a matter of, when we were looking at the losers bracket, we're looking at how things are kind of progressing a little bit, was a matter of how are these teams going to finally combat adversity? How are they finally going to combat a little bit more competition when teams, and like these two did, Dan, they were kind of going toward the same landing locations, and they started to kind of feel the pressure. They adapted, they changed up, and I think it's fair to say TSM were caught off guard by that.
Absolutely. I mean, like we've already spoken about a little bit, that TSM was forced to adapt to pressure being put on by the FaZe team.
Yeah.
And the FaZe team, by being the aggressor there, they can anticipate what is happening. They can control the flow of the game. They got to kind of herd TSM as much as they were trying to get the rest of the lobby into a position that they could kill them, unabated or at least uncontested.
Right.
And, I really applaud that because I know it was a long way to wait for NateHill and FunkBomb, that they could have very easily gotten cold, gotten kind of complacent, said, we're just going to go in and play our game, and like we're going to be fresh when we do it, and that'll be good enough. But no, I mean, you could tell they were probably watching as, Myth and Zexrow had to grind their way through the losers bracket and all of that. I bet they had some streams open, and they were trying to do some planning ahead of time, and I commend them for it.
I think it's a very fair case. Like they kind of came into that game somewhat kind of knowing what was the case and kind of utilizing that homework probably was the difference. But the amount of work that you put in normally is the difference maker. But guys, what a tournament that we had today. Like we had some insane matches, some clutches that came down to
moments.
1 HP. Like I said, some insane kind of moments in the losers bracket, even toward the winner's side of things. But hey, it's your guys' first time casting Friday Fortnite. My first question, how was it? Good time?
Yeah, pretty
Good time?
here for me.
I couldn't have been happier. I had so much fun.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was a pleasure to have you guys. It was awesome to kind of have you, kind of grant your, your Fortnite expertise. You were kind of throwing out some facts. I was like, okay, I had no idea that was even a thing. So it was great to have you guys. I'm going to take a lot of the knowledge, hopefully, for future Friday Fortnite broadcasts. But any kind of closing words to the folks out there, to the fans out there? Either of you guys? Anyone?
Keep enjoying your time gaming. I know that this is a lot of fun to sit here and shout at people and, play games at a high level and cast it and commentate it. But gaming can be a community and a chance to learn and, just enjoy yourself as much as anything else.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah.
Any other words? Anything for the fans out there? You guys did an amazing job. You guys did an awesome job.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, but
I'll tell you what, guys. Do we have the opportunity to pull up the lower third really quick? Do I have the ability to do that? I don't think I actually have the ability to do that. I'm doing it. We just did it. Follow these guys on Twitter. They did a fantastic job. It was awesome to kind of have them in the studio today, casting some incredible Fortnite action. Like I said, it's up to the players, but like I said, these guys did a fantastic job of bringing that to you guys here today. But like we said, it was a phenomenal tournament, kind of from beginning to end. We saw some insane moments and allowed for week number 7 here in Friday Fortnite 2019 to be one that I'm not going to forget for a while. Before you depart, before you head out, maybe go to sleep, check out a few more streamers. We, of course, will let you guys know yet again about our friends at G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. If you haven't done so already, check out a number of different flavors that they've got going on right now. They've helped me keep myself awake. That's for sure. Throughout a very long broadcast, you can check out their website, gfuel.com. Once you're there at checkout, you can feel free to use code UMG for 10% off discount. Same thing goes for our friends at Give Your Game. Check out their app. It's awesome. We were kind of talking about it. We were actually experiencing their app coming into today. I'm a person who likes to utilize social media, as a lot of other people do out there. Make sure, to check out their website and gifyourgame.com. Their mobile support is coming soon. And finally, for those who've been kind of keeping up with us here at UMG, we do have some interesting stuff, right? So obviously UMG has kind of prided itself for a long time in being for the community. That's kind of like been our main subject for the longest time, is wanting to be for the community. And now our community has the opportunity to have a stake, as UMG is now a publicly traded company via TSVX, or rather TSXV, excuse me, words are hard, letters are even harder. We're now a publicly traded company via that with this trading symbol ESPT. If you're interested in wanting to learn some more information, you can feel free to check out our website, umggaming.com. But like we said, guys, thank you so much for tuning in for this week, for the entire UMG studio, for Clay, for Dan, myself, Lano Sanders, signing off for the final time, saying thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all next time.